It's a rare verdict. She is one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for a white-collar crime. The decision is a reflection of the dizzying scale of the fraud. Trong My Lan was convicted of taking $44 billion in loans from the Saigon Commercial Bank. Some believe the death penalty is the court's way of trying to encourage her to return some of the missing billions. The secretive communist authorities were uncharacteristically forthright about this case, going into detail for the media. They said 2,700 people were summoned to testify, while 10 state prosecutors and around 200 lawyers were involved. Now highlighting a story from TheGuardian.com, the Panama Papers trial begins of 27 Mossack Fonseca employees. A criminal trial of 27 employees working for the law firm at the heart of the Panama Papers on money laundering charges has commenced in Panamanian court. 8 years ago, leaked financial records from the law firm Mossack Fonseca sparked international outrage at the use of offshore companies by wealthy individuals to commit tax fraud and hide assets. In 2016, files from the Mossack Fonseca were leaked to reports at the German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung and shared with the U.S.-based international consortium of investigative journalists. Reporters from more than 100 media organizations, including The Guardian, collaborated to investigate the 11.5 million files. For WRMN News 1410, I am Ben Boquist.
How many times have you heard about or driven past the Volo Auto Museum and still haven't checked it out? They have over 200,000 square feet of heated showrooms filled with countless collections of the most amazing mechanical marvels in the world. From incredible collector cars, movie cars, trains, boats, and planes, to a Disney gallery, dinosaurs, vintage arcades, kiddie rides, and a medieval torture exhibit, plus the Titanic Museum. They're open every day from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Visit volofun.com.
For local information and fun times in the mornings, listen to Marky B and Larry Jones on the first shift.
Maybe we need to get a radio intern in to help you.
Maybe so.
Somebody that you won't have to pay and you can treat them tough.
I can haze them.
You can't haze. You'll get fired. Remember that guy from Northwestern?
Yeah.
Gone.
Did he really do it?
You don't have to really do it. If somebody says you did,
yeah,
good enough. Maybe I'm going to accuse you of hazing me. I don't have to prove it.
It's the first shift, weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Here it comes. A swing of the line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians Radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wicks battles Bryce Miller. The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're ninth in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road to Detroit. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with...
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you.
Not too bad outside as we start what's going to be a glorious weather weekend. Welcome to a Friday, 48 degrees at the start of this one. Winds are out of the northwest at 15 miles an hour, as today we hit a high of about 61, I believe, but then the weekend, tomorrow and Sunday look amazing. Temperatures moving up the chains in a hurry. We'll give you the Fox Valley forecast coming your way in just a few moments as we get into our Friday first shift. Today is the 12th day of April. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for the first shift. I'm Marky B reporting. WRMN News Time is 6:06. It is Friday the 12th. Let's win this day. Elgin and the Fox River Valley are open for business. Good morning.
With your AM 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. On April 14th from 3 to 4 p.m., the Naperville Women's Club are set to host the community talk, To Be Free. Nicole Virgil, a Christian Science practitioner based in Chicago, will be the speaker. Virgil, a member of the Christian Science Board of Leadership, will examine freedom from a biblical perspective. Deliberations are underway in Springfield on Governor J.B. Pritzker's intention to axe the state's grocery tax. Despite Pritzker's optimism, critics predict a fiscal gap in local budgets. Pritzker cited the tax as unnecessary, expressing that even minimal savings would be beneficial to families. We're a mere 10 days away from the Elgin Earth Summit taking place Saturday, April 20th from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. in the Heritage Ballroom at the center of Elgin, 100 Symphony Way, and the event is free to attend. Find out more at cityofelgin.org/Earth Month. With your AM 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details. And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Well, it looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Clocking out? Drive home with the Drive Time Deal with Matt McNeil on WRMN 1410 AM every weekday from 3 to 6 p.m. I bring you the hottest deals in town, the most intriguing stories, and the tracks that take the edge off rush hour. Tune in on 1410 AM. Catch us on YouTube Live at WRMN Radio or stream through our app. I've got the wheel to steer your evening right. WRMN 1410 AM, your home of radio shopping and the soundtrack to your commute.
Rise and shine, Fox Valley listeners. It's time to kickstart your day with First Shift with Marky B on WRMN 1410 AM. From 6 to 9 a.m., join the chatter that gets you clued in with the latest buzz around town. Don't just sip on your coffee. Let Marky B brew your morning with the perfect mix of news, views, and moves. Dial us in or live stream at WRMN1410.com and make your mornings a whole lot brighter. WRMN 1410 AM. We're the voice of the Valley, and we're here to talk.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're 9th in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road at Detroit.
Here comes a swing and a line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians Radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wicks battles Bryce Miller. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables in wash scent beads.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Check, check, check.
Taqueria Las Cumbres, Crystal Lake's authentic Mexican restaurant on Grant Street, is open for carryout. For over 15 years, Taqueria Las Cumbres has been serving up all of your favorite Mexican dishes and doing it better than the rest. Recently voted the best in McHenry County. Stop in and carry out the authentic taste of Mexico and see for yourself. Support local for lunch and dinner today and place an order from Taqueria Las Cumbres. Call 815-455-8200 for Taqueria Las Cumbres of downtown Crystal Lake.
Hailing from Tanzania, you'll be thrilled to see the Zuzu African acrobats celebrate the 2,000-year-old Bantu culture of East Africa. The Zuzu acrobats have performed on America's Got Talent, and you can see their incredible acrobatics and energizing African drumming, singing, and dancing this Saturday at 4 at the Egyptian Theater in DeKalb. Each performance has incredible gravity-defying stunts while displaying the grace, beauty, and strength of the African culture. Visit EgyptianTheater.org.
Golden Corral Buffet and Grill, 154 Gary Avenue in Bloomingdale is open. Golden Corral's legendary Endless Buffet has a variety of delicious favorites and new menu offerings for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Guests can choose from over 150 items, including grilled-to-order sirloin, pork, seafood, as well as old favorites like fried chicken, meatloaf, and mac and cheese. Golden Corral is the only one for everyone. Visit goldencorral.com.
If you're not sure what to have for dinner, the Seven Dwarfs restaurant on the corner of Roosevelt and President in Wheaton has you covered. Their huge menu is sure to satisfy everyone. Enjoy the diner-styled atmosphere that's been serving up tasty food since the 50s. The Seven Dwarfs has lively decor and delicious entrees. They offer a hearty breakfast, plus 3 or 4 lunch specials daily. For dinner, it's all-you-can-eat fish on Fridays. And remember to try their barbecue ribs. Visit sevendwarfsrestaurant.com today.
Check, 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 test. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin on a Friday morning. I'm Marky B, now reporting as we start your Friday morning today with our Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And happy weekend to you from WRMN and the Fox River Valley Media Network.
Welcome to the first shift, right here on the Voice of the Valley, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM. Don't get that excited, I'm only introducing Marky B. Exactly. Featuring local news and sports, your Fox Valley forecast and local traffic twice an hour at 15 and 45 minutes past. Timely interviews, a radio shopping show preview, milestones and memories, and born on dates of the lates and greats, Elgin trivia, and all of your phone calls, texts, and Facebook comments as part of the staff meeting. The First Shift is the most informative, entertaining, and interactive morning show in all of the Fox River Valley and beyond.
You liar!
Well, okay. At least it makes great background noise, whether you're at work, in the car, or at home.
Whatever.
Your host, Marky B, maintains an upbeat attitude every day despite the fact that he's saddled with an overall lack of talent, a delusioned ego, and false hope for a bright future.
Loser.
Yeah, he's pretty much a loser. But at least he tries. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for the First Shift on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Happy Friday, and welcome to WRMN here on the 12th day of April, 412-2024. Hope you're feeling all right today and ready to get at it. I'm ready to get at it. It's going to be a busy day. It's going to be a fun day. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to be a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am day for me. So if you're ready for a busy day, let's do this. Let's win this day. Let's take it on head on and make it happen and look back tonight and say, that was a good day. If you're able to relax today and take it easy, well, good for you. Bless your heart. Keep it to yourself. No, relax and enjoy the show here on a Friday morning. We're going to do our thing to the best of our ability, or we're going to try to. And the weather is making me very happy. I hope it's making you happy. We look forward to a great weekend. Didn't really rain all that much, did it? I expected more rain, and every time I thought I'd go outside to rain, it wasn't raining. Yesterday, and finally a few drops, I don't know, around the dinner hour, I guess. Just a few, though. And then I guess it rained a little bit at some point in the night because the streets are damp this morning as we get up on a Friday. But not too terribly much, just a couple of showers maybe. And I think it's pretty much out of here. We're at 48 degrees right now and overcast skies to start the day. I don't think it's going to be too long before the sun wins the battle over the clouds, and we'll see some sunshine all through the weekend. Winds currently out of the northwest at 15 miles an hour. Overcast skies, 48 degrees. It's going to stay a touch on the cool side today. Now that we're all spoiled and we think we're all that in a bag of chips, we think 61 is a touch on the cool side. Really, that's not too bad. Partly sunny today with a high of 61 degrees. Mostly clear skies tonight with a low of 39. Not a bad overnight low, 39. Nice and cool, but not cold really. And then for your Saturday, sunshine with a high of 69, an amazing Saturday in store. 57 warm degrees for Saturday night. Not going to drop that much, upper 50s. And then for Sunday, sunshine with a high of 76. Sunday looks like a glorious day to get outside and be active, whether it's riding a bike, doing yard work, or just sitting on a lawn chair, or taking a walk. Taking your grandkids to the park, taking your dog for a walk. Whatever the case may be, get out on Sunday and enjoy it a little bit. Monday is thankfully more of the same. I look forward to nice Mondays and sunshine and 74 for next Monday. So that sets the stage for the show here today. A nice weather weekend to talk about. Coming up on the show here on a Friday. It's pretty simple, really. This hour I might touch on a couple of snippets of First Shift 411, and we'll probably crash into our staff meeting pretty early this hour because once Larry and Jakes get here on a Friday, sometimes it's hard to get back to the comments, and I do appreciate everybody taking a minute to say hi to us on YouTube, which we are on YouTube this morning at WRMN Radio on YouTube. And if you're on YouTube right now, I got a few camera shots I can show you. There's me in the street. That's Douglas Avenue, our new Douglas Avenue cam. It's kind of like the camera that I've been showing you, but this one is stationary. I can't really do much with that. Sonar got in here yesterday and hung a camera up top of the window, so we could always change the vantage point in the future, but I can't do it during the show. Takes a ladder to get up there. And in the past few days, when I've been doing the street cam, I've just been reversing one of the studio cams and pointing it outside. But we decided to put a permanent cam that kind of shoots down on the street. You can see into Action Alley. You can see the electrical garden, the power box and dumpster garden across the street. Very pretty, isn't it? Yep. They've replanted some small trees over there, bushes, but I don't think this year they're going to get tall enough to hide the dumpster and power box garden. So we may have to name that. We have to name our new garden across the street. Isn't that pretty? There's the building to the right, and then there's a part of the building to the left, and then there's Action Alley, which you can kind of see the beginnings of as you look down Action Alley. We'll be shooting down at the street and using it as we need to. At times, we'll use the split screen today. We also have two cameras in the room, one for me that you see, and then one for the guys, Larry Jones and Jakes, which will be in a little while. Here's what that looks like right now. Their side of the room is empty. My side of the room is full, if you're on YouTube. And Then there's the river cam, and it currently catches pictures of the river from Aurora in Kane County. And I've got it on my list to try to see what I can do to get some coordinates figured out so that we can get an Elgin shot of the Fox River. We're working on that, so bear with us on that. In the meantime, we still have a river shot, happens to be of Aurora. So those are our camera shots to use today. Coming up on the show, I'll give you a little sneak peek of Leah's program today. She's got her one-on-one show this morning. It's Radio Restock Friday, Radio Shopping Show Restock Friday. And her one-on-one program also usually features guests. I'm sure she'll have one or two. And she'll be on the air from 10 until 12 today. Go to WRMN1410.com to see more about the Radio Shopping Show. WRMN1410.com. I might have a haiku for you, but Blackhawks Brad has given me a tough word to use today, so maybe I need an emergency haiku technician. But even a quality emergency haiku technician might struggle with this one. Blackhawks Brad uses the word of the day, zetetic. Do you know what zetetic means? Me neither. So let's find out what zetetic means. Thanks for the word of the day, Blackhawks Brad. Stubborn cell phones. I'm finally going to have to get over the hump and get me a new cell phone. I think this one just doesn't want to function and do what I tell it to do. So I'll worry about that in a minute. We got to keep on with the show right now. I was about to switch over to my little Irish music medley for a Friday, but the start button's not working. You gotta love and hate technology. It's a love-hate relationship, right? Let's see. So zetetic, the word of the day, and it means proceeded by inquiry or investigation. Proceeding by inquiry or investigation. I don't know about that one. I might struggle to pump a haiku out on that one. So if you want to help out, please do. Emergency Haiku Technicians, 575. I usually can crank one out, but that word's got me a little miffed. Miffed. That should have been the word of the day. But instead it's zetetic. It is a Friday morning here at WRMN. Thanks for the word of the day, Blackhawks Brad. He sent me a VIT message, which you can do at 901-647-1240. That's my cell phone number. It works even though the phone itself doesn't work worth a damn. 901-647-1240. I can see your messages most of the time. Let's win this day, says Blackhawks Brad. The American flag flies, the eagle flies over the fabulous Fox River. And prayer number 1 after a 52 prayer day yesterday. Resetting the prayer scoreboard. And we have our first prayer on the prayer scoreboard. All right, so we're on YouTube, and we say good morning to some of our great YouTubers. But before that, let's go to VITs first this morning, because it took me a long time to get to VIT messages this morning. So I want to say good morning to a few of you who text me in the morning, like Linda Carter. Linda Carter. Ooh, shh. Linda Carter. She opened up the office doors this morning at 12:02. Welcome back to Friday. Have a good weekend. LC sends us a pile of prayers. Let's call it 15 for the prayer scoreboard. Giving us a grand total of 16. LC is in the house. Comforting Kathleen. Checking in from Weston, Florida this morning, near Fort Lauderdale. Good morning, Mark, Larry, Jakes, and all the first shifters. Happy Friday to all. Have a wonderful and safe day and weekend. Let's try to be safe so we're not called out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. CK checking in. Have a great time in Weston, Florida. Thanks for the pool picture. Looks like you're having a nice time by the pool down there, and hope the weather's been nice for you so far on your trip. We'll see you back here soon. The leader of the band, Comforting Kathleen, checking in at 3:48 a.m. We say good morning to Blackhawks Brad. We say good morning to Tony Cool. She stamped the show at 4:59 this morning and lets us know this is staff meeting number 68 of 2024. That's 1025 ACB after counting began. Four rings of the bell means let's win this day. We've stamped it. The 68th staff meeting of the year already. Time flies when you're having fun. Good morning to Nando checking in. Nando says, good morning and happy Friday, everyone. Have a great day with your families. He's a family man. And Nando checked in this morning at 5:42. Thanks, Nando. Thanks for calling the other day as well and being a part of the show that way. You think my phone will cooperate now? Come on. Why won't you start? It's irritating. It's 6:31 here at WRMN on this Friday morning. Okay, you're going to play that game with me today. Well, I guess we get a little more of this music then to finish up this segment for now. Friday morning here on the show. We're not going to let a little stubborn button syndrome hold me down. We're going to say good morning to Ken Brutally from the Elgin Township. He sent me a couple bits of information in the last 24. I actually checked my emails this morning, Ken. I didn't see the calendar, so I'm not sure if you didn't get around to sending it yesterday, but thank you for sending this morning's message. There's going to be a discussion at the Elgin Township. This is a bit of First Shift 411 for you right now. We really won't have much time for the 7 o'clock hour, so let's just touch on a bit of First Shift 411 this hour. Important information and an opportunity to get many of your questions answered. Elgin Township next Wednesday night. Dam removal information for South Elgin and Elgin. It's at 6:30 next Wednesday night. This is going to be an interesting conversation. The Township building is where they're having it, at 729 South McLean Boulevard. Light refreshments will be served. RSVP, please, so they know how heavy the refreshments need to be. The phone number to call over at the Township is 847-741-2045. 847-741-2045. Receive unbiased, fact-based information, it says here, relating to impacts if the South Elgin and Elgin dams are removed, regarding flooding, wildlife, property values, water quality. Very important things. This presentation will be presented by Art Malm, an environmental engineer with 50 years of experience in civil and environmental engineering, along with public water supply and water pollution control, and he's a riverfront property owner. Additional presentation contributors will include Elgin Mayor Dave Captain and South Elgin Village President Steve Ward. So this is a very interesting, could be a very interesting discussion. That's next Wednesday night over at the Township building. I wish it wasn't on Wednesday, because I got the decision to make, I guess. Us precinct committee people are also invited to a Kane County, GOP night, where we select the officers of the Kane County GOP for another year. And that's Wednesday night in St. Charles, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. This one looks like a good, informative presentation over at the Township. It's next Wednesday night, so I hate the night because I was leaning towards going to St. Charles, but maybe you can go to the Township and enjoy that and take it in next Wednesday and learn about the dam removal. 6:34 here at WRMN. They're also going to have Senior Discuss and Discover Monday morning at 9:30 over at the Township, talking about Elgin's historic housing stock. Next Monday morning. Elgin's diverse historic housing stock. And the featured speaker next Monday, speakers Dan and Pat Miller. Dan and Pat Miller will speak to the seniors next Monday morning at 9:30. It's Senior Discuss and Discover over at the Township. Again, they'd appreciate an RSVP. 847-741-2045. 847-741-2045. Well, I got to catch up on the Hawkers log. Everybody's filing in this morning. And so I'll do that in just a moment. Then we'll get into some news here on WRMN. I'll check a few news stories. We'll check some YouTube comments today on a Friday. And we'll do all of that, get some more of our staff meeting going, and get ready for Larry Jones, who is here. He is now entering the green room. I don't have a green room hallway cam. We haven't mounted that yet, so I can't show you the action in the green room. But he's in there stretching his vocal cords with Anna the Chairman, Sidekick Susan, Gregarious Gina, and the Big Boss Man. They're all on hand in the green room this morning, helping Larry get loose for the radio show. Larry will be in next hour. It's the first shift on a Friday on WRMN. Good morning.
Here at WRMN Radio, we try to connect with the community and discuss important issues, like our current mental health crisis. Here's Lori Baker, President and CEO of AID.
I think most people, when they see young children thinking about suicide at the ages of 5 and 6 and 7, I mean, that's shocking to me that children even know that they want to harm themselves somehow. I know it's difficult. I definitely feel the pinch. We all feel the pinch at the gas pump, at the grocery store, right, in our rents, but I think most people could handle 27 cents a day to help kids and seniors and people experiencing homelessness.
Discussions like this take place on the first shift, weekday mornings from 6 to 10, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN 1410 Radio on Facebook.
The Triple Berry Cafe of Crystal Lake offers incredible breakfast and lunch options for you, and now the coffee bar is open for you to enjoy. Stop in and enjoy a relaxing cup of coffee in a peaceful setting, and if you're hungry, the Triple Berry Cafe is ready to provide you with homemade goodness. Enjoy omelets, skillets, pancakes, crepes, waffles, and much more for breakfast. Stop in at the Triple Berry Cafe for lunch and enjoy signature sandwiches, burgers, wraps, salads, and healthy options are available as well. Triple Berry Cafe, just off Randall Road in Crystal Lake. Now with a coffee bar.
Warm up this winter and introduce your friends to Viator Coffee at the Food Hall in downtown Elgin. Viator Coffee has a winter menu that includes 6 new coffee drinks with names like Little Wolf, Tarts and Tonic, and Merry Mint Mocha. Plus, there's a whole new lineup of baked goods too. Viator Coffee provides you with amazing flavors and customer service, so relax and savor a cup in a place that offers a new level of coffee drinks and service within a peaceful, relaxing space. Visit ViatorCoffeeCart.com.
We asked seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
My best advice, if you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. These people are well trained. Don't talk to them.
They don't know me. They're just trying to scam me.
Don't be fooled. Hang up. Just hang up.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number to put in a false claim.
If I get a call from someone, I don't pick up the phone. And should I pick up the phone and they ask for information, then I hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud?
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
Scammers can get a hold of your number, order medical devices through your account, and you're not even going to know about it if you don't look at your statement.
Check your statement every month.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it.
Call your senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call the Senior Medicare Patrol at 800-699-9043.
Hit the open road and experience the fresh air of Wisconsin at the Grand Stay Hotel and Suites in Mount Horeb. This award-winning hotel is just outside Madison. Mount Horeb is known as the troll capital of the world. Families can go on a troll hunt through the historic downtown or check out Cave of the Mounds just minutes down the road. The Grand Stay offers a beautiful pool and a hot tub with year-round fun. Visit grandstaymounthoreb.com today to schedule your visit.
Renata's Old Salem Cafe is now Renata's German restaurant, with old family recipes for delicious Bavarian dinners. Renata's is also known for breakfast and lunch. Renata's German restaurant has fresh baked German pastries. For a hearty breakfast, try Renata's for pancakes, skillets, and more. They've also set the standard for catering excellence. Try Renata's German restaurant off Irving Park, west of Wise Road in Hanover Park. Visit renatasgermanrestaurant.com. Welcome back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, it's Chicago. Bringing us back into a Friday, Chicago became the first rock and roll group to sell out a week of shows at Carnegie Hall this week in 1971.
When I'm with you, it doesn't matter where we are or what we're doing. I'm with you, that's all that matters. Time passes much too quickly when we're together laughing. I wish I could sing it to you. Oh no, I wish I could sing it to you. Oh, oh,
Oh, what a great song. Beginnings, here in the beginnings of the weekend, here on WRMN, Chicago. Great band, lots of great hits. I love many, many songs from Chicago. Many, many songs from Chicago. Speaking of Chicago, or speaking of songs, we're going to start working a little more music into the station, slowly but surely. And next Friday, our friend Steve Thorne, who hosts the Senior Community Spotlight and will be on this morning from 9:30 until 10, will be starting a 1-hour program that takes place as part of our Out to Lunch show. He likes music. His people like music. I like music. A lot of y'all like music. And we try to mix things up on Out to Lunch, which is our lunchtime show from noon until 2. I figure on a Friday, we're ready to loosen up and enjoy some music a little bit. So we're going to try this. We don't have an official title for the show yet, but in conjunction with 75 years of WRMN being around, I think the show might be called 75 Years of Music. 75 Years of Music. And Steve and I are going to have a good time and play some songs and talk about some history of music and such as that. So stay tuned next Friday for that. We're going to try to do our show Out to Lunch on the road to start. And next Friday happens to be the day before one of our dumb daily holidays is like National Music Store Day or something like that. I don't know the official name of the day, but our friend Rich Wagner over at Rediscover Records, whose certificates are available on the radio shopping show, has the Downtown Elgin Music Store. And I believe we're going to try to maybe set up in the front window over there next Friday and play some songs and celebrate International Music Store Day or whatever the holiday is a week from tomorrow. That's the busiest day of the year for Rich and for Rediscover Records here in downtown Elgin. So we look forward to that next Friday. Today we're going to be at the Elgin History Museum for hour 1 of Out to Lunch. Look forward to that. Liz Marston says she's got us all set up. She hasn't told me who my guests are, but she says we have guests. And so I believe Bendemonium Boquist, Benbow, and I are going to go over there and do our thing from 12 until 1 today. So usually in the noon hour, I fill you in with information. We have interviews here in the studio when we're not out to lunch. But today we're actually going to have hour 1 of the show from the Elgin History Museum. They have a big gala coming up a week from tomorrow night. It's the big fundraiser of the year, which helps to keep Elgin History Museum existing. Right? So that's going on at the Holiday Inn. It's going to be a Roaring 20s theme. They're going to have some sort of an auction going on during the gala over at the Holiday Inn in Elgin. It's a week from tomorrow in the evening. And I'll share information early next week during First Shift 411 if you're interested in going, how you can get tickets. Well, we'll learn more today. Quite honestly, we'll learn more today because we're going to be broadcasting live from the Elgin History Museum. Not only to promote that, but also just to showcase the museum a little bit. I guess there's a kids program going on over there today. And the museum's open from 11 until 4 today. So if you're stepping out late this morning and you want to come see us for a little bit, please do. We will get you in for free today at the Elgin History Museum. Just say, "I love Marky B." And they'll let you in for free. That's all you got to say. I love Marky B. The magic words.
Whatever.
No, not whatever. I love Marky B.
Whatever.
No, you don't have to say that. Just say you're a WRMN listener and you heard about this here remote today and you'd like to come check out the museum, and we'll let you in. How about that? It's 6:46 here at WRMN. Downtown Jose is here. He's going to join the fray in the green room this morning. Studio 14 Naked Eye Cam this morning was activated at 5:37. And friend Brenda was first on the Honkers log this morning. I saw her friendly wave at 5:56 this morning as she went by. And good morning, friend Brenda. Have a great day and a great weekend. She's over in the hut next to Eaton's Redwood Inn, which is open for your beer drinking pleasure early on a Friday morning. Don't be a quitter. Over there at the hut, you can go see friend Brenda, get you a bong, or maybe some healthy cigarettes, or maybe just a Coca-Cola. Probably sell some newspapers there. You know, maybe you can get you a Daily Courier News or something. Friend Brenda over in the hut, the entranceway to downtown Elgin, which needs a little facelift. 6:47 here at WRMN on this Friday morning. And also in the green room this morning, Gregarious Gina at 6:08, the big boss man at 6:19, Anna the Chairman, Director of Foreign Affairs at 6:33, Sidekick Susan at 6:35, and downtown Jose this morning at 6:46, and you're caught up on the Honkers log right now. Someone's coming down Action Alley. You want to see him? Hold on. Street cam. Let me find the street cam. Street cam. Transition. There he is. Uh-oh. What's he doing? He's trolling around the dumpster. He's got a bicycle with a basket on the back. It looks like he's looking for some things to put into the basket. Got quite the contraption going on. You see that? He's rolling his bike down the road. I bet he gets strong riding that bike, pulling on that cart. It's got a nice wheel on it. It's a nice cart. Way to go, dude. All right, now back to our regularly scheduled programming. The street cam is on Douglas Avenue here on this Friday morning. Let's catch up on some news for a minute. I did prep quite a bit of news last night. I was spending the early evening hour and a half or two looking through some news stories for some stuff to use today. Did that from home at about 6 o'clock last night. Let's see what I came up with for you today. Well, this is interesting. I mean, it's sad. It's sad, but it's kind of ironic in a way. Our friend Randy Endine, who spent years and years as the deputy chief over in South Elgin. Then he briefly worked for Kane County Emergency Management Agency. And then he got the job as the new police chief in Maple Park. Maple Park. Nice little bitty town. Just to the west of Elburn as you head out to the boondocks, as you're on your way to Amboy and some of the great towns out that way. Maple Park, kind of a little blip on the radar screen I'm not sure how many people live there, but not too many. But they have one block of some pretty cool shops and restaurants. So it's a nice gig for Randy and Dean. First day on the job, thank you very much. Someone commits suicide on the train tracks. His first day on the job as the police chief, he has this. You don't have a lot of crime, or that's not crime, but things like this don't happen very often in Maple Park, and it happens on his first day on the job. But it's sad. It was at about 3:59 p.m. Maple Park Police and Countryside Fire Protection District, with the assistance of the Kane County Sheriff's Office, responded to a train accident involving a pedestrian that occurred on the railroad tracks on Main Street in Maple Park. Upon arrival, they located one individual who had been struck by the train while standing on the railroad tracks. Witnesses to the accident stated to detectives during the course of the investigation that the deceased, described as a male, a 38-year-old male, Alexander Garavaltis of DeKalb. Alexander Garavaltis of DeKalb, 38 years old, had parked his vehicle, a silver Volkswagen Jetta, behind a restaurant called Bootleggers at 107 Main Street, and got out of his car. At 4:04, 5 minutes later, the male walked onto the railroad tracks, where he was subsequently struck by the oncoming train. The Kane County Coroner's Office was called to assist with the investigation, and so that happened on Randy and Dean's first day at work. 38-year-old Alexander Garavaltis of DeKalb decided it was suicide time, and decided that was the place for him to go, I guess. I'll drive to Maple Park, I'll park my car by the restaurant, and I'll just walk on over to the tracks and call it quits. So that's sad. And that happened earlier this week in Maple Park. It is 6:52 here at WRMN. Let's see, other stories. I'm not sure I have time for the whole story here, but we have a Woodstock perv. A Woodstock man will spend 20 years in prison after he was found guilty in a child sex assault case. Stephen Grimmett, 3 counts of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child, a Class X felony, and 13 counts of aggravated criminal sexual abuse. And so Stephen Grimmett's going to be behind bars for a long time, as he should be. He must serve at least 85% of the first 16 years of the sentence and must register for life as a sex offender. Demolition of Sears is underway. Installation of a perimeter fence around the former Sears corporate campus in the Hoffman began this week in preparation for the raising of $2.4 million of square feet of office space to make way for a data center campus in the Hoffman. So you'll be seeing that going on for a long time if you ever drive around that area. Sears, now the corporate offices being taken down as well. 6:53. Let's take a phone call. Gary Dice at 847-931-1410 on a Friday morning. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Mike. I just want to tell everybody to get their tickets in. They got a drawing Saturday, first drawing for the UCT raffle this Saturday. So I'll be home all day. You can drop them by here.
Try if you've bought a raffle calendar from Gary, you got to turn in that stub so that you're in the drawing tomorrow, right?
Yeah, right. The first drawing's tomorrow, but it's good for the whole year. But it's the first drawing's tomorrow, so I don't want anybody to miss out if they got them.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for letting me know, Gary.
All right, buddy. Talk to you later. Have a good weekend.
You too, man. Gary Dice. Who knows? Maybe I'll drift on by and say hi to Gary today if I hit that part of town at the right time in the afternoon. I like to drop by Gary's garage and hang with the guys and with Linda Dice for a little bit from time to time. It's been a while. You can stop by and drop off your raffle passes at 280 South Melrose if you have one. Call Gary if you want to buy one. It's $10 and you have 170 chances, I think, to win a total of $2,620 in cash prizes between now and next spring. The first drawing is tomorrow. Gary's phone number is 847-695-9599. That's 847-695-9599. All right, First Shift Sherry's on a rampage this morning. We'll see what she's got to say as we get into YouTube and some of the comments on YouTube. The big boss man, he's hanging with the ladies today. Would have been a nice day for him to work, but maybe his truck's on the fritz, his work truck. I guess the engine, part of it caught on fire a little bit the other day, so it's being repaired. "16 prayers from the big boss man," who says, "Good morning, Marky B and the First Shifters. Have a great weekend." Captain Keith in the house, senior engineer, Elgin High, class 1978, back when life was great. I was 8. No Nickname John, trivia prize winner. No Nickname John says, "Good morning, First Shifters. It's National Silence Day. I forgot about the dumb daily holidays, but it's been a busy hour." "Silence is golden," says No Nickname John. Yes, it is. Unless you have young children. Then silence becomes suspicious. Because kids are loud, so when they get quiet, you wonder what they're up to. Silence is golden unless you have young kids. Then silence becomes suspicious.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop. Now.
Shut up!
I'm not sure that was even a bad joke. It was just a fact to a certain degree today. The fact of the day from No Nickname John. On National Silence Day. Dennis D. Not So Young checks in from White House, Texas. "Good morning, Marky B and the First Shifters. Have a great day and a wonderful, safe weekend," from Dennis D. Not So Young. The Nightmare on Elm Street, soon to be back on Elm Street. We'll see what he does with his crib on Elm Street when he comes back next month. Look forward to seeing you guys. Wendy and the Bob says, "Good morning and happy Friday" on YouTube today. Basic Brendan's in the house. "Good morning and happy Friday" from Brendan checking in. We got Annabelle checking in. "Good morning. The daffodils look beautiful. I hope everyone has a blessed day." Annabelle checking in. Thanks for checking in this morning. Dad and Son Do It All. That's the handle for Northwest Wes and Northwest Wesley Jr. II. "Welcome to the weekend, Junior and the Second and I. Hope everyone has a great weekend. All of our best. Time to get the old Weber out and cook on the grill this weekend, right? It sure seems like it. 69 degrees tomorrow, 77 degrees Sunday. Sunshine all weekend, including already. The sun is bursting through the clouds on this Friday morning. Sunshine with a high of about 61 today. Robles Ralph checks in. "Happy Friday, Marky B and First Shifters. Enjoy the day and the weekend," from the Robles one. 40 prayers on the prayer scoreboard. We'll check some more YouTube comments as the day moves on, as the show moves on. Larry's here. Jake's more than likely on the way. Could be stuck in some traffic. And we'll get on with the show next hour. We'll continue on YouTube. And I think First Shift Sherry had some YouTube-related comments for us. So we will check and see what First Shift Sherry's got to say. The radio shopping show, it's one-on-one with Leah. I don't have much time to get into it right now, but it's Restock Friday. Listen to Leah from 10 until 12, and then the radio shopping show 3 until 6, and our Redemption Center is open from noon until 3. Check out WRMN1410.com. 6:59, good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. No matter the time of the day, WRMN 1410 AM is your platform to voice your views, share your stories, and connect with the Valley like never before. We're more than just radio. We're a community conversation that's always live, always local, and always looking for your input. Want to chime in on the drive time deal with Matt McNeil? Got a hot tip for First Shift with Marky B? Or maybe you've got a question for a one-on-one with Leah. Now's the time to make your voice heard by calling Studio 14 at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. 631-1410. You can join in the dialogue from wherever you are by commenting on our YouTube live streams at WRMN Radio. Hit the subscribe button to get notified when we go live and bring your comments to the table. It's easy, it's fun, and hey, it's what neighbors do. We talk, we listen, we engage. You're not just the audience, you're part of the show. Call in, comment, and let's make radio interactive. WRMN 1410 AM, where your words are part of our wavelength.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
For WRMN 1410 News, I'm Ben Boquist. Highlighting a story from TheGuardian.com, Peter Higgs, the physicist who discovered the Higgs boson, has died at age 94. The Nobel Prize-winning physicist who showed how the particle helped bind the universe together was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2013 for his work in 1964, showing how the boson helped bind the universe together by giving particles their mass. After a series of experiments, which began in earnest in 2008, his theory was proven by physicists working at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN in Switzerland in 2012. The Nobel Prize was shared with Francis Engelert, a Belgian theoretical physicist who worked in 1964, also contributed directly to the discovery. In other news highlighting a story from APnews.com, Norfolk Southern agrees to pay $600 million in a settlement related to the train derailment in eastern Ohio. The company said the agreement, if approved by the court, will resolve all class action claims within a 20-mile radius of the derailment, and for those residents who choose to participate, personal injury claims within a 10-mile radius from the derailment. The company said the settlement doesn't include or constitute any admission of liability, wrongdoing, or fault. The settlement is expected to be submitted for preliminary approval to the U.S. District Court of the Northern District of Ohio later in April 2024. Payments to class members under the settlement could begin by the end of the year, subject to final court approval. Norfolk Southern has already spent more than $1.1 billion in its response to the derailment, including more than $104 million in direct aid to East Palestine and its residents. Partly because Norfolk Southern is paying for the cleanup, President Joe Biden has never declared a disaster for East Palestine, which is a sore point for many residents. The railroad has promised to create a fund to help pay for the long-term health needs of the community, but that hasn't happened yet. For WRMN 1410 News, I'm Ben Boquist.
From morning coffee to your evening commute, WRMN 1410 AM is here for you, the faithful friend that brings you local news, timely topics, and the friendliest voices in the Valley. Stay informed, entertained, and engaged with our full lineup of shows, streaming all day, every day at WRMN1410.com or on the WRMN app. Wherever you are, we're right there with you. So why switch stations? Stick with the one that has it all. WRMN 1410 AM, your daily companion, your constant conversation.
Michael Brown, former Undersecretary of Homeland Security and Director of FEMA, is your new full-time host of The Weekend, which airs every Saturday from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN. Each week on the popular 3-hour program, Brown offers listeners a fresh take on the weekend talk with his provocative insights into current events, politics, and culture. So late in the day on Saturday, make it a point to catch The Weekend with Michael Brown right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wicks battles Bryce Miller.
Here it comes. A swing and a line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're 9th in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road to Detroit. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa, Teresa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a Smith solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Dow.
Be sure to catch the first shift weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. for important information like fire tips from Elgin Fire Chief Bob Sagan.
The thing in the winter that we're more concerned with is carbon dioxide. Because that we don't get this. That is that carbon dioxide issues occur because of heating equipment. Anything that burns natural gas, if it is faulty, can generate high levels of carbon dioxide, which in time can be fatal. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of having carbon monoxide detectors. Every single year you will see somewhere in the country, and usually we'll get 1 or 2 in the Chicagoland area, where you'll see multiple fatalities in one home. You can't smell carbon monoxide, you can't taste carbon monoxide, you have no idea it's happening. And so it's critically important that you have the right detectors in your home.
It's the first shift weekday mornings at 6 a.m. with me, Marky B, right here on WRMN.
For W.
It's 7:06 here at WRMN on a Friday morning. We have fair skies, 47 degrees, plenty of sunshine on the way. Clouds still putting up a bit of a fight, but they're not going to be able to fight much as we have much sunshine coming throughout the weekend. Warmer every day. 61 today, 69 for Saturday, and like 77 degrees and sunshine on Sunday. So we're looking forward to a great weekend. Welcome to the 7 o'clock hour, the first shift here on the 12th of April. Larry Jones and Jakes join me in just a few minutes, and we'll get into things until 9. Tim Calderwood does sports for us this morning at about 8:40. And then the Chief is here, badge 240. It's Fridays with the Finest this morning from 9 until 9:30. WRMN News Time now, 7:07. Good morning.
With your AM 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service. We're a mere 10 days away from the Elgin Earth Summit taking place Saturday, April 20th from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. in the Heritage Ballroom at the center of Elgin. 100 Symphony Way, and the event is free to attend. Find out more at cityofelgin.org/Earth Month. On April 14th from 3 to 4 p.m., the Naperville Women's Club are set to host the community talk, To Be Free. Nicole Virgil, a Christian Science practitioner based in Chicago, will be the speaker. Virgil, a member of the Christian Science Board of Leadership, will examine freedom from a biblical perspective. Deliberations are underway in Springfield on Governor J.B. Pritzker's intention to axe the state's grocery tax. Despite Pritzker's optimism, critics predict a fiscal gap in local budgets. Pritzker cited the tax as unnecessary, expressing that even minimal savings would be beneficial to families. With your AM 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details. And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
Well, it looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Ever take your car through the auto emissions lane only to experience the sinking feeling that your car has failed the test? Don't fret. Let Meineke at 376 Sundown in South Elgin fix the problem for you. Meineke's mechanics will determine the exact problem with your vehicle and suggest necessary repairs with Meineke's diagnostic service. Pass that test with help from the trained Meineke technicians. Call today for your appointment. 847-888-9644. That's 847-888-9644.
For great quality tasting Italian food and pizza, make your destination the Italian Pizza Kitchen on Irving Park in Roselle. The freshest Italian ingredients are used at Italian Pizza Kitchen, where the plentiful pasta dishes are created from old home recipes. Try the piping hot pizza or other favorites like the fall off the bone ribs. Italian Pizza Kitchen has a passion for outstanding food and service. From their family to yours, Bon Appetito. Call 630-582-1900.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wiggs battles Bryce Miller.
Here comes a swing and a line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians Radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're 9th in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road at Detroit. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables in wash scent beads.
Celebrating 70 years of serving the Fox River Valley, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM is proud to inform and entertain you every day with great local shows that keep you connected with the people in your community, like the Radio Shopping Show, where listeners are encouraged to let us know about their experiences with our business partners.
I usually go to Tripleberry during the week. It's not so busy. I had my normal lumberjack omelet. It's like a meat lover's omelet, and their fries are awesome. Just the texture of it, they're a little crisp, soft on the inside. I mean, really good.
The voice of the Valley and the home of the Radio Shopping Show. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
In the mood for some great barbecue but just don't have time to make it yourself? Carry out Coleman's Barbecue on Elgin's East Side at 79 Clock Tower. Coleman specializes in ribs, tips, chicken wings, seafood, and sandwiches with sides like coleslaw, potato salad, and dessert. Try Coleman's Exotic Mild Sauce. It's the bomb. You can also buy sauce in gallon or pint sizes. It's prepared just right. The Coleman's way. Call 224-535-8153.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
$7:14 on a Friday morning. Welcome to the first shift, 7 o'clock hour. I'm radio's Marky B, joined by Larry Jones and Jakes here on a Friday. And I want to play the song because it's a good song. Friday, Soul Man, and it's Sam and Dave, but it's for an unfortunate reason. It was this week in 1988 when Dave Prater died in a car accident.
Sam and Dave's version better than the Blues Brothers. Some people have only ever heard the Blues Brothers play that song.
Right. You like the Sam and Dave version
I do.
better?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's radio's Larry Jones.
I'm not radio's. You've got that.
Yeah, you're just Larry Jones.
I'm just Larry Jones.
You belong to the world.
Oh, thanks, Pat.
Yeah.
The world's Larry Jones.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's here.
Well, at least nationwide. I don't know world. That seems too much.
Locally.
Yeah. The other voice is Jakes. It's Friday morning. How you doing, Jakes?
Doing all right.
Yeah.
Here. Survived the eclipse.
We all did, didn't we?
Did you go outside and look at it?
No.
Did your dog howl?
No.
You just skipped it?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to kind of use my phone to like try to see it, and I tried to shine it through like polarized sunglasses to get a better look at it. And I'm like, you know what? This is too much. I got things to do.
It was kind of interesting.
It was interesting. So the thing I found interesting, and I remember it from 6 years ago or whenever, 7 years ago, whatever it was. I like the eeriness that it creates outside.
Right.
It's almost like you took the you pulled the dimmer switch down, or you replaced the 100-watt bulb with like a 60 or a 40-watt bulb, and everything outside. It's still light outside, but it definitely looks like the sun is dying.
Right.
And so that's always more interesting to me than seeing a black dot roll across the sun. So
I know.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. I think what fascinates me is how fascinated everybody gets.
Yeah.
And how everybody goes outside, and school down south in Southern Illinois has the day off and things like that. We see the sky look kind of cool all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When clouds and the sun and all these things do things at the same time. What's so big about that?
Because
it doesn't happen very much?
Right. I mean, if there was an eclipse every day,
yeah,
pretty soon it'd be like,
well, yeah,
you know what? I'm going to go to the beach, but I'm going to wait till after the eclipse.
But, you know, and not to take it away from the fact that it is cool. I mean, it's a very neat thing. I think it's pretty impressive when, you know, something like that happens. I'm also fascinated with space. I'm fascinated with how all of that works and what's going on up there and everything. At the same time, I don't necessarily think that I need to take the entire day off in order to do it.
Yeah.
The nectar of the gods
We
is out of
don't
reach.
really. Remember when we used to get seat delivery?
Yeah. So when
CK's not here,
I know it.
Gina didn't know whether she should walk into the camera picture or not.
Wow.
It's fine.
But I got my coffee.
Yeah. I got to get mine.
Yeah, it's
Keep
fine.
talking, Jakes.
So I mean, I think it is cool because it is a neat thing. And one of the things that I was thinking about while this was happening, and of course everybody's losing their mind and driving down to Carbondale or wherever it was to spend 4 minutes looking at directly into the sun.
Yeah, that's another reason why it's not worth it. All the travel.
Yeah.
I mean, just
Well, travel, the traffic, the fact that it was I know it was insane. And I think last time restaurants ran out of food, gas stations ran out of gas, like you were sitting there, we talked last week that you need a portable urinal. All these weird things that are about it. But like I said, it is cool, and I do think it's interesting. But one of the facts is, like, I was trying to think of, hundreds of years ago or whenever it was when it happened, and people didn't know what was going on. Can you imagine how people would freak out about that, especially in the line of totality?
Yeah.
Like, people would probably lose their mind trying to figure out what's happening.
If it was like 16 something and that happened, or even like, when did we know about eclipses? I mean, if it happened in the 1800s.
When I was 30. I don't know.
We couldn't predict stuff coming like that.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
So that's what Jake's is saying.
No, I always think that. The first time somebody saw something like that, it would be like, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You would actually, they make jokes about people saying it's the end of the world. I imagine that when people's knowledge and their needs were pretty basic, they looked up and thought, uh-oh.
What in the world is going on? Is this the end?
This is it.
Yeah.
Anybody that lived through the Ice Age had to dread it, right? Oh, it started like this before, and then the dinosaurs were gone. So
yeah.
Yeah, so that's just something that I was thinking about, especially when, like I said, I like what it looks like outside. It looks kind of eerie, like it's like the sun's burning out or something. So I think about the first couple people that I ever saw that, along with the fact that I think about, people that, the first people to venture into trying something like oysters and thinking, you know what, I'm going to put this snot-looking crap in my mouth.
I think some of the stuff had to be like hunger-driven.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Don't you think so? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thinking, I got to eat something.
It seems like you might be able to eat this. Let's see.
I'm going to eat anything. Wow. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while, and that's not bad.
I mean, finding an apple on a tree.
It work for everybody.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, finding an apple on a tree or, like, even a banana.
Yes.
Like, that's a nice, pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
And then, berries. Well, depending on the berries.
Yeah, I know.
But, like, all these things, obviously, there's got to be a trial and an error, and it's the same thing with anything. Like, I wonder if I take this and ingest this, if it's going to work out for me or not.
And they're probably around there arguing. You try it, Jakes. No, you try it, Larry. No, Mark. Mark will eat anything. Here, Mark, try this.
Well,
right?
because there's plenty of things that just look weird,
and that does.
But it tastes great.
Yeah, I know. Even before hot sauce.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's I think about that type of stuff all the time, especially with the eclipse. Like the first people to see it, not on a cloudy day, being like, oh man, this is it.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is it.
Just imagine how many people ate stuff and died.
Oh, absolutely. Or got extremely
I'm really
sick.
hungry. I'm going to try this. I don't
they
care.
may not have had like a pen and pencil to write down so they remember. You know what I mean?
Well, and that just kind of goes back to the out of necessity.
That's right.
That's why, don't eat those rocks, but you can crack those rocks open and eat those.
Exactly.
Those are filled with goo.
Yeah.
You're making oysters sound so great.
Actually, I do. I really like oysters.
I do too.
I like them when I'm like in really warm weather and you have like maybe a bucket of beer and you have them and some. That's a good time, I think.
Well, I mean, either that or a really warm restaurant and a bucket of beer. And
yeah,
a bunch of
you're
oysters.
probably
I can
right.
do that
but
too.
I kind of remember it more being like at Hilton Head on a golf excursion. We would stop every day and buy like trays of them and buckets of beer, and it was a perfect way to end being out spending a day playing golf.
Well, that does sound like a good day right there.
It was.
Playing golf, eating oysters, drinking beer.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Get a bucket of rocks,
Get a bucket of rocks.
Yeah, bucket of rocks.
Dude, I love oysters.
Yep.
So good.
You could play some golf today and this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Dude, it's
weather.
going to be damn near 80 degrees this weekend.
Sunday.
And then all next week is supposed to be in the 80s. Do you think it's here? Do you think it's here? Or is this going to be like the first week of May is going to be third winter and everybody is
I hope not, huh?
Pissed off.
Nah, it's here.
I got them coming today to open my pool. They might be there.
Really?
Yeah.
You're going to open the pool this
Well,
soon?
it's all a part of the sales, the movement to sell the house, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
You can't sell a house with the pool if it's, and say to them, listen, believe me, underneath that winter cover is the prettiest pool you're ever going to see.
I'm not going to show you the basement, but let me tell you,
Let me tell
awesome.
you, it's unbelievable down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
everybody
I'm not going to turn the heater on, though. I'm not going to,
You just want people to see the water looking
they
nice
need
and
to.
blue.
Yeah.
They're not going to get in when they're looking at your
They're
house.
welcome to if they want to, but
It ain't gonna be warm.
I'll maybe let them come back in if they'll sign a few papers. You look like you need to warm up. Sign here. Yeah.
Yeah. Or if you jump in my pool right now, I am not responsible.
That's right. Sign this
here.
form. Yeah.
723 8479 1410. If you want to call us during the show today, we'd probably like to hear from you, right?
Probably.
You know, I have to leave. You know that.
Well, what time?
About 8:10.
8:10?
8:15. That's the most I got a doctor's, my eye doctor, the surgeon guy.
Yeah.
You know, I've mentioned to him that their schedule doesn't work with yours. They don't care.
They don't care?
They don't care. You might be radio's Marky B, but you're not my eye surgeon guy, Marky B. You have no pull there.
They just think because they're surgeons and they make a lot of money that they can call all their own shots and they don't even need to do what the radio guy wants them to do?
I'd rather have you disappointed in me than to have him disappointed in me. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Wow.
And me and Jakes will have to stay here and hold down the fort. Tim Calder will join us at about 8:40.
So much worry about the health of your coworkers. Thanks a bunch, buddy. You didn't even say, I hope everything's fine.
Yeah, well.
Everything kind of looks fine, so I'm just kind of assuming everything's fine.
Yeah. You can't tell. Eyes are very, very intricate things.
They are. You can smile with them, too.
You what?
You can smile with them. You should try it sometime.
Yeah.
Just smile with your eyes.
Yeah.
Well, I really hope everything turns out okay, Larry.
It's too late for that. It's too late for that.
Yeah.
And that's not even, doesn't even sound.
Well, that's not my job. It's everybody else's
Apparently
job.
sincerity isn't your job either.
Everybody else on the first shift will tell you, good luck with your
Not like
surgery.
you. If you were going, people would be lining up to donate blood just in case.
Yeah. 725 here at WRMN, 847-931-1410. Good morning to Hector and Jeremiah.
Yeah. They come up with a cooler, an igloo cooler. I figured you might need a kidney.
I thought you might need an organ or two. It's only my eye. You don't know where this is going to end.
Yeah. Hell yeah. It's all connected.
Yep, it is. If you don't need it, sell it. I don't care.
Well, we're on YouTube this morning.
Yes, we are.
And Linda Carter says, good morning, Larry, Jay, and Jakes.
Hey, Linda.
Yo.
Welcome back to Friday.
You know, the other day we said I hadn't heard from little Sherry Blazer for a while.
Yeah.
But I see she's there today.
Big time.
I can't think of her as first shift Sherry. She's little Sherry Blazer to me.
I call her first shift Sherry and FSS.
Uh-huh.
She's with the Elgin Public Museum.
Yeah, she is.
And
in a big way.
She is the Elgin Public Museum.
Exactly. At first, I was disappointed when she broke it to me, and she didn't do it gently, that the two-headed calf was gone. I would have thought that would have been something she would have maybe gone through, like, Larry, good things don't last forever, and time change. No, she just said it's gone.
It's gone.
Huh. They didn't even have crisis counselors standing by. Nothing.
Well, she needs a crisis counselor this morning because she does not like the fact that there are character limits on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no character judges.
Trying to write
no character judges.
Yeah.
Trying to write a book?
Well, she had a long message she wanted to write about what's going on at the Elgin History Museum, but she had to do it or Public Museum. I always say History Museum.
Well, because there's going to be a car show there.
It's public history.
Maybe she'd have a car show
It makes sense.
In Lord's Park at that museum.
Yeah?
Yeah.
They could have one over there.
Sure.
She had to break it up into like 4 messages.
That's all right. Come on.
First, let's see. There's a great event at the Elgin Public Museum as we celebrate Earth Month with a family field trip.
Earth Month sounds like you should have the hippie van over there. You know that?
No doubt.
Yeah. Earth Month.
10 a.m. to noon.
No.
Okay.
It's 10 a.m. to noon today. Members of the Elgin Sustainability Commission plus Councilwoman Rauschenberger will host presentations about trees, endangered species.
She's going to host a talk about
trees. Plus the invasion of the cicadas. You've heard about that, right?
Yeah. I have tinnitus. My cicadas they're here constantly anyway.
Your cicada rhythm?
Yeah, it's nothing new for me. So.
Admission applies, $3 for adults, $2 for kids. And I just want to go on record as saying I don't like the characters limitation on this YouTube format. I got too much to say for one lousy little post.
Did you mention you get a packet of native wildflower seeds?
No, I didn't.
See?
So a pack of native wildflower seeds, and they might even tell you where you should plant them.
Yes, they might.
Like which side of the house or in the backyard, lots of sun or lots of shade.
You should. That's right. Knowledge is power, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so all of that's going on at the Elgin History Museum, Public Museum this morning.
I don't know how you're going to do
Public Museum.
The public.
Not to
Over
be
there
confused
by-
with the Elgin Public House.
It's in the Lord's Park Zoo.
Near it. Yes.
The first shift commander, Mark Smith, says it's a Friday fish fry at the American Legion. Post 57, 11:30 until 1, and then 4 to 7 this afternoon. It's Red Friday. BOGO on the first drink when wearing a Post 57 red shirt. The next Queen of Hearts is Monday. It's worth $26,113. Would you give me the 13, Larry, if you win?
113, Mark.
113?
You know why?
Why?
I don't know why either.
I don't know.
Oh, because I like you.
Oh.
Unlike you to me.
I really hope your eye procedure goes well.
It's too late. It's too late. I can't even believe I'm giving you $113.
7:29 here at WRMN. The director checks in, Dean DeLaley. Good morning, Marky B. First Fox River Valley, first shifters, Larry and Jakes. Happy Friday, everyone. Great weekend coming up, so get out and enjoy, says
You bet. But
the
take your
director.
radio or take your app.
That's right.
If you want to enjoy, take the station along.
Keep it right here on WRMN.
You bet.
Yeah.
You bet.
Thanks for all the prayers, Hector and Ninny Rose.
Jeez.
Calm down.
We now have
Like a flamenco dancer in here.
65 prayers on the prayer scoreboard.
Is there a certain number that if we get to it, that it's more impactful?
I like when we get to 100. It doesn't happen very often.
I'm sure.
We got to 99 the other day.
I wish I'd have known. I'd have sent one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I should have told you.
Yeah, you should have.
All right.
We don't talk anymore.
We never communicate anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, we've been together for a long time
We
now,
have,
Larry.
I know.
Yeah. Well, what's in the news? Senior assassins.
I heard this article. I mean, I read this article in the Herald.
Yes.
And I thought that's dangerous stuff now.
Yes, it is.
In the world
yes,
of
it is.
concealed carry, that could have been a terrible, terrible thing.
I thought the same thing. And I'd heard about this game.
I hadn't heard of this.
Because Lorena's got a high schooler, Riley, and now she's in college. And so we had a lot of high school, she has a lot of high school friends. So I heard about this game taking place, and I never thought much about it. Okay.
It's kind of funny.
Ride around, shoot squirt guns at each other or whatever.
Yeah.
But now that I see some of what it's caused, this is not a good game.
Not
in this modern society.
No.
A group of masked men entered a Gurnee restaurant Tuesday morning armed with what appeared to be handguns and seeking several people. But before they could find their targets, another patron who was packing a gun and concealed carry permit drew his weapon to confront them. Turns out these were squirt guns.
Yes.
And they were just going to shoot their friends, right?
With the squirt guns.
Luckily, one of the servers realized the masked men's weapons were water guns and was able to stop the situation from escalating. So more and more people are.
They're probably going to pass a bill in Springfield that squirt guns have to be pink or something. You know, toy guns came. There was a law many years ago that they had to have like an orange tip
on
or
'em.
something. Maybe there'll be a law passed that real-looking squirt guns aren't legal anymore.
It's probably not. I'm not.
Well,
I'm not one for overprotecting everything in this
But
world, but
if
this
you're-
sounds like a situation where escalation could take place quite often.
Of course it could. I mean, and where people are critical of police. You walk in with somebody in a business with a mask and what looks to be a gun, you're going to think it's a robbery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're there to protect the
And
rest
they
of
already
the...
have a gun out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a lot of time to take it all in.
And there's maybe quite a few customers in there, and
Exactly.
you think you could be the hero.
You could be. Well,
And you're saving your own life. I mean, you're not thinking about being a hero.
No, exactly. No. So
you pull your own gun out, you shoot them dead.
And
then are you in trouble for that?
Which is sad. But, yeah, of course you'd be in trouble. I mean, even if the state's attorney would say, we're not going to charge you, in the court of public media and all that, you would be in bad spot. you would be in a bad spot.
I pulled my gun and I shot some kids who all they were going to do was squirt their friends with water guns.
In my defense, it was a super soaker. So that person could have gotten really wet.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're going to bring up that argument, that kind of then comes back to the whole thing that we were talking about, years ago with, the police shooting people and like putting yourself into the situation of the police officer. Like, you have to take it in of like, if I don't shoot this person, they could potentially shoot me. Are you going to wait for them to take the first shot and potentially end your life? Are you going to try to protect things and protect yourself? Like, you want to go home too. Like, all these officers want to go home too. So, then it's just one of those situations. Are you going to sit and wait to see if it's it's a super soaker or if it's a squirt gun or whatever?
And
the
if
hell
you
it
wait
is?
too long and they shoot somebody, then all of a sudden you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you're like, well, so now, so it's more proactive than reactive.
Right.
But things are reactive than already.
I think that's what we should do. We should call Anna Moeller, who's the state rep from this district, and have them make a law that squirt guns have to be non-gun colored.
Okay, that's a good idea. In the camera during that whole discussion was Northwest West and Northwest Wesley Jr. II.
Yes.
I put it on street cam so I could focus on their vehicles, so that's what you were watching for a minute.
You have
shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
Where's the street cam?
Yeah, where is the street cam?
It's up there in the corner.
Oh.
See the little cord going across the carpet?
That's kind of new, isn't it?
Yesterday.
Oh. Okay, cool.
Sonar put it up there yesterday. So
That's nice.
Yeah.
So you're able to...
shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
Let's say somebody shows up here, like masked assassins. If you're quick with the switch, at least there'll be some evidence.
Right. Yeah.
But you got to be quick. Don't be just jumping behind the desk down. You need to
push on the camera thing first and then jump down.
Then jump down or drop down. It's not really jumping down, is it? It's kind of
diving off the chair.
Jumping down.
Yeah.
It's like falling up the stairs.
Take a little less time screaming and a little bit more time pressing the button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a great day at school, Northwest Wesley Jr. II.
You bet. Yes.
And in this story it says, luckily one of the servers realized the masked man's weapons were water guns. The masked intruders were high schoolers, and the game involved senior participants putting an agreed-upon amount of money in a pot and then attempting to eliminate other players, usually with water or paintball guns. The last player standing wins the cash. So there was a trouble in a restaurant. This would be an amazing national story.
Of course.
If that person would have pulled their gun and shot those kids. And he would have been justifying it by saying he was saving other patrons in the restaurant.
That maybe he wouldn't get charged criminally. That wouldn't keep him from having their parents file some a bazillion-dollar lawsuit against him.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, it kind of falls in the category of, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Like, don't go into a public area like a restaurant or something with masks and any sort of weapon, and you can't do that and expect people to not react.
Right.
I mean, it's a different time. I mean, when I was in high school, I once went into a Nancy's Pizza where a friend of mine was the manager, and I went in with my other friend who we're all really, really good friends with. We went in with super soakers, but they actually looked like squirt guns.
Yeah.
And we held them up for the pizza. That was it.
Yeah.
I mean, but it was clear that they were super soakers, and it was also a different time. You do that now, and that's not going to fly.
Yeah.
You could potentially have some very deadly ramifications out of that.
Right. And I don't know, after the law with concealed carry, at any given time, I don't think we ever have a way of knowing how many people around us are armed.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't really know how many people are armed around us. And so
kids,
you need to factor that in when you're doing stuff.
I think
Although when I was in high school, I didn't factor a lot into anything.
No. But even if you don't listen to your parents because you're in high school and you think you can do whatever you want to do, in this particular instance, it might be important for parents just to take a minute and say, look, you can do what you want to do. You can play this game if you want to, but I'm just telling you, more people are carrying guns these days, and you might get shot.
And
so if you want to make that decision, that's up to you.
Yeah.
Everybody's already on like a tense edge anyway.
Yeah.
Because you might offend somebody, or you might look at somebody the wrong way, or something might happen. So I mean, everything's already on edge, and they're like everything is so tense that it could snap at any moment.
Right.
And you definitely don't want to be in the middle of that.
No.
Let's go to the phones, 847-931-1410. We had a call from the director of Shots Fired, but his patience ran out.
Really?
Yep, so he's dropped off the line. We'll see if he comes back or not. Maybe he'll come back an hour or two to fill your void, Larry Jones.
And he could.
Yes.
Easily.
Right. But in the meantime, we still have Genius George calling us on a Friday morning.
I hope he sounds better. He didn't sound great when he called Wednesday.
But at least he called.
At least he called.
He's bouncing back. Good morning, George.
Well, I feel great.
You do?
Regardless of how I sound.
Good.
Yeah.
Mark, growing up, playing Twister in our basement, no one ever pulled a gun on me, but neither here nor there. Different time. I've been listening to you, Mark, since day one. From the time you walked into that upstairs studio, I said, Elgin has something special. Very talented, very entertaining. Loved you from the get-go.
Really?
But
thanks.
Yes,
Oh,
really.
but there's a but.
Let him finish.
But things have gone
I-
significantly
no, this is
downhill.
This is a but with a positive ending.
Oh, okay. A positive but.
Okay, good.
Yes, absolutely, as most are. Nonetheless, yesterday, I think, through all the years that we've become close friends through the years, but I think yesterday may have been the highlight, your apex as a radio morning man. Your interview with the Lake County Police dog, Dax, had me laughing out loud.
I didn't.
Classic interview.
Yeah.
So I loved it. And I know I'm not the only one because I talked to a couple of other listeners who also found it so very entertaining and enlightening. And Dax is so interesting. So nonetheless, I thought, okay, all these improvements going on at the station,
Yeah.
improving this, improving that. Here's a concept. You could run it by the director, Fox Valley, and this would be an out-to-lunch interview, Fox Valley Dog of the Week. And you interview a different dog. Now, I know the director, he has two very animated dogs. He has Carly and Carmela.
Yeah.
Maybe bring them in for your first couple of interviews. You got, I could bring Louie in for an interview. Peach could bring in Coco. Coco's a little bit of a hard case.
Yeah.
But once you get to know her, she's very, very sweet. She might be a little difficult
Yeah.
at the beginning, but once you win her trust, she's in 100%.
That's a great idea. The Fox Valley Dog of the Week. What were we going to say, Jake?
Fox Valley Dog of the Week with Mark Bilek doing the interviews.
I was just gonna say that something that I mean I didn't hear the interview.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it was a riot because you're interviewing a dog.
Yeah.
But
I speak dog, by the way.
But I mean,
I speak dog.
I do.
Yeah.
I don't mind the idea at all. But at the same time, I also just as a cautionary word, I would think that you got to be careful as to how often you do it because it's like telling the same joke twice.
It's like an eclipse.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, well, no,
Right.
not. I'm just saying, like it was like radio gold at the time.
Right.
And
Yeah. Maybe you could throw in a chipmunk once in a while.
Yeah, do some different
Kind
animals.
of a four-legged thing.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point. On another note, growing up, and Larry, you certainly heard the same thing. My mom always said, don't speak ill of the dead. I don't know if it was some sort of Italian thing or some baby boomer superstition that we grew up with. Don't speak ill of the dead. I will make an exception today to say good riddance to the butcher of Brentwood, scumbag murderer O.J. Simpson, who died yesterday at 76. And I was at a medical appointment yesterday, and I'm perusing Facebook, and I'm a little troubled by all these people on Facebook offering condolences to O.J. Simpson. Seriously? What about condolences to the family of Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman, the two people he murdered? O.J. Simpson lived to be 76 years old. I don't care that he was a superstar football player. I've seen a lot of superstar football players. They didn't kill two people. Walter Payton was a much better football player than O.J. Simpson. I could go on and on. Nonetheless, O.J. lived to 76. He killed Nicole Brown. She was 35. He killed Ron Goldman, who was 25 years old. So do the math. He outlived them both combined.
Yeah.
And just a really, really sad commentary on, again, where we're at, and we celebrate this scumbag murderer. I don't get it. I just don't get it. And please don't tell me I've heard these people, well, what if he didn't do it? Really? I mean, there was the preponderance of evidence was so ridiculously overwhelming. But everybody who paid attention knows that that was payback for the Rodney King beating, which was absolutely unjustified. But that was payback. It was a racially charged environment then. And as much as I dislike and despise O.J. Simpson, shame on his attorneys. These were some of the best legal minds in the country. Dershowitz, F. Lee Bailey, Barry Scheck, Johnny Cochran. And they defended him passionately and duplicitously, absolutely knowing that he killed those two people. And I don't know how you do that, Larry. You worked with a lot more attorneys than I have, Larry, through your law enforcement career. And I know they have an obligation to defend somebody to the best of their ability. But you know what? Maybe you make an exception for somebody like that. It's just not the right thing. I don't know how you defend John Wayne Gacy. How do you defend John Wayne Gacy? What do you say? Oh, he killed 35 people, but he had abandonment issues growing up. His father was mean to him. My father was pretty mean to me, too.
Right. Don't forget O.J. made a little stop in the penitentiary for armed robbery along the way as well.
And they were saying that was payback the other way to put him in jail for 9 years.
Yeah.
100%, Mark. That was payback. That was the government's payback. Just like Rob Blagojevich, if he would have been not such an arrogant idiot, would have gotten 5 years and would have been out in 3.5.
Oh, I believe that's true. I believe that's
absolutely.
true. You don't want to fess up.
You played the system.
Yeah.
You embarrass the government, then they're going to come. They're going to come calling. There's a price to be paid for that.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw a special on that last night actually about OJ.
Yeah.
And it was.
Well, Johnny Cochran said, if the gloves don't fit, you must acquit.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see now in the next life whether those angel wings fit, because my guess is that they won't, and then he may finally come to justice.
I know. I can't think of Johnny Cochran without thinking of Jackie Childs on the Seinfeld episode. Classic. Just classic stuff.
The video they were showing last night on the special I was watching, when they made that announcement that he was acquitted.
Yes.
They showed a bunch of African-American people pumping their fists, celebrating, happy, and then they showed a bunch of white people grimacing, like in disbelief that could possibly be the verdict.
I know. Yeah. I mean,
and I get it.
Yeah. I understand that when, was it Robert Kardashian was like his first attorney? He was already talking. He was in the early stages of talking about plea bargain before they brought everybody else in.
Aren't all of those attorneys dead by now?
No. Dershowitz is still alive. Barry Scheck is still alive.
Yeah.
F. Lee Bailey's dead. Cochran's dead. Kardashian's still alive, living with, I'm sure, the specter of that horrific Kardashian family. But
I know. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I think Kardashian is passed away, Jakes. I think you're right. I think
he's gone too. Yeah. Well,
I mean,
it was something. It was certainly a polarizing point in American history during that whole trial. I would say to a certain degree.
Definitely was.
Yeah.
I mean, it. I don't know. Like listening to the whole thing about, I also agree. Like, I'm actually surprised, or not surprised, but I'm just kind of like, why are we giving this guy so much more airtime talking about him and like talking about the fact that he died? And it was a big news story all over the press yesterday. I'm like, it should be a blip for
that doesn't happen.
But if everybody thinks that this guy is such like a D-bag and nobody likes him and it's just like ruffling feathers, I mean, I don't know. I feel like and this is talking about shots fired. I mean, everybody is coming down on OJ and like, this guy's a piece and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, we have George Floyd, who is also a piece, but we've got frickin' statues of him, and he led this entire rebellion and uprising throughout America. So I'm like, all right, so where do you draw the line on?
There's no line.
Celebrating
There's
jerks.
No line.
I think it's just it was big news because everybody remembers that was alive during that time, that was old enough to know that whole saga with the O.J. Simpson.
Well, don't forget the trial. The it replaced soap operas.
Well, I think it was the first publicly broadcasted
that went on and the attorneys.
Well, they went on and on because it was a lot of good ratings.
That's right, and they became actors.
Yeah,
they weren't attorneys anymore, and on both sides, we knew Marcia Clark from there. We knew what was Daryl. I can't think of the other.
Christopher Darden.
Chris, that's it. We knew all of it. Judge Ito,
Mark Furman.
There was a blip. He should have been honest. He hurt that trial a lot.
Absolutely.
And what's his face? OJ's friend or whatever, the blonde guy. I can't think of his name right now.
Cato
Kalin, yeah.
Cato Kalin. Yeah. He's the perfect guy. Where do you live? I live in his pool house. Cool. Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad you called this morning, George.
Yep. We're glad you're doing better too.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good.
And Mark, I should let you know too. We still have a lunch get together that I'm scheduling for our last song contest. I'm going to schedule it for May 2nd. I figured the first week of May. I wanted to do it this month, but with all the health things going on, it just hasn't come to fruition. But we'll do it May 2nd at Arcades. I'll contact all the winners. Anybody who can't make it, I'll leave gift cards for you at the station. But hope we have a nice turnout.
May the 2nd at Arcades, the next luncheon for the winners during our last.
And you, Larry, and Jakes are automatically invited.
Thanks, buddy.
Goes without saying.
Thank you, sir.
Already.
All right, buddy. Take care. Talk to you soon.
Talk soon.
Thanks. Go Cubs. Bye.
Yeah.
7:50 here at WRMN. 847-931-1410. Some interesting topics today.
I know.
With senior assassins and with the O.J. Simpson situation.
A lot of assassins being covered today, buddy.
Yeah, you're right. Well, John Priggy's called back, so let's take his phone call. Yeah, 847-931-1410. Good morning, Director of Shots Fired.
Good morning, gentlemen. Larry, I need to focus on something might help your rehabilitation from your eye surgery.
Really?
Yeah. A friend of mine, a family member, kind of a distant family member, had the same exact operation you had. Mm-hmm. And her surgeon told her the best thing to do after a cataract surgery is put together puzzles.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I got to admit, mine didn't mention that.
Yeah, well, you might want to ask. I mean, maybe it was a California thing because my relative was in California.
Yeah, I know. They're kind of wild out there and crazy.
Oh, yeah. But I thought, if you could hold on, and if you have any other problems after this surgery, you could spend $24.95 and buy a City of Elgin puzzle.
I never knew there was such a thing.
There's going to be such a thing.
Oh, really?
I think that's what John's about to tell us. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. We're going to pay the citizens of Elgin up to $120,000 for a man to design a puzzle of the city of Elgin. His interpretation of the city of Elgin.
How many pieces?
The puzzle's going to
120,000.
Four. Really. This could be like a kindergarten puzzle.
Yeah, my style. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to the cost for these puzzles is going to be, I think, $12 something, $13, and they're going to retail for $24.95.
Wow!
And the artist is going to make a big one, like maybe 16 by 20.
Yeah.
And when you buy a puzzle, you can take comfort in knowing that it's going to help you with your eyes, and the city's doubling the price. So you're paying $120,000 to pay double the price for a puzzle.
I think, John, you need to get out in front of this and have a shots fired puzzle. Like shooting.
How about
shooting locales?
Guys,
that'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about taking a shots fired suspect out to the display of this puzzle and then have him or her focus on their accuracy? Take it out to the shooting range on 31.
I don't know. This is exciting stuff, though, John. I think you're poo-pooing something that's going to be like Elginopoly. Remember how popular Elginopoly is?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And that's the one thing I told someone else yesterday. I told Jeff Ward yesterday. Nobody on the city council for sure has anywhere more or nowhere, no way do they have more knowledge on what is in people's houses than I do. I've been doing it for 34 years. And I can tell you in 34 years,
Residential
I found
burglar.
two.
Right? Residential burglar, John? I understand. Yep.
Yeah. But in the course of my profession.
Oh, okay.
The only puzzles I've ever seen in someone's house has been from a person or persons that are 80 years old plus. And they are, at that time, 50 or 60 years old. I think the city of Elgin would have been much better taking $120,000 and buying VCRs for everybody.
Well done, John. Well
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Well done.
So keep that in mind. If you feel a little fatigued, if you have a little eye strain once in a while,
yeah,
go get a puzzle and focus on, like, I don't know, where all the shots fired are at. There, I'm going to steal part of your ID.
I know
your idea.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you got to put the puzzle together to see which parts of Elgin to avoid.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Well, that'd be a bigger puzzle, Jake. that might be a mural.
That'd be cool.
Wow.
Well, be careful.
Yeah. So on the pieces of the puzzle where shots fired take place, there'll be a little bitty picture of a gun. So
That's
a
right.
good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah. So hang in there, Larry. I mean,
When's the puzzle going to be done?
I'm going back in 2 weeks to get the other one done, so it's okay. It'll be fine.
All right. I'm just trying to look out for you.
Knowing you're in my corner means so much to me, John. You know that.
Well, I can't imagine you this summer taking that beautiful 57 out
6
and not having the sharp, the sharp eyes.
I know. I'll be ready to go by then.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Well, I'm passing that information along.
Thanks,
and,
John.
Can I say one thing real quick about that shooting in Chicago?
Which one?
Like 90 some. Yeah. The big one. I watched it again. I've watched it about 5 times. And one thing I noticed, Larry, and you being a former officer and chief, does it stick out to you that the gentleman in the car or in that SUV, the large SUV, had all of his windows tinted? How do officers know what's sitting in the back or in the far back part of an SUV?
Well, that's why you hate. Well, that's why there is a law. Although enforcing that law probably is another one of the ones that they'd like not to enforce because it causes confrontations when you enforce it. We're taking everything off the books that makes you stop a car.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well,
it's very. The tension in those stops. I think it's unbelievable. I think everybody's at max, at max tension. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It was just a sad situation, of course. And a former Chicago police officer told me the best thing that you can do, one of the best things you can do for an officer that pulls you over if it's at night, turn on your dome light.
It's not a bad plan. Keep your hands, put your hands on the wheel.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. And turn that dome light on. And, sure, your back of your car may be messy, but it's not going to be occupied 3 or 4 times with people.
Unless you have contraband. Then I'd suggest you keep it off.
Let me write that down, Larry.
Yeah, write that down, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show it to the next deputy that pulls me over.
Exactly. Yep.
All right, man, that was it. I appreciate it, Larry. Keep up the good strength on those eyes. You
Thanks,
say
buddy.
that they never grow back, buddy.
That's what they say. Once they're gone, they're gone. I'm excited about the puzzle.
Yeah.
Cool.
That'll be cool. Yeah, great Christmas idea. Will it be ready
That
for
is
Christmas?
a great Christmas. Will it be done by Christmas?
Will it be done by Christmas?
Oh, gosh, I hope so. Gosh, I can't think of anything more I would like to spend $25 on in this economy than a large puzzle of Elgin.
So it takes $12
knowing that it only costs the city $12.95 that I'm paying for anyway, and now I get to pay double the price.
I never guess about what the markup is at any place. I don't know what a burger costs at McDonald's.
Well, they got to mark it up so they can make the $120,000 back,
exactly.
Right?
John, don't be so negative about this. It's
the
economy.
Another negative charge.
Yes.
Another negative charge.
Don't be so negative, John.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that.
All right.
One other thing, the question that was asked at the council meeting was of the special events person, I don't remember her name, said, where's this money coming from out of our budget? And she said, the general fund. Well, that's not 100% true. Matter of fact, it's wrong. That came from the contingency fund, which was transferred to the general fund. See, the word general fund sounds a little more appealing than it does say it came from the contingency fund.
Came from the
Contingent
puzzle.
on what?
The puzzle fund. That's right.
The puzzle fund. We'll see that on our water bill next month. So I really should stop this, right?
All right, John. Thanks.
All right, take care.
See
Thank
you,
you,
John.
man.
Well, I have to tell you, with John's negativity, I'm
Yeah.
not going to give him a puzzle for Christmas.
You're not?
No, I'm not going to. He's talked himself right out of a wonderful gift.
Wow. He can maybe afford his own puzzle.
I think
$24.95.
Maybe he can get an ex-councilman discount.
All right, it's 7:59. We're going to be cut off right
Okay.
here. Top of the
Very
hour
good.
news.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Discover the authentic taste of Italy at Mazziano's Pizza and Pastaria at Route 20 and Nestler in Elgin. There is one true fact of everyday life that never dulls: the simple pleasure of eating great Italian food. At Mazziano's, they'll make sure your dinner or lunch will be the best part of your day. Whether you have a taste for pizza or any of Mazziano's homemade Italian recipes, like ravioli or lasagna, they can also cater your party. Enjoy it any way you like: delivery, carry-out, or dine-in. Visit Mazzianos.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. On April 14th from 3 to 4 p.m., the Naperville Women's Club are set to host the community talk, To Be Free. Nicole Virgil, a Christian Science practitioner based in Chicago, will be the speaker. Virgil, a member of the Christian Science Board of Leadership, will examine freedom from a biblical perspective. Deliberations are underway in Springfield on Governor J.B. Pritzker's intention to axe the state's grocery tax. Despite Pritzker's optimism, critics predict a fiscal gap in local budgets. Pritzker cited the tax as unnecessary, expressing that even minimal savings would be beneficial to families. We're a mere 10 days away from the Elgin Earth Summit, taking place Saturday, April 20th from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. in the Heritage Ballroom at the center of Elgin, 100 Symphony Way, and the event is free to attend. Find out more at cityofelgin.org/Earth Month. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Here it comes. A swing of the line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
3rd.
We call on Guardians Radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wicks battles Bryce Miller. The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're ninth in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road to Detroit. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness.
For many years, Italian Pizza Kitchen in Roselle has been serving quality and excellence. Italian Pizza Kitchen is family-owned with experience in preparing authentic Italian cuisine with the freshest, highest quality ingredients since the 50s. Your food is always prepared fresh with the same traditions, recipes, and standards that they've perfected over the years. Italian Pizza Kitchen has a passion for great cuisine and customer service. Visit ItalianPizzaKitchen.com.
Keeping your car's coolant system in good shape with a regular flush is really important. Let the experts at Meineke Car Care Center at 376 Sundown Road in South Elgin remove your old coolant, preventing chemical buildups in your engine. Then they'll fill your entire system with new coolant to help your engine run smoothly and prevent rust and corrosion, increasing your engine's lifespan. To schedule your appointment, call 847-888-9644.
For WRMN 1410 News, I am Ben Boquist, highlighting a story from the BBC.com. Trong Malan, a Vietnamese billionaire, has been sentenced to death for a $44 billion fraud. It was the most spectacular trial ever held in Vietnam, befitting one of the greatest bank frauds the world has ever seen. In Ho Chi Minh City, a 67-year-old Vietnamese property developer was sentenced to death on Thursday for looting one of the country's largest banks over a period of 11 years. It's a rare verdict. She is one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for a white-collar crime. The decision is a reflection of the dizzying scale of the fraud. Trong My Lan was convicted of taking $44 billion in loans from the Saigon Commercial Bank. Some believe the death penalty is the court's way of trying to encourage her to return some of the missing billions. The secretive communist authorities were uncharacteristically forthright about this case, going into detail for the media. They said 2,700 people were summoned to testify, while 10 state prosecutors and around 200 lawyers were involved. Now highlighting a story from TheGuardian.com, the Panama Papers trial begins of 27 Mossack Fonseca employees. A criminal trial of 27 employees working for the law firm at the heart of the Panama Papers on money laundering charges has commenced in Panamanian court. 8 years ago, leaked financial records from the law firm Mossack Fonseca sparked international outrage at the use of offshore companies by wealthy individuals to commit tax fraud and hide assets. In 2016, files from the Mossack Fonseca were leaked to reports at the German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung and shared with the U.S.-based International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. Reporters from more than 100 media organizations, including The Guardian, collaborated to investigate the 11.5 million files. For WRMN News 1410, I am Ben Boquist. Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twins Gyros restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twins Gyros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame, Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovaki and Grecian chicken. Slovaki is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinsgyros.com. That's twinsgyros.com.
By love of food and wellness, Mockingbird Bar and Garden of East Dundee encourages you to eat seasonal and clean while still indulging a bit. Whether food is served fresh or wood-fired, nothing is overcomplicated. Mockingbird Bar and Garden promises to give your palate something delicious and new and aspires to be a hive of buzz and activity. Start your weekend with an espresso or complement dinner with wine, specialty cocktails, or craft beer. Visit mockingbirdbarandgarden.com today. The lightest, fluffiest pancakes are calling your name at JoJo's Diner, 1935 West Gulf Road in Schaumburg. JoJo's has a huge breakfast menu featuring skillets, eggs Benedict, and so much more. Don't stop at breakfast. JoJo's also offers great burgers, sandwiches, and shakes. And for mouth-watering prime rib, try JoJo's for dinner. They have such a versatile menu. JoJo's Diner is family-owned and operated, and it's one of Schaumburg's best-kept secrets. Visit jojosdiner.com today.
It is 10 past 8. It is a Friday morning, sun shining brightly. I had to close the shades.
Yeah.
So that I didn't look like I was in witness protection.
Again.
Yeah.
West.
Hey,
what if I want to listen to your dog interview? What time was it that let's say I don't want to listen through the entire show.
Right.
Now I might.
I don't blame you.
No, I didn't say that. I just said let's think that.
It was at like 6:50 yesterday morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Dax from Lake County, the retired dog.
I mean, when George talks about it being your best,
yeah,
I got to hear it because I thought I'd been around for your best. So.
Yeah. No, it was quite an interview.
Was it?
Me and Dax. Yeah.
Great idea.
Yesterday morning at about 6:50. Welcome back to the show. 847-931-1410. If you want to call us this hour, and we'd like you to because you're going to have to fill in for Larry Jones, who's leaving.
Jakes will fill in for me.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Jakes.
Yeah.
Oh, you.
I can pick up some slack.
Of course you can.
Jakes is here to pick up the slack.
Yes.
Sam and Dave part 2 as we start this hour.
I know.
Hold on, I'm coming. Another great soul song. And Larry, before you leave, and I really wish you good luck with your eye.
Stop it. Stop
procedure today.
Now it's just embarrassing.
You don't believe that I'm being sincere?
It's just embarrassing for you. Just stop. Don't you think so, Jakes?
Yes.
I know.
Just taking the shovel and
he's so hollow.
Hollow?
Yes. You have no soul.
Shallow?
You're like a jack-o'-lantern.
I'm shallow too.
You're like a jack-o'-lantern. There's a smile, but there's nothing in there.
Well, this weekend the Cubs are on the West Coast taking on Seattle. I have no idea who the White Sox are playing.
Who cares?
They're 2-10, right?
Yeah, the only thing that makes them not the worst team in baseball is that Miami has one less. They have one more loss.
Yeah.
That's it.
The Marlins off to a terrible start this year.
2-11.
Wow.
2-11.
And the White Sox are 2-10.
I know.
You can complain about it. You can praise what in Chicago sports can you praise? The Cubs, I guess. They're 7-5.
Yes.
Well, aren't the Bulls actually
I have no idea.
in somewhat of a playoff picture right now?
They're going to be in the play-in game.
Everybody's in the playoffs except two teams.
The Bulls are always the 9th best team in the Eastern Conference.
I'm just saying. I saw the picture the other day, and I'm like, wow, they're actually
making the playoffs. There. You know what? It's like it's kind of like everybody gets a trophy. You know what I mean? It's
Billy Donovan, if he gets a chance to leave to go to the University of Kentucky, I'd say go.
I know. I agree.
He's always going to be mediocre in Chicago.
So much for Calipari's lifetime. Remember, he had a lifetime contract.
He did?
Yeah.
Calipari. He says, I'm leaving Kentucky basketball because it needs some new eyes. This program needs to be looked at with some new eyes.
Well, apparently Larry does too.
Right?
Yeah.
Day later, he signs on as a head coach at Arkansas. That's John Calipari for you.
That's right. He's loyal to the max.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, you can read about all that or write about it on SB Nation.
You
right,
really
Larry?
can. Boy, that came a long ways, didn't it?
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, for about 3 or 4 minutes. But anyway, you know what? We like to talk about sports. If you like sports, check out S and Sports B as in Blog Nation. To get to SB Nation, get to the App Store. Get the app for your tablet or your iPhone. If not, you can always log in at SBNation.com. When you get there, please stop by the Knights on Ice blog, see what everybody Shepherd Price writing about. Then you can go anywhere. You can check on the Bears. Everybody's got an idea about the draft for the Bears. I'm so tired of this. The what-if columns. The what-ifs. What if 7 quarterbacks are all in a bus that gets hit by a plane that crashes?
Well, they need to come up with some sort of content because that's what they're paid to do.
I guess so, but it's so tiring.
Quit watching ESPN and quit listening to sports radio.
It's baseless. It is baseless.
It is.
But anyway, there is a blog for any sport you're interested in. You can leave your opinion if you want to, but you don't have to. What I like best, you can go to SB Nation whenever you want to. So do us all a favor. Check out SB Nation. See if sports blogging is for you.
Okay.
You
going to hang around for any calls here, or you got to go?
No, I got to go.
Got to go?
Got to go. You're in charge while I'm away, Jake.
Cool.
You going to stay on that microphone, Jake, so you're going to switch
You want to
spots
move
with
around?
Larry?
What do you want to do? You want to stay there? What do you want to do?
I might as well just stay here.
Okay.
All right.
I mean,
that's fine.
I don't see a reason to move unless there's an absolute reason for me to move.
Well, we got 2 phone calls at 847-931-1410. Larry's going to switch his microphone back before he leaves.
So Steve Thorne's not mad at
Just a huge commotion over here. It's not a big
Yeah,
deal.
I turned his microphone off so we wouldn't hear all that racket going on. It's like a kid in a bar over there.
It's like a kid in a bar. It's like the kid in the brewery who's got a laptop full of crap to deal with.
Whatever keeps me busy.
Yeah, and whatever keeps you busy, but nobody's paying attention to you.
Get a puzzle, Larry. Get a puzzle. Yeah. Let's go to the phones. Pardon me?
I'm getting a puzzle.
You should. I want to get one of those too.
Just because John didn't like it doesn't mean I don't like it.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a phone call or two, 847-931-1410, because you know who's the super patient caller on this show? He's waited through 2 top-of-the-hour breaks this week. James.
I was going to say, I think I know who it is.
Yep. James is with us here on the show to speak with me and Jake's. Good morning, James. You're replacing Larry Jones.
Hey, hope everything works out.
Okay. It's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there's an old saying, patience is a virtue. I think you have to be patient in life, especially nowadays. Anyway, I wanted to call in to make a few comments on the OJ subject. And I'm remembering back to that time when that occurred. And, I mean, it's already been discussed about the preponderance of evidence that showed that he actually committed that crime.
Yeah.
And all the ramifications during the trial. But, I watched it closely, and I would say about 99% of the non-police people that I knew at the time were convinced that he'd be found guilty. Now, I, at the time, looked through it through a different lens because of, I guess, experience in sitting through trials and cases in the criminal court system in Cook County, which we all probably remember was somewhat permeated with scandals and all kinds of things. And seeing how cases would be adjudicated kind of mysteriously, and the term was called and so I looked at that trial at the time, and there was a couple of things that stood out to me, and I think it's been mentioned in some of the news reports now. And there again, is this important? But I think the general public needs to start to look at this realistically, our system of justice, which really is not what it appears to be, because a lot of influence, money, and fame, and all these things kind of get into the mix of the justice system, and therefore, in the end, you don't really get justice. The PC element is also involved in the justice system nowadays, the political correct side of things, the racial side of things. So you really don't get true justice in the true sense of the word. Now, one of the stark things that hit me back then when this trial was on was at the very end of the trial, and I'm not discounting all the stuff that went on during the trial where the defense team actually put the LAPD on trial. Okay, that's really what's going on there. They were putting the police on trial, and that later became a strategy with defense lawyers.
Mm-hmm.
They realized that they could influence the evidence by putting somebody else on trial, and not the person that was actually on trial. And so that was one of the things that I noticed that was predominant. They picked a judge that was neutral. He wasn't black. He wasn't white. He was Asian. They had the defense team was female, white, male, black. So everything was orchestrated in that trial to be effective for the defense.
Right.
This is what I observed at that time.
And because of what had happened with Rodney King, it was easy. It was a lot easier to try the Los Angeles Police Department at that time too, to put them on trial.
Well, getting back to Rodney King, let's look at it that way too. The first trial, the police were all acquitted. They were all white officers.
Right.
I watched that video too. Best of my recollection, it really wasn't what you would call a beating. They used certain techniques that were approved by the police department and police policy at that time. But because the news media turned it into a sideshow, that was part of the reason why there was a second trial, and they took it out of venue, and they got a guilty verdict on the police. So all of this stuff that we call the justice system is all like, I think somebody earlier talked about it as being orchestrated or show business style or reality show kind of stuff. It's not real. But here's the one element in that case that I found the most egregious as far as the prosecution team. In the closing arguments, and I can't say this verbatim. I don't know exactly. I can't remember exactly the words that were used by the prosecuting attorney, Christopher Darden, who was the black male component of the prosecution team. But he said to the jury something very strange.
Okay.
He said, "This is going to be a very difficult decision for you to make." And I was stunned.
That he said that?
Yes,
Yeah.
because I have never, and I had been on death penalty cases, and I had been in many cases that went before the criminal court building in 26th of California, felony cases. I have never heard a prosecuting attorney put doubt
right
in the minds of the jury.
He should have said, "This is a no-brainer. This is the easiest case you've ever had to deal with. The evidence is overwhelming." Things like that.
Very correct.
Yeah.
That's when that was the icing on the cake for me when I said the fix is in. He never wanted, none of these people ever wanted him to be convicted. It was, he walked. And when you were referring earlier to the video of the reaction, of citizens,
yeah.
And that one video, I seen it myself, but that was actually taken. The Goldman family was in that video, and they were stunned too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they lived through this disaster, and so did they get? Did they ever get justice? They didn't. They never even got justice on the civil part. So, but there again, how does this relate to the general public's impression of the justice system? because most people actually think, well, it's never going to affect me because I'm just Joe Citizen and I go through life. But they don't realize, they realize it when one of their family becomes victim of some lunatic out there that's roaming around, and then they find out what the system really is all about. And it's unfortunate. I mean, I lived through a lot of this, going to court, and seeing how cases are manipulated different ways, and it's a shame. It's a shame, really, it is. But that one, I wanted to mention that one thing right at the end of that trial. That's when the prosecution put the doubt in the minds of the jury, which like I say, and I don't know. It's probably out there somewhere. Somebody could probably find it and get the video, because that whole trial, was on TV.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I just thought a side note to this. John Prigge was talking about Elgin, something about the puzzle.
Yeah, the puzzle.
Elgin puzzle.
Yeah.
I was recently at kind of a flea market thing down here, and I couldn't believe it. This guy had a pocket. He must have had 50 pocket watches that were old Elgin Watch Company pocket watches.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I looked at it right away and I says, "Hey, there's my guys."
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling,
James. Those are my comments. Thanks for letting me jump in.
Yeah. Well, thanks for your patience. Have a good day.
No problem. Bye.
Bye. James checking in, 847-931-1410. Speaking of Elgin watches, we're going to be broadcasting live at lunch today from the Elgin History Museum at 360 Park Street.
Wait, is there an Elgin History Museum?
Yes.
Or is it Elgin Public Museum?
No, there's two.
There's two?
There's one of both. There's an Elgin History Museum and an Elgin Public Museum.
Oh, so that's why you can't mix them up, because it's two different places.
Yeah, that's why I
Gotcha.
get mad at myself every time I call the Elgin Public Museum the Elgin History Museum.
Ah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So there's something going on with Sherry over at the Elgin Public Museum today. But at the Elgin History Museum, which is at 360 Park Street, just a few blocks away from the radio station over here, we're going to be on the air from noon to 1 today. And they're having lots of activity over there. They have a big gala coming up a week from tomorrow. And Ben, who's on the show sometimes with Sonar at lunchtime, and you hear sometimes during the commercials and whatnot. He's also one of our engineers here, and Ben and I are going to go over there, and we are going to have like the ability to walk around with our microphones, like lapel mics, I think, today. And he's going to have the camera, and we're going to be able to walk into like the room that features all the Elgin watches, and I think maybe show some of those on camera today. So
nice.
That'll be kind of cool.
Yeah.
That'll be today in the lunch hour, noon to 1 from the Elgin History Museum. And if you're a listener and you're listening to the show this morning or whatever, come on by, and there will be no charge for you today to get into the museum. So if you haven't been before, check it out. 360 Park Street. Come see us today in the lunch hour and see what the Elgin History Museum is all about. 847-931-1410. I got another patient caller. He was on YouTube. Saw his comment during the break. He says, "I know what the helicopter was doing out west on Wednesday." Someone had YouTubed us Wednesday and asked if we knew what was going on, and we did not. But apparently we have an answer to that question, and I understand it might have been a big old fire. Let's check in with Trusty Pat Hudgens with us now. Hey, Trusty Pat.
Hey, yeah, it was. Apparently there's a gentleman out there that has a cabinet shop out in his back of his garage. Well, the back of the garage is really huge. He's got all kinds of equipment. And he was in the shop working, but he burns a lot in the back, and he was burning sticks and leaves and everything, and the fire encroached on the back of his garage and caught the back of the garage on fire, and he was inside, went outside, took a hose, tried to put it out, had called 911, but he lost all his tools. The back of the garage is demolished. Wow. And that's what it was. It was a huge fire, but it was all wood, and he had a lot of cabinets inside and so forth, because that was his hobby, is repairing cabinets, and may have had a little cottage business, I'm not sure, but that was the fire.
And there was a lot of wood, so it made for quite the fire, right?
It made for quite the fire, I guess, yeah, and it just escalated really quick. It goes to show you, when you're burning outside, is you got to be careful and monitor it. You can't wander off, and that's what happened apparently. And I've got that in good authority. The guy that lives out there, they know the guy and had talked to him on the phone. So that
Kids
was the deal.
and fires. Never take your eyes off them. Never walk away.
Yeah, I know.
Because all hell will break loose if you don't.
Yeah. Hey, I want to talk. Sorry, Larry had to leave. I just want to talk about window tent. I wonder who was the lobby that made the window tent law change to be a higher tent level in the state of Illinois. I don't get it. When it all went through, I contacted several of my legislators. Never heard a word back from either one of them. Sent them letters, emails. Never heard a word back. It's like who is the lobby? Why? What was the reason they went for higher amount of tent? I follow a YouTube called Fridays with Frank. It's done in Pinal County in Arizona, and of course in Arizona their tenting is quite high because of solar. And Frank is all the time. He's on a traffic unit. It's paid for by the federal government, and he that's what he does. Is he does traffic stops. And I'd say, looking at 50% of his stops, they have higher tent on the windows, and the people always say, "Well, that's why I bought it." And he goes, "I don't care," And he usually gives them a warning if they don't have any other things, but it's quite evident down there they have a problem with it, and you can't even see through the windows. And I know these policemen, I just feel sorry for them going up on vehicles and the windows up, and they can't get their windows down, and so it's kind of a bad deal, I think, in a lot of ways.
Especially in this modern climate. I would imagine police already have enough to worry about as far as confrontations, and then when you walk up to a car and you can't see inside the car because it's so darkly tinted, it's a problem. If you get a warning for a dark tint, then what are you supposed to do? Untint it? How easy is it?
Well, they can because it's a film. It's on. It's inside. Okay. It's just a film. They can take it off. So it's I don't know. He usually tells people there. He says the people that put the tinting on, they know this is above what the law is, and he has some sort of meter, and he just he holds it in his hand. He just puts it up, and when you can't see the light through from the meter, I guess that shows the tinting's too. I mean, he does it in 2 seconds, and so anyway, there's that. I got a funny OJ, and kind of not a funny story, but it's a. So my wife and I, at the OJ chase, we were coming from China. We landed late in LAX, and I had 20 minutes to get through to catch our plane to Chicago. And the reason I wanted to get so intent on catching is my son was pitching, and we were in the senior or in the whatever 12-year-olds out at we had a really good baseball team, and my son was pitching that night, and I was a pitching coach, and I'd arranged the pitching, so we'd only miss one, even though we're gone 10 days. You'd only miss one time, but in pitching, but he was pitching that night, and it was kind of for the championship, and I was, hell bent on getting back, and we were running through the airport, and all these people were glued to. I mean, everybody was glued to a monitor.
Yeah.
But we were running so fast we didn't know what happened. And so we got all the way to the gate. We were like 3 minutes before the doors shut, and so it was like inquired, like, what's going on? And they told us, and it's like, what? OJ? And then they could stop, and I could see they had the copter, and it was following the white Ford Bronco. And I was like, what all happened? We didn't even know that Nicole Brown, killings had taken place. So we got on the plane, and the stewardess was keeping us up because the pilots were able to communicate. And when we got to Chicago, of course, he'd been arrested by that time. But it's kind of weird in a way that all happened. So I can remember that day vividly. So
and it's odd that you happened to be traveling from so far away, and you were in air transit and all that. So where the rest of the world really knew what was going on, you really didn't have much of a clue.
Yeah, we didn't have a clue until we got to Chicago to find out really what happened. And actually, my daughter was waiting at the airport with my car, and and we were feverishly getting to the game. I mean, literally, I got to the game the time when he just walked out on the mound to start pitching.
Wow!
And it was just I couldn't have got any closer in the time, and we were rushing, and and her telling us all what was going on too was kind of thing. But anyway, I'll get off and let some other callers in, but good show as usual.
Well, thank you. Thanks for calling, Trusty Pat.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Bye. Trusty Pat was running through airports like O.J. Simpson used to do when he was trying to figure out why everybody was staring at the TV, because O.J. was on it inside the white Blazer. Bronco, right. 847-931-1410. Time for one more call. Then we got Tim Calderwood joining us in a few minutes. And we'll talk sports for a brief time. And then Steve Thoren's in at 9 o'clock with the senior community. Actually, it's Anna Lally. Fridays with the Finest, 9 to 9:30. And then Steve Thoren at 9:30 with the Senior Community Spotlight Show. Cleveland Dennis joins us on the phone. Hey, Cleveland Dennis.
Hey, I like the show today, and I have to pay a big compliment to James, the way he explained how they engineered the court trial for O.J. My sister's, now she's retired sheriff's police, but she used to work courtroom security, and some of the big trials over in Cleveland back in the day, I'd sit in, see how it worked, and I understand it.
Yeah.
The way James explained it, it's kind of mind-blowing when you think about it. What he explained, how they engineered the different players in that trial and how they turned into actors and so forth and so on. I just think it's very interesting and appreciate his comments. That's really all I got. I like the last caller's story about flying back from China via L.A. and so forth. But, again, that's all I got, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Cleveland Dennis. Good.
You're welcome.
Did you see me on YouTube today?
Not today. I'll look at you this afternoon.
Oh, okay. Because I'm wearing a button-down dress-up shirt, so I want to see if you approved of that or not.
I'm going to make comments. Don't worry.
Okay, thanks. All right, thanks, buddy.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye.
Talk to you soon. Bye. Cleveland Dennis checking in. 847-931-1410. Dean Delaley was on YouTube earlier when we were talking about the guns, the Senior Assassins squirt gun game. He said, laws in the United States, federal law and regulations indicate that all toy guns transported or imported into the country must have a 5mm wide blaze orange tip or a blaze orange stripe, 7-inch. So I guess you have to have orange on that. But maybe they have to make it even more so that it's obviously not a gun if kids are going to keep on pulling pranks like this.
Yeah.
And play games like this. I also, in that story earlier, saw that in the Geneva area Facebook forum, one mom said her husband went out to take out the trash and found a teen hiding inside a container, waiting for a target. And there was a crash. Yeah, let's see. A car chase between two players in this game ended when one vehicle lost control in Itasca and rolled onto its side.
Jeez.
So kids were playing while they were driving the car, and the game got out of control on the roadway. So
what? Hold on. What is this game? Just like shooting people with squirt guns?
Yeah, and you get points or something, and it's a game that their high schoolers are playing when they're a senior. That's why it's called Senior Assassins, I guess.
Oh well, it sounds like it should be harmless,
right?
But I mean, obviously, it's creating an issue,
big time.
So I mean, at that point in time, it's like, I don't know,
figure out another game to play.
Yeah,
yeah,
or something that's, I don't know. I just feel like when you try something and you realize that it's creating more negativity or negative response than you expected, then maybe you should call it quits.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah.
Like when people start dying from eating Tide Pods, maybe you should knock that off.
Probably so, yeah. 8:37 here at WRMN. Well, we're going to take this quick break, and then we'll come back with Tim Calderwood, and we're going to talk a little sports here at the end of the show, try to keep the train on the tracks here and get everybody on their shows on time today. Leah's got a radio shopping show coming her way this morning at 10, so keep it right here on WRMN. There's a hidden gem in Elgin's South End. It harkens back to the days when going to a diner with family and friends was where everybody gathered for a delicious breakfast or lunch. Ray's Family Restaurant at 801 St. Charles Street in Elgin is a diner that you'll love. with tasty food. The atmosphere and the staff are friendly and fast. They're open until 3 p.m. daily. You can never go wrong with Ray's. Visit Ray'sFamilyRestaurant.com. That's Ray'sFamilyRestaurant.com.
Good wine and food bring people together. Vine and Plate Wine Bar and Provisions serves globally inspired plates and wines from around the world, bringing people together and creating moments that focus on what life is all about. Vine and Plate offers shared plates, flatbreads, sandwiches, and salads. You can choose wines from everywhere, and there's an extensive whiskey list too. Ingredients matter, quality matters, every detail matters. Visit thevineandplate.com today.
Hey there, this is Marky B from the First Shift Morning Show, and on my show, I try to make local movers and shakers feel comfortable when they join me for interviews, like Sherry Blazier of the Elgin History Museum.
I think I need to note to you that I just looked at my mood ring, and it is perfectly purple, which means I'm very happy and content and sailing along. I figured if I immersed myself in the accoutrements, I would be in the mood for this.
Huh. Accoutrement? Is that what you said?
Accoutrement.
What she said. Just join me mornings from 6 until 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
American Legion Post 57 in Elgin, Illinois presents Legion Cruise Nights. Wednesdays, May 8th, June 12th, July 10th, August 14th, and September 11th from 5 to 8 p.m. Come out and enjoy a great evening of cars, food, and music. Motorcycles, cars, trucks, military vehicles are all welcome. 50-50 raffles, door prizes. The event being sponsored by the American Legion Riders Post 57, 820 North Liberty Street in Elgin, Illinois. The Elgin Police Department is partnering with the Illinois Department of Transportation, the Illinois State Police, and more than 200 local law enforcement agencies to step up enforcement efforts across the state in recognition of Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Throughout April, motorists can expect increased patrols looking for texting and driving as well as other traffic violations. Between 2012 and 2021, approximately 32,000 lives were lost in crashes involving distracted drivers. Everyone has the potential for distracted driving crashes, but those between the ages of 16 and 24 are especially at risk. If you need to text, pull over to a safe location. Or if you have a passenger, consider appointing a designated texter. Whatever the solution, don't text and drive. In Illinois, using your phone in anything other than a hands-free mode is not only dangerous, but it's also illegal. The Illinois Distracted Driving Campaign is funded with federal traffic safety funds administered by IDOT.
A dream that's been cooking for years, Maria's Little Italy in Sycamore is waiting for you to come and enjoy authentic recipes handed down for generations. Stop in and enjoy bruschetta, handmade focaccia bread, pizza, pasta, sandwiches, and more. Dine in, take out, delivery, or catering is all available. Go to mariaslittleitaly.com and see what you've been missing. From their family to yours, welcome to Maria's Little Italy, where food brings families together.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclub.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Welcome back. On a Friday, it's 8:42. It's First Shift. Winding down. Chief Anna Lally in about 20 minutes with the Fridays with the Finest show. We're going to talk about the Citizens Police Review Board today on the show, how it's going to be formed and what impact it might have. Now we're going to talk about sports and what impact it might have in your life. Call us at 847-931-1410 if you'd like to join the sports conversation here on this Friday morning. And to lead the sports conversation here on this Friday morning is our friend Tim Calderwood, play-by-play voice of the Schaumburg Boomers, the most successful team in the history of the Frontier League. Welcome to the show, Tim. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm okay. You still okay, Jakes?
I'm doing all right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. It's 8:42. Baseball season is underway. Football draft is almost here. Larry Jones is tired of hearing about all the different scenarios that might take place in the NFL draft coming up. He's tired of hearing about mock drafts. I guess he listens to too much sports radio, and I guess he could avoid that by just turning off ESPN and turning off sports radio. But he's sick of it. And so, Tim, are you getting sick of it too? You just ready for this draft to happen?
He could avoid it by listening to more of you, Mark.
No kidding. I agree.
I mean, I'm always tired of hearing mock drafts because you don't know what a team is going to do until they actually have the pick. And this team could trade that team could trade this. Again, things you don't ever know until draft day. So I think the only thing that it means really is that you're getting close to draft day, which is good. But yeah, I definitely tire of the mock drafts.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I'll be glad when we get the draft over with and we can start to talk about the upcoming season, actually, at some point. Jakes, any thoughts?
No, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I'm kind of avoiding watching a lot of SportsCenter and a lot of these, like, mock drafts. And I mean, every now and then you kind of catch it on the radio or you catch it on TV or, you know, while they're even discussing other sports or other teams. But I'm looking forward to it being over too, just because I've said this before, like the fact that there are people that are paid to talk about sports on a constant basis and just come up with these mock drafts or mock situations or talk about who's going to potentially do what. Like, it just blows my mind that there are shows and it's constant and people get paid big dollars to just basically like sit and think about this and talk about it. I don't know. It's just I'm getting tired of it too. I'd rather just kind of see what happens and then move forward from it.
Are we getting paid to talk a lot about it right now, Jakes?
Am I?
Are any of us getting paid a lot right now to talk about it?
No.
We're in the wrong career apparently. Then
we definitely are. I mean, because I see all these. Like the people, like the Pat McAfee show, and like all these things on like ESPN and SportsCenter, and like they just sit and they come up with these like scenarios, or you know, this team would be like, you know, basically like couch coaches. Like, I don't know, it blows my mind that this is what they do. They get paid to do this. Like, I'm like blown away, because I mean, you're not really reporting on anything. It's just a bunch of like made up crap, but people are like, oh yeah, gotta listen to that.
It's the NFL, man. NFL's king, you know that.
Yeah.
Well, do you think, as far as Caleb Williams goes, the way this is all played out, Tim, that Ryan Poles, the Bears general manager, through this whole process and the decision to let Justin Fields go and the decision to apparently draft Caleb Williams, felt like in his own mind, I mean, this is us trying to read his mind, I guess, but that he couldn't possibly let two consecutive opportunities at having the number one pick in the draft go by without taking a quarterback, because in retrospect, it would always come back to haunt him if Justin Fields didn't turn out to be the quarterback that some fans think he may have turned out to be. That the Bears had two chances to have the number one pick in the draft and take a quarterback, and they passed up on both of those opportunities.
Especially if Caleb Williams went somewhere and just dominated.
Yeah.
Just like Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Well, to me, I think it's an interesting thought, obviously, but you didn't know until the end of the year that you were going to have the number one pick this season, because it was Carolina's, and you weren't tanking for your pick. I think it's really fair that I just don't think Ryan Poles saw enough from Justin Fields. I really think that's what it comes down to. I mean, he had an entire, almost 2 years to evaluate him, really, and 1 year specifically, with obviously this year being more competitive than last year. So I just think that that's what it comes down to, that he didn't feel like Justin Fields was going to be the guy based off of his own evaluations.
Yeah. So I guess it's going to be
fair.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's 8:47 here at WRMN. Anything going on in the sports world, Jakes, that you want to discuss today? I don't have a whole lot today.
No, there's not really a whole lot going on. I mean, the Hawks season is coming to an end, and they're
I'm going tonight, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Are you?
Nice.
Yeah.
I heard that I was listening to a sports report yesterday where the Hawks have 50 losses, I think, right now. And the most games the Blackhawks have ever lost in a season is 51. And there's like 4 games left in the season. So
yeah, it's I think today, Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. I think. Well, Thursday is definitely the last game. I don't remember exactly what days they're playing, but yeah, there's only a handful. It'll be over next Thursday.
So there's a chance, Tim, that this Blackhawks team could be the worst Blackhawks team in history?
Well, they're home tonight and Sunday, and that'll be the end of their home schedule. So I don't know what there exactly is on the road next week. But, I mean, they're the second worst team in the NHL right now. I think you don't want to say that this was on purpose, but there just wasn't a lot of talent around Connor Bedard in the first place. I do think if you watch the play they played over the last month or so, that there has been, middle of the pack in their division and at least a little more relevant on the overall scene in the NHL. So I do think that there's a lot of potential with this team, especially, when you think about the year that Connor Bedard has, and he hasn't been healthy the whole year. So if he can take another step forward next year too, the possibility is there for this team to be really electric in the next couple of years.
So basically this in a way was kind of a throwaway year. Develop Connor Bedard. This season has had no reflection on the coaching abilities of the Blackhawks head coach. Luke Richardson, is that his name?
That is Luke Richardson, and honestly, I think it's been a positive reflection on him, the way that he's been able to keep this team together, and the way that, a lot of teams that were playing as bad as they were about 2/3 of the way through the year would have just folded and shut down. But they've continued to get better, and they've won a lot more games here over the last couple of months, like I said. So, and I've heard nothing but good things from what the players think about Luke Richardson as well. So it'll be interesting to see, like I said, I think the next 2 years are going to be the years you can kind of look at to see how much this team develops. And I know it's frustrating to hear rebuild when you've got the Bears rebuilding, you've got the White Sox rebuilding, who knows what's going on with Bulls. But I do think that the light's at the end of the tunnel a little bit closer for the Blackhawks.
So the Final Four came to an end, and let's see. Who won the national championship? I never even saw. Who won the UConn? UConn won? Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was one of those it was like when you were watching the UConn-Illinois game and it was tied at the half.
Yeah.
And then they came back and they're like, all right, we're done messing around. We're just going to end this.
Yeah.
Same thing kind of situation happened. Like, it was a pretty close first half, and then as the second half developed, UConn just kind of ran away with it.
So the college basketball, so they're back-to-back national champions then.
Yep.
Wow.
First time since Florida and Billy Donovan, who ironically is now the coach of the Bulls.
Which kind of is a good segue, because would there be any chance that you would think, Tim, that with John Calipari leaving Kentucky, that the University of Kentucky would chase Billy Donovan as Calipari's replacement? And if so, would Billy Donovan want to leave this mediocre situation he's been mired in with the Bulls for the last several years?
Well, two things. First of all, Kentucky found their replacement last night for Calipari, and it wasn't Billy Donovan.
Okay.
But secondly, Billy was pretty clear that the college game has changed so much that he likes where he's at in the NBA. So I'm sure he probably listened, but I don't know that there was any possibility of him actually leaving and taking Kentucky's job.
Okay. So Calipari leaves, and then like a day later signs on with the University of Arkansas for another job at the age of 65. I wonder what Coach Cal thinks at this point. Did you
hear what he said about Arkansas?
No.
He said he walks in and the first thing he says is, "There is no team." When I asked him, "What do you think of this team?" He goes, "What do I think of this team? There is no team."
Wow.
So I don't know what that says, but I guarantee you that everybody who's a Kentucky fan is not sad to see him go into Arkansas.
No. And there's a lot of anti-Cal people, and I'm kind of one of those, actually, because I lived in...
Well, the problem is, if you look at the way the landscape of college sports has changed, it's now become about the transfer portal and the NIL. So Kentucky and Calipari and, some of the other programs that you think of as being perennial powers usually relied on the guys who would be one-and-dones, who would come in, play 1 year, and leave. Well, now you're looking at teams that are playing for the national title that have 23, 24, 25-year-olds on their team who have been 4-year starters elsewhere. So I think that kind of affected his decision a little bit, too.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things Nick Saban said point blank when he retired. He's like, the game has completely changed now.
8:53 here at WRMN. So you want to finish up by giving a little baseball report, Tim? The Cubs had Rough series in San Diego. Wouldn't have been a rough series, but giving away game one with an 8-0 lead. First time in 22 years since they lost to the White Sox in a game back in 2002 that the Cubs have had an 8-run lead and let it slip away and lose. That almost happened against Colorado a few days earlier, so I hope this is not a developing trend for the Cubs to blow big leads in games.
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about even at the start of the year, and it seems to be the same thing every season, the way they address the bullpen.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be the biggest area right now. And I know they sent, what was his name, Cuellar or whatever, got sent down yesterday finally. But they're relying on veterans that they bring in on one-year deals, and they're not really investing in their bullpen. Because if you think about everybody in the minor leagues, most of those guys are starters. So I think, Hector Neris has obviously had a terrible start to the season too. I think what we're seeing is that what we thought at the beginning of the year with the problems in the bullpen are real. And so I do think that's something that can be addressed, obviously, through trades at the trade deadline, especially since they've basically said they're going to be active at the deadline. And if you think about it, they were still able to win 2 out of 3 in San Diego despite losing that game. So there's a lot of things to look forward to, I think, with the Cubs moving forward.
Jose Cuas was sent down to the minor leagues?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh, I was frustrated as heck watching him pitch. He has that underarm, sidearm delivery, and he loses control of his pitch about 3 times every time he pitches and hits batters at inopportune times.
Exactly. Yeah, no, he was the one who was sent down yesterday, and that, I hope, is the beginning of, kind of trying to shore things up a little bit.
Yeah. All right, well, I guess we're just about out of time. Tim Calderwood, we'll be talking Boomers baseball in the next few weeks because we're just a few weeks away from you hitting your really busy stretch of the year announcing Boomers games, right?
Yeah, 10 days from today, actually, is the Frontier League draft, which is kind of the kickoff of spring training. So there you go. And just a quick thought on the White Sox. Obviously, the injury bug has really hit them hard lately. So there are a lot of people who are saying this might be their worst team ever, which is 106 losses. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and prevent Larry from going crazy during the year.
So it'd probably be 2 and done for Pedro Grifol?
Well, there was reports that they thought he was going to be done earlier than that, so who knows?
He might just want to quit and go fishing.
Who would blame him at this point, right?
Right. All right, Tim, thanks.
All right, guys, be good.
All right, Jakes, have a good weekend, man.
Yeah, I actually just found the feed on YouTube. I've been searching for it all show.
You really?
Yeah, and I think I
shouldn't be that hard.
I typed in WRMN 1410,
yeah,
and it came up with all of the stuff, but it said all live, and then I just W1410 live, and then I found our feed.
Oh.
Of course, right at the end of the show, but whatever.
We're at WRMN Radio on YouTube, so
Okay.
maybe you need to put the word radio in instead of 1410.
Gotcha.
So, all right, buddy, well, we'll see you next week.
Sounds good.
Jakes and myself, Larry Jones, had to depart a little bit early. The Chief is here, and we're actually kind of on time for a change, so let's try to keep it that way. We'll be back with Fridays with the Finest coming up in just a few minutes as our morning show continues. And we're going to talk about the Citizens Police Review Board. I think that might be what it's called. And Chief started her report a little bit with Mayor Dave Captain yesterday. We'll continue it in the next half hour. Keep it right here on WRMN.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclub.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Everything is fantastic at the China House Buffet on Sycamore Road in DeKalb. Scrumptious food combined with a wide variety of flavors, all served with love, await you. Choose from Chinese delicacies like Shanghai shrimp rolls, crab rangoon, and spare ribs. There's seafood, beef, as well as chicken wings and shrimp. The China House doesn't stop at Chinese food on the buffet. They also have Japanese favorites, including beef teriyaki, sushi, and hibachi, plus American food. Tempt your taste buds. Visit eatchinahouse.com today.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. No matter the time of the day, WRMN 1410 AM is your platform to voice your views, share your stories, and connect with the Valley like never before. We're more than just radio. We're a community conversation that's always live, always local, and always looking for your input. Want to chime in on the drive time deal with Matt McNeil? Got a hot tip for first shift with Marky B? Or maybe you've got a question for a one-on-one with Leah. Now's the time to make your voice heard by calling Studio 14 at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. You can join in the dialogue from wherever you are by commenting on our YouTube live streams at WRMN Radio. Hit the subscribe button to get notified when roll into Bolero in Algonquin or Roselle and solve your cabin fever issues. Bolero is bowling, gaming, dining, and nightlife with a twist. Score fun deals every day of the week and save big by checking out the daily deals online. Bowl with your friends and hit the lanes each week by forming your own social club. Clubs offer lively competition and fun times for everyone. From beginners to pros, make new friends, bowl, and beat your cabin fever. Visit bolero.com.
Looking for a place to try for breakfast or lunch? You'll find a gem of a restaurant with amazing food and great prices at the Tripleberry Cafe, 435 Angela Lane in Crystal Lake. For breakfast, try Tripleberry's strawberry cheesecake French toast, ribeye steak and eggs, or carnitas skillets. At lunch, there's the AM burger or Chipotle chicken BLT. There's delicious homemade cream of mushroom soup. For tasty home cooking, Tripleberry Cafe is the place to be. Visit tripleberrycafe.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
For WRMN News 1410, I am Ben Boquist. The Elgin Master Choral will perform Rossini's Petite Messe Solennelle on Sunday, April 14th, 2024 at 3:30 p.m. This mass is arranged for choir, 4 soloists, and is uniquely accompanied by only 2 pianos and a harmonium. Despite its name, Solennelle, which suggests solemnity, the piece is often quite spirited and is composed in the bel canto style that is a characteristic of Rossini's operatic compositions. The concert will be presented on the stage of the Blizzard Theater at Elgin Community College, 1700 Spartan Drive, Elgin, Illinois. Tickets are available through ECC Arts Center box office or at ECC Arts Center. Adult tickets are $31, seniors and students tickets are $26. On April 18th, join the S&C Electric Company Machinist Career Fair. Please note this job fair is for machinist professionals. In 2024, S&C is opening a state-of-the-art facility in Palatine, Illinois. They have multiple opportunities available for the following positions: CNC machinist, entry-level and advanced. Some training is okay. The career fair will feature Q&A with the hiring team, chats with recruiters, and giveaways. This event is free. Walk-ins are welcome. Please complete a job application at sandc.com/careers. There's free parking. Please bring a resume. Starting Thursday, April 11th, come out and support our students at Central High School in Burlington, Illinois, for their performance of Shrek, the musical, running this weekend at Central High School Auditorium with performances on Thursday, April 11th at 7 p.m., Friday, April 12th at 7 p.m., Saturday, April 13th at 2 p.m., and Saturday, April 14th at 2 p.m. Tickets are only $10 per person. Support our local kids while you enjoy the performance with yours. For WRMN News 1410, I am Ben Boak.
right, rocking our way into the next segment here on a Friday morning. It's Fridays with the Finest here at WRMN, and for the second consecutive day, the Chief is here for part 2 of our discussion yesterday. She was here with Mayor Dave Captain to talk a little bit about what's been transpiring with the Citizens Police Review Board. Is that what it's called, Chief?
Yeah, it would be the Civilian Review Board.
Civilian
Review Board. Yeah,
okay.
So short CRB.
CRB. Okay.
There you go.
Well, we're going to talk about that in today's show. I know you usually bring a few other things you want to talk about. I did have one thing someone asked me to ask you about.
Okay.
I'm not sure what there is to say about it, but recently, Lieutenant Jensen was completely cleared.
Mm-hmm.
The lawsuit, I guess, that the Clemens family had filed against Jensen was dismissed. Is that the way that's what happened,
It
right?
is, but there's still they can still appeal. There's still some stuff and remedies in place that they can take.
Okay. I mean, so he had already been cleared, but this lawsuit
Mm-hmm.
was dismissed. And so there's some appeals that could take place. So is there any new change, I guess, in the status of Lieutenant Jensen, or is there any new news related to that because of what happened?
I would say whoever asked you this question, direct them to me for a conversation. Other than the only thing that I will say is, I'm not going to discuss, obviously the lawsuit ended. There's still some pending litigation that could take place. They could appeal. So there's no comment to be made on that. Lieutenant Jensen oversees our communications division, our evidence division, and he's working in that current capacity.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I just want to make sure I asked the question.
Yeah, just whoever asked you the question, you can offline. We can have a conversation. You can give me if they have any further questions that I can answer, other than what I just said.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and this was in reference, of course, to the police-involved shooting several years ago. For those who haven't followed the whole Elgin story, back in 2018. And remnants of it continue 6 years later. But in the meantime, what else is happening in the police world this week?
Yeah, so just real quick before we kind of, the mayor had me on his show yesterday, and I really appreciate that because I think it's important that people, hear and understand what's actually going on so that they can ask questions. So I want to kind of wrap that up because we've been talking about it for the past couple of weeks, but, with timing and stuff. So today I think we'll be able to, just put a bookmark on that and be done with it until some other questions come up.
Okay.
But before that, shots fired. So, I want to talk about that. So year to date, we are at 20 incidents, the most recent being last night at 9 o'clock in the 700 block of Grove. That ended up being a domestic-related incident where an arrest was made. So that was the most recent one.
I didn't see that. That was last night?
Yes, around 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So an arrest was made, more domestic-related. So there's nothing further really to say about that. So overall, 20, including the one from last night at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Of those 20, 5 arrests have been made. 10 are open cases, so the detectives are still actively investigating. And then 5 have been closed. And usually when we close the cases out, if it's not closed by an arrest, that really means that we've exhausted all our investigative measures. And unless some new information comes forward, it will remain closed and unsolved. Last year at this time, we were at 16, so plus 4. And again, that's why I talk about it every week, to have people know where we're at. If there's any information that people want, more information, you can go on our Transparency Hub. You can look up the locations. You can look up the report number. You can ask more questions. We always update that transparency site. Additionally, on our app, our external app, there's a spreadsheet on there where people can access it quickly as well. So, every week we talk about it. This is where we're at. Some weeks we're up, some weeks we're down. Again, it's we should be at 0. That's what the community should tolerate. But when these incidents do happen, we continue to investigate and try to make arrests as best as we can in circumstances where there's something that we can make an arrest on.
Yeah, and it's 20 this year compared to 16 last year. But you mentioned that it's this number always kind of ebbs and flows a little bit. So you can't really make any deductions based on. You could say, well, we're 25% up.
Yes.
In shots fired this year.
Yes.
But it's early April.
Yes. It comes up, it goes down. There's been weeks here where we've been lower. There's been weeks when we've been higher. But it's important that we talk about it every week so people have the right information. And obviously at the end of the year, we see where we're at in terms of, where we ended for the year and the status of the cases.
And you had mentioned last week that at some point there's going to be some sort of transparency hub clinic or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we, I want to do this. The Transparency Hub is a lot of great information, but it's hard to get through in 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So being able to host something at the department, a couple hours, have people come down where we can walk them through the transparency site. We're making a couple changes to it, so we should be done by that. I'm thinking mid-May. And then we'll launch this kind of clinic, or what you've called it. So we're streamlining some things, we're adding some things, and I think that's a good time. We're redoing some videos that have been on there for a little bit of time. So as soon as we launch the new site, then we're going to host this class for people. And I think it's a great class because there's tons of information on there that is, accurate and that is correct, so that people can access it themselves. They don't have to call the police department. Or they can see it and say, I do have some questions. And they can call in on the radio show or contact us.
Yeah, which you can do today if you want to.
Yes.
At 847-931-1410. Our phone lines are open. 847-931-1410. Wonderful, wonderful. Wilma Cash. Cash says good morning to us.
Good morning, Wilma.
Hi, Wilma. And we are on YouTube as well at WRMN Radio on YouTube. If you have any questions or thoughts, I'll keep an eye on that and share your thoughts with the chief.
So the only other thing, too, I wanted to mention is next week on the 20th is our Autism Awareness event. So this is the 4th year that we're doing it. On Friday next week, I will have Tamika here from the Autism Hero Project. I will have Officer Robbie Soberano and also Danny Flores, who is our community outreach specialist. So they will be here next week, and we're going to talk all things autism events. So, next week, it's right before the event. It sounds like the weather's going to be pretty decent, which is good.
Yeah.
And, every year it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're excited for it. So I wanted to mention that as well.
So that'll be next Saturday is the actual event.
Next Saturday, correct.
So next Friday morning, kind of a preview and what to expect here on the show.
We'll have a preview.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Okay,
so going back to the Civilian Review Board. So yesterday, just kind of talking with the mayor and giving a high level kind of how this was created. So I want to, give a little bit in case people didn't listen yesterday. So in June of 2020, because I went back and looked at the dates, I didn't have them offhand yesterday. So in June of 2020, the city council approved the creation of a police task force.
Yeah.
So that was in June of 2020.
Okay.
At that time, the city hires a facilitator. So by that, they come in, they start, really facilitating the meetings, the information. So the actual first time that task force members met was in September, October of 2021. And during that time, they had a lot of meetings going on. In January of 2022, subcommittees were formed out of the bigger task force. So there were 4 subcommittees that were created: allocation of resources, training, recruitment, and hiring, racial disparities, and then the Civilian Review Board. So there's actually a subcommittee created on just the topic of Civilian Review Board. So from October 2021 to August of 2022, all these meetings take place, all these side meetings. So there's bigger meetings, the subcommittee meetings, all this is going on for almost a year. Finally, in September of 2022, Kearns and West, which was the facilitators, who came in and who the city hired, the consulting firm, presented the final report to the city council. And again, that was in September of 2022. There were 23 total recommendations made that came from the subcommittees that came from the full task force.
Okay.
One of those recommendations was to create a Civilian Review Board. And so from September up until, recently, a lot of those recommendations, the police department came forward with their, with what we're going to do. We agree, don't agree, we're already doing it. So there was a lot of stuff that happened over that from September until recently, just with the recommendations and what the department has done. If you go on our transparency site and you scroll down to the bottom, there's a police task force icon. You can click in that, and you will see all 23 recommendations and the status of where they're at. So there's going to be an update next week on that. So obviously the CRB was just created, so we have to update that. But you can go on there, you can read the report, and then a very kind of quick glance, and you'll see 23 recommendations and where we're at with them. And the vast majority of them were done. I mean, most of them we were doing. Some of them, hiring more officers. We've been doing that. So there's a lot of stuff on there. So it's always, I think it's important that people know where you can access the information. So on our transparency site, or you can go to the city's website. They created a whole website on the police task force. And in there are all the city council meetings, all the subcommittee meetings that you can watch if you have.
If you want to binge watch over the weekend?
If that's what you want to do, right?
Yeah,
So,
well, that'd be fun,
I mean, I don't know, maybe there's something better on Netflix, but okay. But it's a lot of time. So it's a lot of time, was spent. And as I mentioned with the mayor yesterday, a lot of those conversations, people were only hearing snippets of it. So when you're in the conversation for months and months and hours and hearing the context of why people are saying what they're saying, it's not just a soundbite, or it's not just a soundbite at the city council meeting or something where. So that's why I kind of wanted to say, the core of the Civilian Review Board, it came from having more transparency with the department and allowing community members to have some input on what they want their police department to be. And, and again, there was a lot of conversation about things that had happened in the past, things that, the community was not happy with, but a lot of conversations. So the Civilian Review Board, a few weeks ago, the council approved an ordinance that creates a Civilian Review Board. And the ordinance, which is online, you can find it online too, it basically creates the Civilian Review Board, and I'll kind of give the high points of the ordinance so people understand what it is too.
Okay.
So before the Civilian Review Board is even formed, there is a selection committee that, and I mentioned this yesterday, so I apologize if people are repeating or hearing this repeated. But for those who weren't listening yesterday, this group that will come together for the selection committee will be comprised of myself, a member of the police union, and then 3 members of the police task force. And the 5 of us will be able to, again, the first step is we have to have people who actually want to apply to be part of the Civilian Review Board. As we are today, the process is still being formed of who are those 3 task force members who will sit on the selection committee.
So these were 3 of the task force members that were on that task force before?
Yes, that will sit on just the selection committee. So they are right now, the city clerk facilitates that process, sending emails to them saying who's interested in this, right? And eventually the 3 people are selected, depending on your interest too, right? You might, hopefully we get 3 people who say, yes, I'm willing to do this. So once that's step 1. Step 2 is the selection committee meets when we have people to interview. So the city will also be putting out applications for people who want to be on the Civilian Review Board.
Mm-hmm.
So when we get enough people, enough applications, the selection committee will conduct interviews. Once our interviews are done, we then make a recommendation to the mayor and the city council of who we believe should sit on the Civilian Review Board. Then it's up to the council to approve or not approve. The selection committee has done their work. It's on to the city council. So once the board is actually formed, the composition and terms per ordinance, the board shall consist of 9 members appointed by the city council.
Okay.
A quorum of 5 members of the board shall be required and sufficient for any action by the board other than the adjournment of a meeting. Official action by the board may be only taken pursuant to the vote of a majority of the quorum. So that's 9 is the number, but it can operate with 5. With that, so before they even sit on the board, they have to go through training, right? So let me talk a little bit about what the training is that people will have to go through.
Okay.
So the training will consist of the following, and this is all in the ordinance. So persons appointed to the board prior to taking office, they must complete a training curriculum which involves the following. So an overview of the police department, the organization, the operation. They have to do a ride-along with a police officer to acquaint themselves with the geography of the city and the real-world application of department policies, which is a great thing. An overview of our policies regarding use of force, including authorized compliance and de-escalation techniques, and the circumstances where their use is appropriate. So part of that would be going through our use of force policies, showing them what we do, how we do it, incorporating a simulator that we have where people can go on it and experience making decisions, split-second decisions. Also, an overview of the equipment, the weapons carried by police officers, their purpose, and again, that practical training component, which is important. An overview of laws governing the interaction between police officers and members of the public, so what we can and cannot do. And then also completion of Open Meetings Act training, which they also need to understand. And then lastly, how the ordinance actually works and what their kind of, what their role is.
Mhm.
So that all has to take place. And that, again, that's probably going to be just based on what I would like them to be exposed to. This is probably a 2-day training.
All of this in 2 days? Wow.
Well, and that's condensing it, right? So it's kind of
Yeah.
a mini police academy. So in 2 days, if we did a 2 8-hour days, 16 hours, that's a good framework. And depending on who the people are selected for the Civilian Review Board, they may have some knowledge base, right? So it's also understanding, letting them understand how the internal process works in the department when complaints come in, what officers' rights are per the Police Officer Bill of Rights. So there's a lot of stuff,
Mhm.
So they have to complete that before they can even go on the board. So
You got to pass a test?
I don't know if we're going to have a test, but definitely they're going to have to grasp what we do, right? Because it's not easy. We do
No,
citizen
I mean, that sounds like a lot.
It is a lot, and we do citizen police academies all the time, and we have 2 going on right now: our Citizen Police Academy and our Spanish one. And throughout the course of the next 5 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever the time frame is, they get 2-3 hours every night, right? So they're getting 20 hours over the course of that time frame. So we're going to try to condense a lot of that into 2 days, but mainly focusing a lot on policy, procedure, use of force, what police officers can and cannot do. Because a lot of times people may think, well, the police officer didn't do their job. And in reality, they could only do up to a certain point, right?
Mhm.
So it's understanding a little bit about, the practical application, which is why that ride-along is so important. Because you're going to actually sit in a police car with an officer, and you're going to see what they encounter every day. 1 minute it's somebody there's a lost child. The next minute it might be someone who's barricaded in their house. Or it might be someone that's having a domestic incident with a gun involved. They're not, it's literally a spin of the wheel, right? So if you're that officer in that area working that day, that's your call.
Mhm.
So it's also important that they understand the stressors that police officers face and decisions. It's if you work in an office environment every day and time is of the essence, you can, something comes in, an email comes in on your desk, and okay, I can worry about that later, or I have time to, do some research, or I can phone a friend, or I can, right? Police officers don't have that luxury in certain instances, right? In some cases, yes, our philosophy is to slow things down, right? Do an assessment, change our tactics. This is something that when we have that, it's a luxury. But a lot of times police officers don't have that, right? So they have to make those quick decisions, and they have to hope that those decisions that they're making, are the right ones based on their training, their knowledge, and their experience.
Mhm.
And that's not an easy thing to do. And then to do that for years of their lives, right? So, it's important to me that whoever sits on this board, they understand a little bit of the humanistic part of what we do as police officers, along with the technical and, ordinances and laws.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Civilian Review Board, so let me kind of explain the process, too, of how a complaint would come in. So outside of just making recommendations on discipline, the Civilian Review Board have some general duties. Their duties involve, in conjunction with the city staff, compiling statistics concerning department interactions with the public, providing periodic written reports and recommendations to the city council regarding public matters within the board's scope and authority, Provide written recommendations to the department in terms of any types of change of policies or practices that they want to see. Looking to conduct, again, all their meetings have to be conducted in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. So they have some duties too. And as it regards to complaints, they receive complaints from the public as to any type of allegations of misconduct. And then they refer it to the department. So, because I'll explain the process here in a minute. They receive information as to the disposition of civilian complaints did not result in the recommendation of formal investigations received by the board. Receive the written findings and recommendations of formal investigations. They want to look at those investigations to make sure that they were conducted thoroughly, that the witnesses or persons known to have information were contacted, that the appropriate interviews were taken involving the employee involved, making sure that evidence collection, information collection, everything is there, and then the appropriateness of any recommended discipline. So when a complaint comes in to the police department, whether it's through the Civilian Review Board, whether it's through an online complaint, whether it's somebody coming to the police station, whatever it is, if it fits the criteria of being assigned to our outside investigator, our law firm, which handles, that's another ordinance that the city council created a couple of years ago, certain types of complaints, use of force, breach of civil rights, discrimination, criminal misconduct, serious injury or death, or any type of misconduct that would look to the removal, discharge, or suspension of an employee more than 3 days, those complaints go to the outside law firm. Those are the complaints that the Civilian Review Board will have an opportunity to review. Any other complaint that comes in, you have a minor complaint, the officer was rude, they didn't do a report, something like that, those stay internal. Those go to a supervisor does the recommendation. The only thing that the Civilian Review Board will receive information on that is just the outcome. So these bigger complaints go to the Civilian Review Board. They're going to review it. They're going to make a recommendation to me. And based upon, they'll give me their recommendation, but ultimately it's my decision.
Right.
And my decision is, and as I said yesterday, it's not made in a vacuum. It goes through our legal department. Ultimately, the city manager has to sign off on any discipline. So what can happen, though, is that if the Civilian Review Board is not happy with my decision, okay, so if we're generally on the same page, right, there's probably not going to be any issue. If if my recommendation is lower than what they recommend, that's probably where you're going to see an issue. It's not probably going to be when my recommendation is higher.
More so, yeah.
Right. It's when it's going to be lower. In that instance, the recourse has nothing to do with the police officer and the complaint. It has, that process is done. The recourse would be with me. So what they can do then is they can express their displeasure or their unhappiness to the city council. Or I have to explain why I made that decision, which I have no problem doing.
Yeah.
Right. So, and then it's up to the Civilian Review Board what they choose to do or say. So, there may be months where there's no complaints come in. Sometimes there's months where complaints don't come in. And then there's months where they come in just nonstop, right? So we kind of get that little, all of a sudden you'll see 4 or 5 complaints come in over a week. So that's kind of, because I have 3 minutes left here. That's a very high level. Hopefully people understand kind of the process, how the Civilian Review Board was created, the task force part in that, the council's part in that, and then ultimately, when this board is actually created, then obviously I'll update the community and let people know. So as of now, we are still creating that selection committee, and that might take a little bit of time. Then the city has to put applications out, then we have to interview people, then people have to go through training. So you're talking, there's only some time here, yes.
Yeah.
But it's important, the best thing is, because I've heard obviously a lot of conversation about it, and sometimes the information is not correct. So this is the correct information. All this information is available publicly on websites, on our transparency site. You can read the recommendations yourself. You can watch the videos. You can hear the conversation. all that is there for people to because sometimes the snippets that people give are very misleading. And, if people want to know, it's available for them. You know, if people want to, I'm glad the mayor did his show yesterday to kind of, open up the door for the conversation. I wanted to talk about it because it was in the newspaper. I know this has been going on for a while, so obviously I want the right information to the community. And then how people feel about it is a different conversation, right? Here's what's actually happening, and now the secondary conversation about what people feel is different. But this is what actually is. This is actually how it happened. This is where you can get your information, your resources, everything that you need. So I'm more than happy to have more conversation about it with anybody. Let me know. But if anyone has any questions, please let me know.
Sounds good. Well, thanks for the explanation. It does sound like it's kind of complicated and convoluted. And if you decide you want to become a member of the Civilian Review Board.
Yes, Civilian Review Board.
Yeah, then it's going to be an interesting commitment.
Yes. It is a commitment.
It sounds like a job. I mean, it sounds like it sounds like it could be an actual job. This is
it's
a volunteer
commitment.
Position.
Yes, which is the other thing that I think a lot of times people don't realize, that this is a commitment. And as I mentioned yesterday, if we say, here's the training that's been set up and these are the days, that's the day that the training is happening. Because, for myself and Deputy Chief Schuessler to put this together and to get the experts to come in and the department people and people to, it's a lot. So yes, it is a commitment. And, sometimes the board might not meet for months because there might not be nothing going on. Mm-hmm. But then you might get, meeting after meeting after meeting. And so, this is where people have to, like I said yesterday, my hope is that we get the balanced person. Yeah. Right? The person that can see both sides, can understand both sides, doesn't get defensive, can hear different perspectives, and is immersed in what we do, right? If you're on the task force, on the Civilian Review Board, we give you this training, but it would be really great if they came back and said, we want more training, right? Can you give us training every couple months? We would love to do that, right? Because the more they know, I think the better their decision may be. Yeah. Yep. All right, Chief. Well, thanks for the time. Thank you, guys. Yep. And we'll see you again next Friday. And see you next Friday. Talk about autism. Sounds good. Everyone have a good weekend. Take care. Thank you. Chief Anna Lally. Coming up next, Steve Thorne. He's around the corner, and the Senior Community Spotlight Show continues this Friday of excitement and love here on WRMN.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Rooted in their family Mexican history, churros are made daily with love. Churros and Chocolate at 2533 West Algonquin Road has churros made from family recipes with care and fresh each day with delicious fillings. There's also the Frida Cafe, where you can relax and catch up with a friend while having a warm drink. Try Churros and Chocolate specialty churros, the churro sundae, or take home a churro cake. Visit chocolate-inc.com.
Garibaldi's Italian Eatery offers Italian dishes, subs, kids menus, and their delicious pizza. The foundation of a great pizza starts with the crust. Garibaldi's crust is crunchy at the bottom, airy in the middle, and perfect every time. The finest ingredients are used to give their pizza this exquisite crust and wonderful taste. Dine at either of the Garibaldi's 2 locations in Hoffman Estates and Arlington Heights. Free party rooms are available too. Visit garibaldis.com today.
Is it noon already? Take your lunch hour up a notch with Out to Lunch from 12 to 2 p.m. right here on WRMN 1410 AM. Unwind with the perfect blend of soothing sounds and lighthearted conversations that'll make every bite taste better. Whether you're in office or out on the town, let us serve up the best in radio company. Stream on the go with our app on Google and Apple. Because lunchtime is your time. Out to lunch every day from 12 to 2 on WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town.
From morning coffee to your evening commute, WRMN 1410 AM is here for you. The faithful friend that brings you local news, timely topics, and the friendliest voices in the Valley. Stay informed, entertained, and engaged with our full lineup of shows, streaming all day, every day at WRMN1410.com or on the WRMN app. Wherever you are, we're right there with you. So why switch stations? Stick with the one that has it all. WRMN 1410 AM, your daily companion, your constant conversation.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Hide out with friends at Galati's Hideaway in Cary. It's the perfect place for lunch, dinner, and specialty drinks. Check out their sports bar for the best spot to watch games. Try Galati's Dining Room for a relaxing night of dining on their signature Italian dishes. Try their great pizza or the build-your-own burger. Galati's Hideaway also has a large variety of entree favorites like prime filet, steak kebabs, salmon, and ribs. Book your party in their banquet room. Visit Galati'sHideaway.com.
A dream that's been cooking for years, Maria's Little Italy in Sycamore is waiting for you to come and enjoy authentic recipes handed down for generations. Stop in and enjoy bruschetta, handmade focaccia bread, pizza, pasta, sandwiches, and more. Dine in, take out, delivery, or catering is all available. Go to mariaslittle.italy.com and see what you've been missing. From their family to yours, welcome to Maria's Little Italy, where food brings families together.
Welcome to the Senior Community Spotlight Show on a Friday morning. It's 9:37, and into the show we go as Steve Thorne is here in place of the Chief Anna Lally and on with the day we go. And what a sunny, beautiful day in downtown Elgin. Hi, Steve Thorne, and welcome.
Hi, Marky B. Always good to be here in one of my favorite chairs, and for you, the benefit of now having your favorite show on the radio.
Absolutely. So good to see you.
Well, I'll start out with my signature intro. Hi, everybody, and happy Friday. I hope everyone had a good week out there. A week, I have to tell you, Mark, is one of my favorite weeks of the entire year.
I know.
It is. I know you and Larry didn't even want to talk about it.
Just forgot.
Well, that's because it doesn't hold a special meaning to you. But
no, it doesn't.
It does for millions and millions of people. And I'm talking about the Masters Golf Tournament, ladies and gentlemen. I've mentioned this a number of years now when it comes up. It's always held the second weekend in April. So here we are on Masters Week and Weekend, and that's going to be our little history story and our dedication this week. Listeners, I'm joined here in the studio with your favorite morning radio host, Marky B. Trustee Marky B. And all the changes with WRMN and a few glitches go along with that. So I'm sorry that we started just a little bit late today, but see if Mark will let me go over the top, but maybe not. We'll try. I'm going to have to curtail my hellos today. Let's talk about the Masters Golf Tournament. Marky B, as you can see, I'm wearing my Masters sweater.
I know, I see that.
And I have in front of me, being that we are on camera, this is the annual program book, the Masters Journal. As you can see here, I'm holding it up for you to see.
Yeah, I've got you on camera by yourself right now, so you could actually hold it up that way.
Here it is.
Yeah.
I got it. And the Masters Journal comes out every year, and you can buy those off-site. And it's not only highlights all of the players that are in it this year, it gives a detailed map, page by page, separately of each hole, describes it. Each hole has a name. And the history of the event, and then always kind of a neat highlight from a different year that took place. And there's one on Sam Snead this year from 1940 and a number of different things. And I get a few of these every year. I order them from Carl's Golfland in California. And then there's a few specific friends that I give them to each year. Used to send one to my dad and my mom every year, and that's now gone, but I always get one to my brother.
Yeah.
So I'll be finishing reading the Masters Journal this week, but the tournament started yesterday, Mark, and of course today is cut day. So after today's round, they will eliminate the players to the low 70 players and ties. They will play on the weekend.
Yeah, John Rahm's the defending champion, right?
He's the defending champion.
See, I know.
And you got that down.
I know.
And I'm going to talk a little bit about it, and it'll bring his name up here. So let's start with a little history about the Masters and the Masters Week. The Masters Golf Tournament. I've talked about it before, but I wanted to share some of the history of this great event. It all began as a dream from amateur golfer great Bobby Jones. He acquired a tree farm in Augusta, Georgia, and along with golf architect Alistair McKenzie, the course was completed and opened for play in 1932. Its first tournament was held in 1934, and it was called the Augusta Invitational, the first 5 years. In 1940, they changed the name to the Masters, and it's been called that ever since. It's one of 4 major golf tournaments on the PGA Tour and the only one held at the same course every year. It's the dream tournament for all golfers. Whether an amateur fan, your dream is just to attend it, for it is the most difficult ticket to get for any event of any kind in the entire world. The tickets are never on sale to the public. Even the practice rounds are very difficult to get nowadays due to a lottery system. As for players, it's their goal just to participate in it because it's by invitation. But there's a set of qualifications that would constitute an invite. If you win a tournament on the PGA Tour last year or this year prior to the tournament, then you are invited. If you're in the top 50 on the money list, you're invited. If you're the top 10 at any other major tournaments, then you're invited. In fact, if you win another major, then you're invited for 5 or 10 years. If you're always showing respect to amateur tournaments or amateur players, the top amateurs from different world amateur events, they earn an invite. So there are always some amateurs playing in the tournament. I believe there's 6 this year. And traditionally, they get to actually stay. Their accommodations are, they stay in this small area with small bunks, all built in the 30s, in the clubhouse, upstairs in a loft area, and it's called the Crow's Nest. There are a few other means to earn invites to the tournament, quite a few, but if you win the tournament, if you ever win it, like for instance, John Rahm, You are invited to play the rest of your life. Also, you are awarded a life membership in the club and, of course, Mark, the coveted green jacket.
Yes.
The jacket is worn by all members when on the premises, including all past champions who always attend the event even when they get old. They also have what is called the Champions Dinner on the Tuesday night before the event. The last year's champion is the host of the dinner and picks the meal. So the Champions Dinner was this past Tuesday night, and John Ron was the host. I don't know what the meal was this year. It is always shared with the public what he picked. But it's usually something like, for instance, one year when the winner was from Iowa, it was Angus steaks. And then there's always a couple other options. But that's the highlight, in other words. I know that when someone won it from Australia, I think it was shark, was the meal.
Wow.
It was because of the fish that's so popular to eat over there.
I hope all the golfers like shark.
Well, then they have you don't have to get that.
Oh.
You have a couple other options. But that's like the featured meal from the host. I will say this, it was rather strange, but the first year Tiger Woods won it.
Yeah?
His featured meal, because he was kind of young and naive at the time, he didn't realize what he was doing. And the featured meal was hamburger and fries.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what Tiger liked.
Well, he did get some criticism for that, and he actually apologized the next year. But because he kind of made light of it. At any rate, he grew up fast as he became into the limelight.
You had to pick something fancy, huh?
Well, it was only etiquette for all the seniors there. You got a lot of past champions there that are in their 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
And they're wearing their jackets. They didn't come to that dinner to eat a hamburger.
Sure, it was really nice bun.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Well, the room is called the Champions Room, and only past champions are allowed in that room. So even members of the club, they cannot go in that room. So it's really, there's so many special elite things there. The course is very beautiful, and it's adorned with flowering azalea bushes, showcasing bright pink and white flowers, and flowering dogwood trees. Even if you're not a golf fan, I ask that you watch some this weekend on the TV and see the beauty of this magnificent place. I was lucky enough to have attended it over 20 different years, sometimes each of those years 4 or even 5 or 6 days, including the practice rounds and the tournament. So it's near and dear to my heart. My mother's from Columbia, South Carolina, 68 miles from the course. And her closest sister lived in Augusta, so I went on vacations there when I was a young kid. So I was able to, and they were patrons. Patrons back in the day, they were patrons since 1968, so they were on a list. So they got tickets every year. And those tickets stayed in our family for years and years until about 4 or 5 years ago. So we don't have them anymore due to a glitch that my second cousin erroneously made, and now we don't have them. But I've gone so many times that I've enjoyed it. I was able to see Arnie and Jack and Lee and Tom Watson and all the players that I really cherished and liked up close and personal, and so I've got wonderful memories.
Yeah, that's good.
So onward and upward, we've got some folks out there struggling with health issues, and we want to talk about them. Our buddy George, he sounds great. He had to change his treatment plan because he was very ill last week and the week prior. It constituted him, well, he just wasn't able to schedule his next luncheon that everyone's going to.
Right.
But,
he has now. May the 2nd.
Yes.
Yep.
He's got that on the books, and so that's going to be a set date for everybody to attend, and another wonderful day in store for our case. But I'm going to forewarn you, if you're going from Elgin, you got to be prepared for that Route 20 overpass. You want to get a different route down there.
Mm-hmm. I'd take the Raymond Street direction and come back.
Yeah, I think that would be the way to go.
Yeah, because that's a mess.
I was going to go there yesterday, and it was backed up all the way to Laird.
Yeah, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's affecting McLean, too.
Oh, sure.
Everybody's starting to spill off onto McLean, and I noticed that a lot the last couple of days going home in the evenings.
Sure.
Yeah.
The alternate routes get busy as well. And, and it's only going to grow because people that get stuck in it, they're stuck in it today. They won't do it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So the McLean's going to just keep getting busier by people that are going to say, I've had it with this. All righty. Well, George, thanks for getting that scheduled. And I already texted with him a little bit today, so I hope to talk to him later and hope to have lunch with him next week. I took him out to breakfast about a month ago to Willie and Grace's.
Everybody's going.
And now it's become his favorite place.
Everybody's favorite place.
Yeah. So I feel good about that. I kind of added some fans. I went there yesterday with my friend Kathy Smith, and she loved it. And Willie came over to the table and talked to me. And I know why George likes Willie. Willie's always wearing a Cubs hat.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wow.
He's back there cooking, but he came out of the kitchen and had his Cubs hat on. All righty. Well, George, I hope you're feeling better, and we're thinking of you all the time. Hey, speaking of thinking about people, how about Gene? What do you hear about Gene? I know that he's doing better, and he's even been up to the Legion.
That's what I've heard. I really haven't talked to Gene yet since I've been back from my trip. So, but I heard he has been out and about at the American Legion. I think he tried to call the show the other day for trivia, but didn't get in. So we have to catch up, but I hope he's doing well. It's good to hear that he's out and about a little bit.
Great. Hey, Gene, hope you're doing better. Well, my dear friend Arnie Lauber, his wife has really been struggling, and she was just assigned hospice this past week. So I don't know if you want to say that's a good sign or a bad sign, but I mean it's a sign of her demise or her fading, and we want to wish her well and comfort, and of course our hearts go out to Arnie.
Yeah.
So I'll be visiting Hildy again here soon. My wife and I will, and she's over there at the Pearl. The Pearl used to be Rosewood, River Heights, over there on Royal Boulevard by Home Depot. So good luck there. And I know that my friend Pam that broke her wrist, she's back in action, so she's doing better. And anyone else out there struggling, I hope that you are doing better. And I know that my friend Cindy way out west struggling with her shoulders, but her animals are keeping her happy, and she's so happy with her new little doggie. Well, I think that the time situation today, we're going to have to pass on our hellos today. So we had a glitch with the system and started 7 minutes late. So rather than rush through hellos and then not have any announcements, we'll just have to skip our hellos.
Yeah.
And
Hi to everybody.
Yeah. Hi to everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Happy Friday. Yeah.
All righty. Well, we'll talk about a few things coming up. How about the fact that I always say Elgin's so lucky to have the Elgin History Museum and the Elgin Public Museum. And Sherry Blazer has been so busy at that public museum doing things over there. Larry, he said it best. Not to be confused with Larry Best.
Who's on YouTube, by the way.
Oh, no doubt.
Morning,
Hi, Larry. Larry Jones said, Sherry is Elgin Public Museum.
Yeah.
I saw her make a little post this past week that she was there, I think, 25 hours straight.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Sherry, come on.
So she just kept working. She crashed and got up and then just kept working.
Man.
So she does a lot, and the city is sure lucky to have her. So way to go, Sherry. And the Elgin Public Museum in Lord's Park, yes, the two-headed calf. Larry, if you didn't know what actually happened to it, it just basically disintegrated. It was just...
it was worn out.
It had become you touched it and it just became a pile of dust. And
wow.
I think, and just so you know, folks, both heads went at once.
Is that right?
It didn't become a one-headed one. Here's the two-headed calf. The other head's gone now. It was the most asked question that she gets from older people. She told me that.
Is that right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Because like when I was a kid, and we went on field trips there, every kid had to see it. And they would comment on it, But, I mean, it was a real thing, and it was a deformity that they had stuffed there, but it just, the taxidermy didn't last.
Yeah. It's time to go. Time to put it to rest once and for all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, I talk about the Elgin History Museum, and Elgin's so lucky to have an Elgin History Museum, a museum that educates children. They have field trips there. But something else that's very interesting? I went over there for a meeting about a month ago, Mark.
Yeah.
And the parking lot was filled with police cars. And I thought, what on earth? But a number of them were in the car. They were all in their cars, all the police. It just so happened the timing when I got there, they were all getting out. They started to get out of their cars as I was walking through the lot. So I knew a couple of them, but I didn't recognize the majority of all of them. Well, as it turns out, they are all the new recruits. And one of the things they do through a program that Anna and the educator over there did, the new recruits go for a 2-hour lesson on the history of Elgin.
Really?
So they learn about Elgin. I think that's a great thing.
That is a good idea.
Yeah, it sure is. So Elgin has so much history, and people value that history, that today is the Out to Lunch program will be over there.
Yeah.
It'll be broadcasting from the Elgin History Museum. The Elgin History Museum, while it's not expensive to get in, it is free to seniors if you have your senior access pass, thanks to Supervisor Bruderly. But today, if you go over there during the Out to Lunch program, it's free for anyone. You can see Marky B doing the interview. I'm going to try to pop by. But you get to go in and you get to see all these different rooms and displays, and you get to see exactly what it is. It's over there on Park Street in the old main building, originally the first Elgin Academy building, with the big cupola on top, and it's lit up at night. You can see it for miles and miles.
Yeah.
Because it's on that high point. So listeners, please, first shifters, any of you that are available, stop by and show your support. And speaking of that, if you value Elgin history like me, and then consequently the Elgin History Museum, their once-a-year gala is a week from this Saturday, April 20th, beginning at 5:30 at the Elgin Holiday Inn. You can go to elginhistory.org, elginhistory.org. There you can learn more about the details, how to get tickets, etc. Or stop by the museum. You can get tickets there, but you could learn more about the event there as well. And please try to stop by. Swing by today between noon and, are you going to be there till 2?
Just till 1, the first hour.
Noon to 1. Noon to 1 today on Park Street in Elgin. Please stop by and say hi. All right, the senior services, Elgin's so lucky to have them. They do so much for the community over there at Fulton and Grove Avenue. Also, I want to say tune in to Sherry's Senior Showcase. What a great show. She does so much for seniors. And make sure you have her number, 847-289-2626. The Senior Showcase is on the third Tuesday at 9:15. On the second Tuesday is the Elgin History Program. And the Elgin History Museum always puts a blurb in their newsletter about that. And they got a lot of members that listen to that show because they love Elgin history. And generally all my guests are members of the Elgin History Museum, because that's why they're guests, because they have a subject matter that they know so well.
Right.
So last week Ken Barnhart was on, and that was great. And his wife's been on the board over there, and Ken loves Elgin history, and boy, does he know a lot about it. That's the Elgin History Show, Elgin Time Radio, the second Tuesday at 9:15, right here on WRMN. Listeners, I had another great phone call this week for the reverse mortgage program. If you live in your home and you are 62 years of age or older, that's the threshold. Do you have a mortgage and you're 62 years of old? Isn't it worth looking into this option? It's got the most flexible repayment program there is. Contrary to other beliefs, you never sign over your home. You retain ownership, as do your heirs. Learn how you can eliminate a payment, and or if your house is paid off, you can start extracting money to improve your lifestyle or even continue your lifestyle in your home. As I like to say, use your home to stay at home. Call me anytime at 847-840-7319. I always like to talk about the Anderson Humane. While they are in South Elgin, they are they're the animal shelter per se of this area, Mark. And there's so many things on the internet now all the time about. It's just sad. They show videos because people have their phones now. One thing about cameras and videos on phones is that now you see so much more that goes on because people always have them. You know, they always have phones with them, hence they always have a camera with them.
Yeah, right.
And I saw now twice, I've seen some video of some guy just taking a dog out in the middle of the country and dropping it off and then driving away. And it's so sad. Well, there's a lot of animals that could use your companionship at Anderson Humane. Give them a try, even if fostering is your deal. Elgin American Legion Fish Fry. It's Friday night. Their fish fry goes all year long, and it's great. And they have macaroni and cheese as an option rather than potatoes. Homemade recipe from Inga. You could also check out fish fries at the Elgin Turners with our dear friend Carrie over there as your server. They're at Villa and Fulton Street. And then the Eagles Fish Fry out there west of town in Gilbert's. And, of course, RK's has a great fish fry. Elgin Public House has a great fish fry. Paul's has a great fish fry. Every place around Elgin. And it's interesting, I told this to you, Mark, once before. When I visited my mother in South Carolina, no one down there heard of a fish fry. They don't use the term. It's just not practiced.
Right. It's huge up here, that's for sure.
It sure is.
Yep.
That's for sure.
That's for sure.
All right. Well, I guess it's time I turn it back over to you. I don't want to go too far over the time limit.
Yeah.
But thanks, Mark, and thanks for working through all the kinks as the WRMN continues to improve and continues to get better. I'll make sure I stop by the Elgin History Museum today, but I hope you listeners will too. Try to make an effort to get over there. Between noon and 1, Elgin History Museum on Park Street, and it's a great place. Learn about everything, see their great displays. Remember, listeners, thank a veteran every day and thank a policeman and a fireman too. I want to remind you I'll always proudly stand for the American flag, for the flag will stand for me. That's it for today. Marky B, I hope you have a great day. I'll see you over there at the History Museum. God bless America. Have a peach of a day, everybody, and a peach of a weekend. And, if you can, watch the Masters.
Sounds great. Thank you, Steve. And we'll see you at the museum in a couple of hours, the Elgin History Museum. That's where I'll be on the air next at noon with hour 1 today of Out to Lunch. So come and hang out with me and Ben, Stevie T, and maybe hope to see you there. We're going to learn about the Elgin History Museum and talk about their fundraiser. It's 10:03 here at WRMN. Leah's around the corner, and her Friday Restock Show. One-on-one with Leah's coming up next, so keep it right here on WRMN on this fabulous Friday.
Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus is intent in their commitment to open doors and support those who strive for excellence. Too many people have been made to feel that higher education isn't a place for them, that it is someone else's dream. But Columbia College of Missouri has changed all that. With individualized attention and ongoing support, Columbia College knows a future built by you is a future built for you. Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus, your new starts now. Visit ccis.edu.
It's heating up at El Diablo Cantina, located by Spring Hill Mall at 113 Southwestern in Carpentersville. Fuel up with authentic recipes from all over Mexico, made fresh daily. Cocktails using the freshest fruits, or your choice of many craft beers go great with the delicious menu. After you fill up with dinner, hit the dance floor and dance the night away with the sizzling salsa dancing on Latin Saturdays, where DJs play the hottest hits. Visit eldiablocantina.com today.
Come see the only train-themed restaurant where all the seating is on the tracks. Two Toots Train Whistle Grill on Main Street in both Bartlett and Glen Ellen is always fun and always fresh. Two Toots Train Whistle Grill serves 100% grass-fed beef hot dogs and burgers. There's also chicken nuggets, mac and cheese, and more, all loaded up on 2 Lionel O-scale trains and delivered directly to your seat. No one sits away from the fun, regardless of age. When a train arrives delivering your food, you'll smile ear to ear. Visit twotoots.com.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and it's sometimes, we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it, and in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
It's easier than you think for pests to threaten your family's health. Ticks, which spread dangerous diseases, hide in tall grasses and even on your pets. Rodents easily invade your home, contaminate food, and can carry more than 35 diseases. Mosquitoes, which breed in standing water, transmit many diseases. Get the facts you need to protect your family at pestworld.org. It's that easy. A public service message from the National Pest Management Association.
As the Elgin Police Department continues to participate in the Distracted Driving campaign, they wanted to share some tips from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website regarding safe driving. If you are expecting a text or need to send one, pull over and park your car in a safe location. Once you are safely off the road and parked, it's safe to text. Designate your passenger as your designated texter. Allow them to access your phone to respond to calls or messages. Do not engage in social media scrolling or messaging while driving. Are you struggling not to text and drive? Activate your phone's Do Not Disturb feature or put your cell phone in the trunk, the glove box, or the back seat of your vehicle until you arrive at your destination. Remember, the Elgin Police are conducting directed patrols to enforce distracted driving violations. Just drive and stay safe. A message from our friends at the Elgin Police Department and your friends here at WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Skoning, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all played, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It was a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Welcome to One-on-One with Leah. It's Friday morning in the Elgin and the Fox River Valley, and that means it's time for Leah to enlighten you with some interviews and ideas for the upcoming weekend. During One-on-One, you are invited to join Leah and her guests, or live large for less with the radio shopping show by calling 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. And now it's time to take it back live to Studio 14 and go one-on-one with Leah.
And welcome everybody to One-on-One. This is Friday. Hello everybody. Today is April 12th and this is WRMN. This is Leah here with a one-on-one edition. Try one of those and we'll see if we can get some headsets on here. Obviously we have the great programming every Friday. Is that volume okay? All right. We've got the programming every Friday for One-on-One, and what I've decided to do, and the funny thing is I was looking at some paperwork, and we're going to be having, when we go to break, we'll have a special graphic that comes up on the screen, and I'm going to bring it our whole picture up right now so you can see that I've got a wonderful guest guest in studio today. But we're going to have a graphic that comes up on the screen that says, we're on a break right now, we'll be back, and then it'll tell you the program. So, for example, Matt's got Matt McNeil on it saying that this Matt will be back after these messages. So you're not just staring at an empty studio, right?
Sure.
And you've heard the voice, so you might not recognize. I was going to say get a guess out there, but now we have the benefit of the camera, so you got busted right from the
There you
get-go,
go.
Greg.
No chance of hiding now.
I've got Greg Muka joining me in studio today, and he is coming to us from Anderson Humane. And Greg, I have to say, you and I kind of met through, it was a promotion that we were running. Was that maybe a year ago?
Yeah, it was when we were doing our comedy night
That's
in St.
it.
Charles.
That wasn't even a year ago.
No.
And I always say, there's honestly, it seems to say it a lot, but there's probably a small group, maybe a couple dozen of people that I can talk to and just have conversations. And you realize, and you and I, over the time here that we've known each other now, have been able to talk, family. We've talked about his work history, where we lived, and I think that's part of the great communication that you can have with a partner of WRMN. Not only that, but somebody that you also consider a friend.
Oh, absolutely. And that's, like I said, this is our relationship just blossomed very quickly.
Mhm.
I think we had a lot of things in common, though, too, which helps.
Right.
So,
And one of those happens to be obviously animals. And initially, I had met Greg when they did the promotion for the comedy night, which was fantastic. That was held over at the Arcada.
Right.
And it was a nice night for everybody to commune around, everybody having the same goal.
Right.
Making some money, having a fun, eventful entertainment evening, and then just learning about it. And I ended up seeing, okay, now I wanted to say it was a ferret, but it's not a ferret. What was the little animal that we had?
It was an opossum.
Opossum, there we
Yes,
go.
That's our ambassador, one of our ambassador animals.
And the reason I say that is because it was so small at the time I saw it, and you can't really, it doesn't look like when you think about an opossum when you're, the gritty
Angry,
teeth
right?
and the
Yeah.
beady eyes, and
Right.
and it had the little eyes looking at you, but it was just like this innocent little creature. And you said that the reason that you were talking about it, and you said because people don't understand the value of these animals in society. We
Yeah.
always look at them like,
Right. Everybody's afraid of them, and there's no reason to be. They're the most docile wild animals around, and they're so beneficial to the ecosystem.
that's it.
Yeah. So we have a tick problem here, and with the winter not being as bad as it was, it's going to be really bad this year. So those opossums will eat thousands of ticks a day.
Really?
Absolutely. So you want to make sure you keep them around. And some of the interesting things people don't understand is they eat a lot of the things that we don't want
Got it.
around. So it's great to have them. And so if you see one in your yard, be happy you've got one.
Exactly. It's going to be a safe yard. A
Exactly.
healthy yard, if anything else.
Exactly.
But that's true. Then it got me thinking, why is it that that seems like something that we're so anti? And I think it's just because any kind of nocturnal animal, I think people start to get freaked out about because their eyes are usually glowing a little bit in the
Right.
dark. And so it's that eeriness that comes to it. Otherwise, I can't think of any other reason to be feared of them.
Well, people love raccoons.
Right.
But they're little thieves.
Uh-huh.
They really are. And, those are the ones you need to be more worried about. 'Cause raccoons are a little bit more, so they're higher on the rabies spectrum.
Got it.
That's one thing about opossums, too, is they'll never have rabies.
Why? Why is that?
Their bodies just, they don't develop rabies. They can't get rabies. So if somebody said they see a rabid opossum, it's impossible.
Impossible,
It's
yeah.
impossible for them to be rabid.
They're
So-
just crazy naturally.
Correct. Yes, you got it. That's exactly
Well,
it.
and that's the one thing you always hear too, especially, they say don't leave any garbage out because it'll attract the coon,
Right.
it'll attract all critters. And so there's one thing to be just responsible, but there's another thing to know, especially this is the reason that we need places like Anderson Humane to educate us on things like
Correct.
that.
Yep.
So that you said, and I remember you told me that night, this is going to be our mascot. This is going to be our signature child here, right?
So we have her. She actually grew. She's gotten a little bit bigger. I just had a tour group come through the shelter with me yesterday, and everybody just falls in love with her the minute they see her. She is so gentle. She loves people.
Well, she's got to be a people person anyway, just from being around people since her, her
Exactly,
little.
exactly. So she connected with our handlers right away, and once that connection's there, it's really hard to break that bond. And again, this is what we talk about all the time: the human-animal bond. It's a very powerful thing. It's very therapeutic as well. But once these animals bond with us, that's it. So we have to be very careful when we're rehabbing wildlife that we don't have that imprint take place. Because if they do, then they rely on us, and we can't release them back into the wild.
not to survive.
Correct.
You know, I think that's what people worry about sometimes, or some of them, the right people worry about it, and the people who aren't knowledgeable, they think they're doing something nice by picking up those little eggs or by seeing these little critters, and you don't realize that you're going to make it impossible for them to live on their own.
Correct.
I knew that we had our interview today, but I was daydreaming and thinking, and as I was making my way here and thinking to myself, ooh, I didn't tell Greg about the parking. Yeah, so, but anyway, so I was daydreaming, and there was somebody in Festival Park that had their dog just running around, and they weren't throwing anything for it, but you could tell the dog was taking off running like it was going after the hottest, coolest ball in the whole entire universe.
Right.
And then nothing, wasn't retrieving anything, but then came running back to the owner, and the guy just kept walking, just regular pace.
Yep.
And that dog was doing laps around him. And I said, that's the great thing about a pet is, first of all, I don't think I've ever seen a dog when they're out running, smiling, their tongue hanging out, happy as a lark, and just like, give me some attention. Hello, I'm right here,
Yep.
you know.
Yep.
And somebody, I think that's the one report I get from animal parents is fur parents is that they say, you know what, I come home and even if I'm having the worst day possible, I've got a wonderful greeting.
Exactly. So every day I walk in the door. My dogs are both, as soon as they hear the garage door open, they run to the door because they know I'm home.
The tails are wagging.
and they're waiting. And the minute I open the door to the mudroom when I walk in, they're all over me.
Yeah.
And it's every day. It's the same thing. And you would think at some point they kind of, okay, it's a routine. But dogs are just very habitual.
Yep.
And once they set a habit, they do that every day. And they love us so much and spend so much time with us. And they follow me around the house until I sit down.
It's interesting because you don't think they miss you during the day when they're all by themselves. But then when you get home, you think that they've been a long-lost relative that they hadn't seen in years, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's so great.
How is it that you don't, I've always wondered this for people who work at shelters, that you don't have 12,000 animals at your house?
You know, and it's funny because a lot of people ask us, and even with fosters, right? So we have a lot of fosters, which is great. But they say the same thing. But what happens is after you realize that the work that you're doing is helping this dog find a forever home, it becomes easier and easier every time you see the connection when someone does adopt them and you see how that person's life is changed by that animal. It gives you a sense of gratification.
Right.
You know, it's like I did something good by taking care of this animal and finding it this home.
I think there's probably foster families that are the go-tos too, that have been doing it a long time, are really good at it, are welcoming to take an animal in, especially in an emergency.
Correct.
That's the reason I like to have Greg in on the studio, because I couldn't say it as eloquently as he does, but it's those households that you rely on that actually keep this whole cycle going, because I would imagine the tough part is that if you don't have a home to take them to, you have limited space.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. So that's a thing. So 70% of the animals in our care right now are in foster homes.
Got it.
Which is fantastic because
Absolutely.
it makes the transition when they get adopted into a new home a lot easier than it is coming from the shelter. So, and again, we try to rotate the dogs if we can from the shelter into a foster home if we can do it.
Right.
But typically most fosters will have the dog anywhere from, a week to maybe 4 weeks.
Okay.
But, in some cases it's right away. I mean, puppies go right away the minute we get the puppies in. Once they're ready for adoption, usually within the first week to 2 weeks, they're gone.
Yeah.
They find their homes.
You got that puppy cuteness on it, right?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the same thing with kittens. I mean, it was funny. Yesterday we had some people from ComEd come in who made a donation of 35 blankets, which was wonderful, for the new kennels. So we just got some new kennels in. So we just renovated the kennel area. And one of the women happened to be in the lobby, saw a kitten she loved, and adopted it on the spot.
See?
So it was amazing, right? It was one of those things where once you see that animal, it touches your heart and you can't turn your back.
That goes back to our connection.
Yes.
We were talking about
Right.
connections when you
Exactly.
see something and you can feel it. And that's the one you're probably happy to put in that home because you know how
Absolutely.
you saw her excitement and genuine
yeah.
behind it. I always, too, anytime I'm ever talking about adoption with the rescues that I've had over the years, is that I always say, remember, and I know everybody's always said that too, puppies and kitties are cute, but remember, they grow up, right?
Well, that and there's a lot of work to get them to grow up, right?
Yeah.
So when we always our counselors, our adoption counselors, will spend a lot of time with individuals when they first come in if they've never had a pet before. If you've had a pet before, you kind of understand the process. But if you haven't, they go through that whole process and explain. This is how much money you'll spend in a year, and here's some of the things you can expect, and this is what you need to do to make this animal adapt to your home. In
Maybe
the best
that's why
way.
you've had such a great success rate. I think it has to do with the counselors. I think it is preparing people for exactly knowing what to expect.
Yep.
You know, it's one thing for people to just try and get as many pets as they can out the door, and
Right.
those aren't the ones you want to shy away from. Is there an accreditation that Anderson Shelter, Anderson Rescue, Humane, the first name, full name out there, Anderson Humane, but you are kind of quite familiar in the community now over the years. As long as I've been here
Right.
in Illinois, I'm familiar with you. But for other people who don't have something like Anderson Humane, are there things that you should watch for to make sure these are legitimate facilities?
Yeah, I think the thing that you want to look at, there's a lot of great rescues out there that don't necessarily have a facility in the area.
Okay, that's a good point.
But they're great rescues, and they rely totally on fosters for what they do.
Right.
You just do a little research. I always tell people, if you're looking for an animal, we always say adopt, don't shop.
Mhm.
But when you're
That's a great
looking
way.
when you're looking for the animals, is do a little research. Go to their website. See what people have said about the experience they've had with them. That always makes a huge difference.
Right.
But again, we all work together. We all try to support each other. So we've worked with other rescues in the area to help them when they are overburdened. And we call them under-resourced, right?
Right.
So they get to a point where they're maxed out and they can't handle anything else. So we'll work with some of the other ones in the area to try to help them out. We'll take some of their animals in, vice versa.
Well, I can understand that, though, because you guys are all out for the same goal.
Correct.
So
Yep.
there's no reason to have a competition between each other.
No.
You're all out to try and get homes for these animals, right?
Correct, correct.
What kind of animals can you expect to find if somebody, and I'm going to guess you probably get a lot of people that just decide to tour. They might not necessarily be looking for something, but they're just starting the idea of adoption.
Right.
Is there special times that they can come through Anderson Humane to see the animals or to find out what you would have available for adoption?
Sure. So we're always open. So this year we actually, Mondays and Fridays, we've added an hour. So we're from noon to 7 Mondays and Fridays right now. So
I love that. I love that people understand that folks work until 5 or 6. I'd
Exactly.
rather start later in the day to make
Right.
sure you've got those hours at night. That's smart.
Correct. And then during the week on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, it's noon to 6
Okay.
p.m. And then on the weekends, we are, and I'm going to state this because I'm not sure 100%. It sounds
Uh-huh.
crazy, but I think it's 11 to 5 on Saturdays.
Okay.
And, or 11 to 6 on Saturdays and 11 to 5 on Sundays.
And of course, you can always go to the website if you want to find out more information. If we haven't covered it today, you will find it out online, folks. You can check there as well. Another thing I did want to mention is that you have got one of your biggest fundraisers. I think, is your gala the biggest fundraiser that you do throughout the year?
It is. It's typically our biggest fundraiser, and it's a great event. We've actually sold out all the tickets already. Actually, we did
Yay.
about 2 weeks ago, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But we'll have about 275 people attend this event. We do live and as well as silent auctions. And the one thing we're doing differently this year is, in fact, it's going to open today. We're going to open up the auctions online for people who can't attend but still want to help support us.
That was going to be my next question. I said, what about people who, because quite often there are auction items and things that you can have, and they'll post those on the website. So I'm going to put that up on our page right now. We have 4 animals. If you want to make a donation or if you'd like to see some of the items, right now to view the website, it's ahconnects.org, so you can check that out. And right now, if you are tuning in, we do have Greg joining us from Anderson Humane, talking a little bit about the gala. Now, the gala all comes with donations, and I obviously know you've got wonderful sponsors. Being as this is one of your bigger events, it's a gala. Where's it going to be held?
So this is going to be held at Eaglebrook Country Club in Geneva. And it's going to be from 5:30, I think, till 10. It might go later. All depends on how late people stay around. We're not kicking anybody out.
Yep.
So, yeah, and it's great because it's, cocktail hour first, and then we have dinner, and then we have a presentation. And one of our speakers this year is Dr. Temple Grandin.
Who is that?
And so Dr. Temple Grandin is she's an expert on animal connections.
Okay.
So she's a very high-functioning person on the autism spectrum.
Okay.
She's written dozens of books on autism and how animals can help us ease the pain and issues you experience with autism.
Right.
And then she's also helped revolutionize.
Does an autistic person feel more of a connection to an animal than they do a human?
That's what she says, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me,
and
though.
it's very true.
They're
It's
not
very
asking for anything.
And they don't judge.
Yep.
Right? So that's a big part of it.
Right.
And they do help in a lot of different ways. And that's what she's our keynote speaker, so she's going to talk about that connection between animals and humans and how that is impactful in someone's life.
And Anderson Humane is not any different than a lot of organizations here or nonprofits that use a gala like this to actually educate people.
Correct.
And so some of that gets to be, is the important thing is defining who your keynote speaker is going to be.
Right.
So for this one, I love it.
Oh my gosh, she's incredible. And there's been a movie. There's actually a movie called Temple Grandin that
Really?
Yes, that you can check out, and it talks about her whole life story. And one of the unique things is that she actually went through a meat processing plant for cattle.
Okay.
Have
you ever been through one of those?
I have friends that own one in Colorado,
Okay,
and that
yeah.
was the one that she went through
Okay.
when she helped revolutionize the way the animals are processed.
Right.
And she literally walked through on all fours like a cattle would through the entire line
To see what it was like.
and revolutionized how they are. So one of the things that she discovered is you ask any hunter who hunts deer,
Mhm.
if you don't get the deer with one shot, you don't want the deer, because what ends up happening is cortisone is released into their system.
Yep.
And that basically ruins the quality of the meat. And it's the
Mhm.
same thing with cattle. So she found out that if she can do it in a less stressful way, it was a much better product in the end, and it was more humane to the animals. That was the key.
Well, that was the key, but I can understand how her turning that to make it better for the company too.
Correct.
Using a statistic like that to say, hey, you're going to get better product.
Correct.
So you'll be able to make better money. You'll be able to
Right.
provide a better service. That's interesting. Is it on your website, her connection on there?
It
so
is. If
for the gala?
Yeah, I think if you go to the website and you go to events,
Okay.
and you go to the gala, her bio is listed on there, and it talks about it.
So again, folks, if you want to read this book, it sounds phenomenal to me.
Oh, she's
if you want to
incredible.
read this book, then definitely, if you've ever been through one of those plants, I understand and appreciate there are animals that are designed and meant to feed us,
Right.
and I appreciate that part. So I'm not an anti-hunting kind of person. It's just a matter of caring for those animals that are not in that category and caring for them even though that they are giving their life. Make their life worthwhile for the meat that they're giving you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think that's what we have to take away from that. Now, you said that people can go online. You're going to have some of the auction items online, so you can bid. So if you don't feel like getting dressed up and you know it's sold out anyway, you can say, wait a minute, I can still donate and I can still support this wonderful organization.
Right.
That's by
correct.
going to AH, and again, it's ahconnects.org. Are there other ways that people, I do know through donation, and I know if people are seeing, if there's dog food, is there certain things throughout the year that Anderson Humane is looking for that they would like to put out donation requests for?
Yeah, and a lot of times if you just go to our website and it talks about donate, there's actually wish lists listed on our site that
Okay.
they can go to and select items that they can donate. So a lot of times what we'll do is we'll put out an appeal. So if you follow us on social media, we'll always put out appeals for specific things that we need at certain times of the year when there's a dire need.
And social media, you're talking, so we can follow you on Facebook. If we follow you, we'll get a link saying this is our
Correct.
appeal?
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yep. So if you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, we also do some stuff on LinkedIn as well. So there's always something that's being posted.
Got it.
And that way you can follow. And we'll also tell some good stories about some of the people that have adopted. So we share what we call happy tales.
Mhm.
So a lot of people that adopt will talk, come back to us and share photos and say, here's how it's going. This dog has changed my life, or this cat's, made an
Most of us
incredible
do. Have you
difference.
ever noticed that? Like, we're
Yeah.
proud. You
Oh.
are just, you want to share that love with somebody and tell your story on.
And how many pictures of your animals do you have on your phone?
Of course,
Right?
exactly,
And,
yeah.
And you look for your kids, you can't find them, but you
that's,
got your pets.
That's true, right?
Exactly.
And again, folks, if you want to find out more information, you can go to the website. It's ahconnects.org. And if you want to throw a phone number out there, Dan, do you want to do, or Greg, excuse me, you want to do that real quickly?
Sure, it's 847-697-2880.
2880. So if you have any questions, you're wanting to know what they have, there's a lot of people that we do know that listen that don't have social media. So if that's
Right.
fine, you can still call Anderson Humane 847-697-2880. Greg, I want to thank you very much. It's a pleasure always speaking with you, and I look forward to creating some wonderful partnerships that we can do in the near future. We've already got some great ideas, so now we'll just we'll keep them a secret for now,
Right.
but stay tuned and keep it here, or make sure you keep up with Anderson Humane. Thanks so much, Greg.
Thanks for having me on today.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. I'm reminding everybody that you are listening to One-on-One with Leah here on this Friday, April 12th. We'll be back in just a bit.
Twin Zeros, located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, serves traditional gyros as well as its award-winning chicken gyros on a pita. Twin Heroes has a diverse menu that includes barbecue ribs, chicken dinners, Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, cheeseburgers, and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Check out the full menu at twinsheroes.com. That's Twins Heroes at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois.
Hey parents, are you searching for the ultimate spring break and summer solution for your kids? Look no further than Adrenaline Monkeys Adventure Camp in West Dundee. The week-long camps are ideal for ages 5 through 12. They're packed with exciting activities like obstacle courses, climbing, and educational demos. Look for full or half-day options to keep your kids active and engaged. Enroll now for spring break and summer 2024 at adrenalinemonkeyfun.com/WD and transform their time off into unforgettable adventures.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
For an absolutely amazing meal and attentive, smiling staff, try Red Ox Restaurant and Bar in Hampshire. They have a delicious Friday night fish fry. There's so many great dishes on the menu that'll keep you returning. Try their savory French onion soup. Then for your main course, choose from a wide variety of steaks and chops, fried chicken, shrimp, or juicy prime rib, done just the way you like it. Red Ox also has daily specials and a full bar for you and your friends. Visit redoxhampshire.com today.
When you need your banker, they should be ready to put you first. At Wintrust, you can have the banking experience you need and the one you deserve. Ready for a change? We've made it even easier. Our new sophisticated online platform makes opening accounts a breeze, but our bankers are always here for you. Open a new Total Access checking account in minutes at wintrust.com/fast. Plus, get $300.
$100 required to open. Requirements to qualify. Must use link to apply.
Member FDIC.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day, Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
You are listening to One-on-One with Leah, which features the radio shopping show on steroids. Call 847-931-1410 now and live large for less with Leah. That's 847-931-1410. And now back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for more One-on-One with Leah.
And welcome everybody back to WRMN. This is Leah. It is our Friday edition, one-on-one. And for those of you who might be joining us on this Friday, you see that we have gotten some other people joining us in the studio. Now, the one thing that I appreciate is when we decided to, well, first of all, we've always been trying to promote local and things that are happening in the local area. And that's originally how I met Dan early on, is because we were talking about a local story, and you just hit it off, and I like the passion and compassion that you have behind your job. And then you start getting to know the people. You know, Dan was one when my mom passed away. I was like, Dan, I need some help. Can you help me? And he was just like, yep, what do I need to do? Yep. And so those are good people that you want to have in your life, and you want others to meet these individuals. And Dan, again, with Simmons Madison, we had told the story about when they had provided services, and I know you've done them since
For
then.
John James Murphy, yeah.
Yep.
And I've done a couple before him and then after him, too, yeah.
And that was honestly the onset, I think, of Operation Love. That was the reason.
Murphy was the reason we started it, yeah.
Right. And Operation Love, if somebody's not familiar with that, can you tell people what that is?
Operation Love is Love Our Veterans Elgin.
Mhm.
And we're not like a nonprofit or anything like that. We're just kind of like handlers in the sense that, you know, you got something that you want to promote for veterans, or if you want to help, we kind of connect, you know, and then we step back. I mean, you can do what you want to do to help. And also facilitate things like here today to help people get recognition for their family or for that person's service.
And now, does a family member reach out to you, or how is it that you find out about some of these events and activities and birthdays or celebrations?
Well, it's one of those things is that, you know, you just got to call me.
Got it.
You know, or send me an email. And what happens when the nursing home where John Murphy was at, Mr. Shells is at too.
Okay.
And they reached out to me and says, hey, is there any way we can get you to help us?
Right.
And I said, yep, I'll do what I can. I even said I'd show up in uniform.
There you go. Well, you say connects because sometimes that's the biggest necessity, right? Especially for organizations not only like Operation Love, but before we've had Greg in here too from Anderson Humane. It's about connecting. It's a matter of knowing if there's an issue going on in your life, you can say, wait a minute, I know a guy, you know, or girl. You know, you can just say, wait, I know. There you go. You can say, I know someone.
Yep.
Yeah. And those are the kind of people you want to have because their goal is always for a positive message. You know, it's always to do something good. You don't ever hear somebody say, I know a guy for something negative. You know, it's usually a matter of, I want to help you pay it forward. Yeah. Well, I didn't want to put that as a sidebar. But then, you know, there goes the other services that you offer. So anyway, but we are here for Operation Love. And Operation Love, as you said, you kind of hinted to it a little bit before, there is a veteran, Walter Shales, who is from the Elgin area, right? So a lot of people are familiar with him. And I've got joining me in studio today as well is we have got his daughter. Is that correct? Correct. All right, let's let everybody know what's your name and where are you from? Are you from the Elgin area as well?
I'm from Elgin area, Cindy Valentine, and I'm living in the same house that I grew up in.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
were you born there, or
I was born in a hospital.
Oh, you were the one. You were the one that wasn't born in the house.
Right.
Oh, okay.
She's had that question before. I can tell.
Yeah, this is going to be nothing new.
But Cindy, we were talking, and first of all, if you grew up in that house, the ins and outs, did all of your other siblings stay in this area?
Okay.
Because usually when that's the case, the siblings will move on.
Right. When Wally built the house,
okay,
his main mission was to move his family, which would be my grandma and grandpa, and all his siblings, which would be, there was 8 of them.
Wow.
And they moved there. So they lived there with my grandma and grandpa. Then my dad got married. And then he had us 3 kids there. And we all were raised there in cornfields.
So now you're up to like 12, 15 people, right?
Yeah, so we're up that far.
It's not that big of a house.
And meanwhile, we got older and we got married or went our way. And then other same Shales family people would come there and they stayed there. They needed a place.
Right.
Now, his grandchildren were even born on that property.
Wow.
And he has a great-grandson that is on that same property. We've kept those 6 lots that he was so thrilled to be able to buy when
Right.
they get out of the service are all still intact with Wally.
You know what? I'm going to say, though, that not only is undertaking that Wally had wanted right from the beginning, but that says a lot for the family because there's a lot of effort to keep that up and
It
running
was.
and
It is.
tradition. Yeah.
I think what was funny is that I thought interesting was the fact that for 8 years there was 5 generations living in the house.
Yeah.
For 8 years, 5 generations
That's what I mean.
living in the house.
But you know what? Then that's the way it was
But
for a
we're
long
there.
time.
But
yeah.
but I think we all know that
5 generations, Jiminy
Wally
Christmas.
grabbing that,
No.
getting that property was, and digging it by hand and building it.
Well,
by hand.
let's tell that story real quick. I mean,
okay.
he bought the land just after he came back from the
From the
war.
service, right.
Yeah, and then he goes to me. I interviewed him yesterday. I talked to him for a little while, and he goes, got out here, and it took him a while to actually start building, and then he walked up with one shovel. He says, "You know, people would have an excavator or something like that." No, I did it with a shovel.
Did he really?
Yeah.
He did. There's things about him that are amazing. He is annoying. Don't get me wrong. Oh my goodness. But I'll tell you, there's a will in that man that will not stop and a love for life. Every day. Doesn't matter how bad he feels. Thank you, Jesus, for this day.
Well, that's the other thing I mentioned is that I had asked him what was the key to making it to almost 100 years old. You know, let's hope that he lives for another long time, and to annoy you.
I know.
He said that's what it was. He was going to stick around just to annoy his family.
No. I said that.
He's doing a heck of a job.
But you know what? No, just from what I know of him now, it would be a funny and exact thing he would say. It's like, nope, I had to stick around here just to kind of annoy you.
Face. You're right.
You're right. Well, I asked him what was the key to making it to 100. He goes, God.
Yep.
Love, family, hard work.
Yeah.
And living a clean life. No smoking and no drinking.
No, he did none of it. Nope.
See, and when there's somebody that's got that kind of, my grandma used to call it chutzpah, when there's somebody that has got that kind of inner grit to them, I can see that that's a person that's going to take one shovel and just show, you know what, I bought this land, and there's a pride that goes behind that too, I think.
And that's what still carries him on now.
Yeah.
And having that home, although he is in a rest home, we get him 4 times or so a week to come home to his house.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
He's there quite a bit.
Yeah.
And he's 5 minutes away. So we can connect. All of us can connect. But the family still all comes there. The parties will always still be there. Christmases are always there. And they'll all show up, and that's a lot of Shaleses, let me tell you.
And you know what? This is the reason I bring that up, and hopefully you guys will carry that on. And once, if sometimes his time on Earth is done, hopefully you will carry it on. Because how many times do you hear a story when a matriarch or patriarch passes that those were the reasons that you got together for family events? You hear that a lot. So it sounds like you guys have enough tradition and a love for that.
It's the land.
His mindset. Yeah, but that's what I mean, that the story behind it.
I can't hardly believe that would be so important, but you can feel it.
Yeah.
You can see it. Even when he's got a sister 95, 197. They're all ages we have in that Shales group.
He said that the average,
and they come there.
Yeah, they said his average age of his family is in their 90s.
Easy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's got good blood for you. That's yeah.
What's interesting is that with his military service, before he was born in 1924. Hence why he's turning 100 this year.
He's a smart one.
I am. My wife says I'm educated. He's turning 100 this year. Born 1924. He lived here in Elgin. He was born here. He lived just up the road over here on the river.
Okay.
Mill Street.
Mill Street, right next to the refinery. Okay. Not the refinery. The
Foundry.
Foundry. Thank you. Wrong
And there
word.
was a creamery that was
creamery
also
there
down
too.
there.
And he grew up there, and he was telling me about how he'd wake up every morning covered in soot, and it was always not a pleasant place to be.
Poor people.
Yeah.
So
and I can see that, especially with the stuff that floats in the air and that's going to come in. Yeah.
things were different back then.
Absolutely.
And so he grew up here, and then he graduated. He went to Elgin High School, and he graduated, and then at 19 he was drafted into the Army in 1943.
Right, into the Army, right?
Yeah, into the Army. He then went to basic training, and then went to California. Was then sent to. In California. He was anti-aircraft.
Okay.
He shot the aircraft down. And he was trained on all the weapons in California. And then he went to New Guinea, and he relieved the people there at New Guinea. And then he went to the Philippines, and then he was in the Philippines. It says then they dropped the bomb.
Wow.
As he put it, they dropped the bomb.
Yeah.
And a month later, he was in Japan.
It's funny, when you hear a veteran, they speak so lightly of that. It's like, yep, nope, and then they drop the bomb, But it's true. But it was fact. I mean, that was the news. They got their news. They found out this had happened. They're like, all right, let's go.
Yep. And then he was in Japan. Then he came back in '46. Then bought the land in '49.
Yes, correct.
Okay, I'm trying to remember my
good.
lineage here.
Yeah. I'm proud of you.
Bought the land in '49, and then waited he didn't give me a time when he started digging the foundations.
I believe it was 50. That's right.
Yeah, that's when he got married in '50, right?
Yeah, and he was already building.
He was building a house. He wanted to have the house built before he got married.
I believe they were sleeping in a room that was half done. If you want the story,
I don't
That
doubt it.
wouldn't surprise me.
You don't
Yeah.
want my mom to tell you the story, but that's the story.
Yeah.
And he brought mom and dad over
Yes.
to the house and all that.
And his brothers and sisters. And, yeah.
So he knew that was his plan right from the get-go when
and
he was going to build
did.
this house. Uh-huh.
He had a plan, and he did it. And he said, finally, down the road, when he's seen how good he was doing on 50 cents an hour.
Well, yeah, it was 50 cents a day.
He had to thank somebody, and he knew then.
Yeah.
I thank Jesus.
Yeah.
And he has done that every day of his life, still to this day.
Well, he even when he went through hard, tragic times,
yes.
when your mom and him divorced.
Yes.
And it was very hard on him. He took it very hard.
Yes.
But he still thanked Jesus
Yeah, he
and
did.
kept that faith in Christ.
Right.
Which was important, I think, just to be able to move on and know there's nothing can't stop you.
Right.
You know.
You got the good guy on your side. Yeah, and there's something too that there's an inner peace that comes with that. Even though he might be
I think
feisty,
he has
and
that,
I
because
think it's that
watch
inner
him.
peace. Yeah.
And none of this is making any sense to me. I've been with him forever. And you watch him, and you can't figure out where does this come from.
Yeah.
Well, it's inside. And
Yeah.
Implanted there.
And we go back to the hard work, faith in Christ, and family, and living a clean life. I think going back to that again, I think is what has driven him.
Right, and you pay thanks because you know nothing would happen without it.
Yeah.
It's and I think when you have that mindset too, you're also understanding that it's if it's of His will, and if not, then so be it.
They'll
And
even
so I
tell
think
me-
that part
yeah.
is probably what kept him going.
At the rest home, they even tell me it's like having a light over there. They love him over there. He has fan clubs over there. People try to give him gifts over there.
You make me laugh so much because you remind me of when I would go to, I get called to school for one of my kids. And the kids, for a teacher conference, parent-teacher conference, right? And the parents would be, or the teacher would be like, oh my gosh, they're great. They're wonderful. They're so obedient. And you kind of look at him and saying, you sure we talking about the same kid?
I hear things that they're like,
I heard that too about my kids too.
Who was the person you're talking about?
Is that my child?
But so that he's received that well, and sometimes people too show their true colors with family, but otherwise they put on a really good
that
show
would
for
be
everybody else.
Wally.
It sounds like my Emily.
You got that right. Boy, he's excellent at it.
And so Operation Love has jumped on board, and you are going to be hosting a celebration on Friday. That's going to be April 19th, and it's going to be at, where's it going to locate, and what are the times of it?
It's 50 North Jane Drive.
Okay.
It's at the nursing facility he's at. He's going to be out in front.
That's Riverview Rehab, right?
Yeah.
Rehab.
Yeah.
Yep.
They didn't want any kind of, they wanted to keep
Quiet, yeah.
quiet.
Yeah, but they put it on Facebook. Give me a break.
Well, no, they want to try to be humble about it.
Sure.
You know?
yeah.
That it's not about them. It's about
Oh no,
him.
they're.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
So,
my gosh, yeah, they're
yeah.
doing things for him that I wouldn't have done. And I'm his daughter.
And I'm hoping that when you people are coming, if they do come out there to help celebrate, I hope that you're giving them like this whole story and this information.
Well, we're trying to, yeah.
Yeah, because in understanding that, and if anybody wants it, if you don't mind, I will make a couple of prints of this and I'll put it in our redemption center.
Oh, that would be awesome.
And that way, if somebody wants it, because it's an amazing read. You know, you start talking about, well, not only like where he's at, but it tells a little bit more about the man.
Mm-hmm.
And I like it too, Cindy, that you're in here because to me, you put it real. And what I mean is like, yeah, this is it's a great thing, but don't think that, everybody has their own personality. And so you see it, but every time you tell the story, I can see you get a softness in your eye. We always have that funny little clip like, ornery as hell, you know, but when you tell the story, you can see it in awe and amazement
well, good
that
thing
I
didn't
said.
have my brother in here with me because he could really tell you the story. There's a guy to guy, toe to toe right there, let me tell you.
And, let me ask, so how many siblings do you have?
I have a sister and a brother.
A sister and a brother, and they're still with you. And how many of your father's siblings are still here?
Oh, let's see. There was 8 of them. There's 6. 6 are still left.
Well, he lost his older brother,
and then
who he
Gary,
actually.
Oh no, 3 are gone. I'm sorry.
3 are gone.
Yeah. 5.
Well, I find the interesting story about his older brother.
Yeah.
His older brother was in the Army too, and he was a captain.
Okay.
He was an officer, and he ran into was it New Guinea, right? Or was it Philippines?
I want to hold this.
Philippines?
Dan, can I just hold you a second? We're going to go to a quick break. We're going to call this our teaser because I want to hear what this story is. We got to hit this break real quick, but I want to hear it. So hang tight. Can you hang on a second?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to this quick break. We'll be back with more WRMN. It's one-on-one. We have got Dan joining us from Simmons Madison. They're talking about Operation Love and the 100th birthday of Mr. Shales. We'll be back in just a bit.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM. 866-509-TERM.
Experts say regular auto maintenance is one of the most important things for your car. Meineke Car Care Center at 376 Sundown Road in South Elgin covers all your automotive needs. From oil changes, brake services, and emission testing, Meineke's expert staff provides hard work and dedication with the utmost professionalism. Need an oil change? Visit Meineke in South Elgin for their 23-point inspection. Call 847-888-9644.
WRMN has been serving Elgin and the Fox Valley for 75 years, featuring a combination of local news, information, and entertainment in the mornings, followed by the radio shopping show for 5 hours each weekday. The first shift with Marky B starts your morning at 6 a.m., and it's always fun when Larry Jones is a part of the show.
Maybe we need to get a radio intern in to help.
Maybe so.
Somebody that you won't have to pay and you can treat them tough.
I can haze them.
Can't haze. You'll get fired. Remember that guy from Northwestern?
Yeah.
Gone.
Did he really do it?
You don't have to really do it. If somebody says you did,
yeah,
good enough. Maybe I'm going to accuse you of hazing me. I don't have to prove it.
And then there'll be a lot of people that come out of the
and
say that
say,
I also hazed
I
him.
remember when Mark hazed me. I've been hazed.
Mark hazed me back in 2012.
2012. I remember in Memphis one time. He was really mean to me.
It's first shift fun and information in the morning, combined with the radio shopping show to save you money. And you get it right here on WRMN AM 1410, WRMN 1410 Radio on Facebook, and WRMN1410.com.
Take your family out or meet up with a friend for breakfast, lunch, or dinner at the Elgin IHOP, located at 101 Randall Road by the theater. They're open for dining 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Stop in at 3 p.m. for happy hour with discounted meal deals for early birds starting at just $6. You can choose from breakfast choices like the pancake sundaes or juicy burgers or maybe a classic burrito bowl. Check out the menu at ihop.com today.
This is Marky B inviting you to feel the power of the first shift.
To God be the glory, my brother. Thank you so much. You are such an inspiration to many of folk that's here in Elgin. I'm in West Dundee. I'm a Dundeeite now, not an Elginite anymore, but I love you. I can even give a number of prayers that we as a people continue to grow and to be there for one another. Please, people, let's get on board. Check on your neighbors, check on your friends, and just give an inspiration that life is worth living.
It's the first shift weekday mornings from 6 until 10 right here on WRMN.
Everyone has a community to lean on. A neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out. or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe. Because when you talk, they hear you.
We hope you're enjoying One-on-One with Leah, which features the Radio Shopping Show, the most amazing show on the radio. Call 847-931-1410 now to live large for less with Leah. That's 847-931-1410. And now back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin as you go one-on-one with Leah.
And welcome back, everybody, to WRMN. This is our one-on-one edition. I am here. I am Leah, coming to the studio live. We have got Dan and Cindy joining us today. And I'll tell you who they are in just a bit. First of all, I want to remind you that Operation Love is a program that Dan and his wife, Joy, I think was one of the powerhouses behind that you guys
She
have
is the
done.
powerhouse.
Okay, I was going to say, Joy, see, I'm on your side. I got you there, girl. Anyway, the mission of the operation is to honor the folks out there that are unclaimed veterans, they call it. So people who don't have family or maybe aren't part of their family's lives anymore. So there's a lot of veterans out there. And when you had done the ceremony for somebody who didn't have a large family, they realized that, you know what, we should be acknowledging those people when they are alive and not necessarily once they have passed. Still a good reason for it, but there's so many veterans out there that just don't have the connection. And so she developed Operation Love, and that is what connects a lot of the volunteers with veterans in need. And if you would like to be a part of that organization, I'm going to put the website up on our page, but there's a bit.ly one, so it shortens it up a little bit, but I'm going to put that up on our page. So if you would like to volunteer for a organization like Operation Love, certainly do so. Dan, right now I'm going
Go to
bring that back
Facebook.
to
You
you.
can go to the funeral home or go to the Facebook, and you can Operation Love, and you can join the Facebook group.
And that's nice too, because then you get all those
Yeah.
kind of posts and notifications.
And then we'll send out notifications of stuff that's going on. We also do the gifts for veterans in nursing homes. We do that every year, and as well as Valentine's. My daughter, my middle child, Vivian, is very much into Valentine's, and she
Nice.
loves doing the Valentine's for veterans. And so we try to get Valentine's to all the veterans.
What a great way it automatically carries on to your kids. That's so cool. So we were talking before. We have got Miss Cindy in here, and my initial gut says it's Shales, but your last name's not Shales anymore. Okay, Valentine, that's right. So we've got Cindy joining us in the studio today, and Cindy's father is actually going to be celebrating his 100th birthday, and Operation Love is on tap to, again, host that party. It's going to be over at 50 North Jane Street, is that right?
We're helping.
Okay.
The nursing home is taking care of a lot of that.
Got it.
We're helping get the Legion involved into as well.
Got it. That's wonderful. And so, again, that's going to be at 50 North Jane Drive, and that's where the Elgin Riverview Rehab Center is, and that's where Mr. Shales is, to celebrate that wonderful 100th birthday. Now, you were telling a little story before we went to the break. Before we finish that off, the time of the event?
It's going to be from 1 to 3.
Okay.
And the American Legion is going to be there. We're going to honor him at 2 o'clock.
Got it.
We're going to give him a membership into the American Legion. He had never joined the American Legion. He'd been there the whole time and never
I could tell you
joined.
stories that he wouldn't join it. You're not going to believe it. We could go from insurance and all kinds of stuff.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Yeah,
I don't need it.
You go ahead.
So, but we're going to give him, for his birthday, we're going to give him a membership into the American Legion. The Legion is paying for it. I volunteered to pay for it, but the Legion said we can take care of it. So
Good people over there. They do
no,
a
they're
great
great
job.
people. And then we're hopefully going to do that. That's at 2 o'clock. We'll honor him, and then I'll be there in uniform. I'm still in the reserves, so and I'll be there, and I'm going to honor him there too as well.
Fantastic. Well, and again, thank you for your service and Mr. Shales out there as well. So you were kind of taking to a story before we went to the break, and you were talking about family, and I think you were saying about his brother.
Well, what's unique about when I was in Iraq, my brother-in-law was in the service at the same time too, and we were so close all the time, but we never could connect.
Yeah.
And you'll see that with a lot of brothers and sisters who are serving, who go to war or whatever, they don't have a chance to meet up.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just like in the passing in the Philippines, and hey, there's his brother right there, kind of thing. You know,
Well, Russ, he would have been the oldest.
Yeah,
but
the
he
oldest.
did pass away.
Yeah, he passed away because he was really close to when the bomb went off.
Exactly.
So he got what, brain cancer?
Some kind of a cancer,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, from the fume. Yeah. Mhm.
So, but they connected in the Philippines, which is really, really rare. I couldn't get all the stories out of them, but
Yeah. Well, you know what? You probably would be there for a long time in order to hear.
I was
about-
over there for an hour just talking to him.
He's terrible.
But you know what? That's the great thing about you, Cindy, is that you are carrying on those stories. So maybe he might not be able to verbalize them, but you've got a lifetime of gathering those stories. So
That's
it's
true.
nice to hear the history behind it. And if you've ever heard any kind, there's got to be a book here somewhere. Nobody's written a book on this yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's your calling.
Yeah.
Oh, I need another calling like I need
Yeah.
Well, it might be a good idea to actually write down good stories that you have
Well,
about him.
I got him.
Yeah.
You know,
and I
well-
can get his sisters to help him.
Oh, yeah, that would be a-
Well, see, and that's what I mean, because
we could
not
do
only
a family thinking.
But that's it, because not only that, and every individual appreciates those stories differently. Do you know what I mean?
That is
There's times that you might say, okay, this guy is an ornery little fart and is driving me crazy today. You know, it might be all those things, but then you also then start to hear those stories, and you can't help
My
but sit back in
sister-in-law
awe.
is good at that with me.
Yeah.
Because I can get touchy. It gets her, and she'll just give me a certain look, and her name's Pat.
Uh-huh.
And she just knows what to say.
Yeah. And because, you know, just you got to remember, you know, you have to remember. And that's the one thing I always comes to true. And that's why it's so important to have fitting volunteers for these kind of things like at Operation
Well, I
Wellness.
suggest if someone out there would like to interview him or sit down and do more detail or sit down with you and your family and maybe compile a book, stories and things together, that would be a great project for someone to do for here. History of Elgin. Some writer who wants to write has a passion for it and wants to do history.
That's why I'm so glad that you brought this to the attention here of the community, because otherwise we wouldn't know all these stories. I wouldn't have met you guys. I wouldn't have known anything about, I mean, the name is familiar, like a lot of people say, but you wouldn't have known somebody who came back from the war and actually dug with the shovel. When all the excavators are around, you know, just that kind of tale is something you can see in movie form.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or at least in a book, because there's so much extreme.
Oh, there is.
You know, yeah.
I will tell you one thing about him is that when you do, if you're going to come to the nursing home to honor him, we'd love to have everybody come.
Mhm.
You know, age doesn't matter, just come and be there. And also, just remember that he's hard of hearing. So you have to talk kind of loud.
Be prepared for that, but that's okay.
And he rambles on a
You
little
did
bit.
well.
I did well. He did understand me, but just remember that he doesn't hear very well.
Well, so again, that's wonderful to go to, and again, it's going to be Friday, April 19th. Dan, I want to thank you. Cindy, I want to thank you. Folks, I want to say goodbye for the day. We're going to be back with more broadcasting here on WRMN. We'll be back after these.
I think that went well.
It did.
For WRMN 1410 News, I'm Ben Boquist, highlighting a story from TheGuardian.com. For WRMN 1410 News, I'm Ben Boquist, highlighting a story from TheGuardian.com. Peter Higgs, the physicist who discovered the Higgs boson, has died at age 94. The Nobel Prize-winning physicist who showed how the particle helped bind the universe together was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2013 for his work in 1964, showing how the boson helped bind the universe together by giving particles their mass. After a series of experiments which began in earnest in 2008, his theory was proven by physicists working at the Large Hadron Collider at CERN in Switzerland in 2012. The Nobel Prize was shared with Francis Engelert, a Belgian theoretical physicist who worked in 1964, also contributed directly to the discovery. In other news highlighting a story from APnews.com, Norfolk Southern agrees to pay $600 million in a settlement related to the train derailment in eastern Ohio. The company said the agreement, if approved by the court, will resolve all class action claims within a 20-mile radius of the derailment, and for those residents who choose to participate, personal injury claims within a 10-mile radius from the derailment. The company said the settlement doesn't include or constitute any admission of liability, wrongdoing, or fault. The settlement is expected to be submitted for preliminary approval to the U.S. District Court of the Northern District of Ohio later in April 2024. Payments to class members under the settlement could begin by the end of the year, subject to final court approval. Norfolk Southern has already spent more than $1.1 billion in its response to the derailment, including more than $104 million in direct aid to East Palestine and its residents. Partly because Norfolk Southern is paying for the cleanup, President Joe Biden has never declared a disaster for East Palestine, which is a sore point for many residents. The railroad has promised to create a fund to help pay for the long-term health needs of the community, but that hasn't happened yet. For WRMN 1410 News, I'm Ben Boquist.
Clocking out? Drive home with the Drive Time Deal with Matt McNeil on WRMN 1410 AM every weekday from 3 to 6 p.m. I bring you the hottest deals in town, the most intriguing stories, and the tracks that take the edge off rush hour. Tune in on 1410 AM. Catch us on YouTube Live at WRMN Radio or stream through our app. I've got the wheel to steer your evening right. WRMN 1410 AM, your home of radio shopping and the soundtrack to your commute.
Rise and shine, Fox Valley listeners. It's time to kickstart your day with First Shift with Marky B on WRMN 1410 AM. From 6 to 9 a.m., join the chatter that gets you clued in with the latest buzz around town. Don't just sip on your coffee. Let Marky B brew your morning with the perfect mix of news, views, and moves. Dial us in or live stream at WRMN1410.com and make your mornings a whole lot brighter. WRMN 1410 AM. We're the voice of the Valley, and we're here to talk.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're 9th in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road at Detroit.
Here comes a swing and a line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians Radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wicks battles Bryce Miller. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its head-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's...
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Welcome to One-on-One with Leah. It's Friday morning in the Elgin and the Fox River Valley, And that means it's time for Leah to enlighten you with some interviews and ideas for the upcoming weekend. During One-on-One, you are invited to join Leah and her guests, or live large for less with the radio shopping show by calling 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. And now it's time to take it back live to Studio 14 and go one-on-one with Leah.
And welcome back, my friends. This is Leah with One-on-One. It is Friday. Today is April 12th. I will say, when, you know how sometimes you're not necessarily sure what day it is and you're driving around. I had sunshiny day. I knew I was coming to work. I went out and did a stop this morning, just, getting your day put together, right? And I was on my way here, and there was a guy with a dog out at Festival Park, and it was the coolest thing to see, just this dog being happy. And it was, if you couldn't picture a better spring day, you've got a nice little breeze coming outside, the sun is shining. And then I was coming down, and anybody else who works downtown, you never know if there's going to be a parking spot on Douglas Avenue. So, all right, if there is, great, rock on, you can get in. Otherwise, you have to go to the lot. Well, I had to go to the lot today, which usually happens on Friday. And then when I got to the lot, I realized that the lot is marked off for not available parking on the 12th and 13th. And so then in my head, I'm going, what's the date today again? Oh, it's the 12th. So I thought, why are there so many open spots? That's why. So if you are planning on coming down today between 12 and 3, acknowledge that there might need to be a little bit of extra time for your parking space because you're not able to do the lot. One little secret, when you first pull in to the free lot and you would go right to go to City Hall, or you'd go left to go to towards the radio station, the left to the radio station is blocked off for the 12th and the 13th. The street that you come in on, as I said, just as you're driving into that lot, that one is only on the 13th. So from there, and I think maybe City Hall goes the 13th too, but you can park on that one strip. So I just thought I'd give you a heads up. So again, when you're thinking about what day is it, it's the 12th and the 13th, the lot is full. I am so happy to have had Cindy in here, the daughter of Mr. Shales. Walter Shales is going to be celebrating his 100th birthday. And there's a study that was out there that said many older veterans feel alone and underappreciated. And I think anybody, as they age to the point that they are in a nursing home or needs a little assistance, I noticed the minute that my mom and dad, well, my dad still was working when he passed away, but my mom had retired. And all of a sudden, it's like days just kind of blend on. They'll plan special events and activities, but whereas they have all of this time to do things, they end up thinking back, or they end up thinking, reminiscing, maybe about things they could have done differently, maybe about things that they wanted to do. But when you have a story like Mr. Shales, I can only imagine the reminiscing that he has in his brain. And the fact that his family is just keeping with this tradition, I hope they continue on after the good Lord decides to take him home. But I think that's such a neat storyline. If you want to learn a little bit more about that, you can contact Dan. He said if somebody would like to do that story, I think that would be a wonderful book to write. I think it would be awesome. So if you are interested, you can contact Dan over at Simmons Madison. Or if you want to be a part of Operation Love, where they connect volunteers with Elgin area veterans in need, you can, again, go to their Operation Love page. Find them on Facebook, and you will be able then to learn a little bit more about this story as well as the 100th birthday. I tell you what, you can't help but want to bow and say thank you for the services. Well, I'm here on a Friday. That means last night we did have an addition. Every other week we do a drink social. So we do the drink of the day. It's brought to us by the Distant Social, and they are going to be hosting a whiskey and cigar event. You probably heard us talking about it on April 25th. If you would like to be a part of this event, here you go. These are the tickets. So you can see it. It's the Whiskey and Cigar Social. When you come on down to the Redemption Center, you'll be able to see this information. On the back, it also has the different people that are going to be participating, including the food vendors as well as the distillers who will have samples there. Your admission ticket includes a free cigar, and then there's going to be whiskey sampling there as well. The ticket cost is $65. It'll be $80 at the door. If you want to pick up your ticket on Eventbrite, you can do so. That will make it about $75 when you add the cost and the fees on it. So if you'd like it for that at $65, I would say just go directly to the Distance Social and you can get your tickets there. That we will be broadcasting live from there on the 25th. That is a Thursday night. Also today, we do have a couple tickets left for James and the Giant Peach. That's going to be this weekend. James and the Giant Peach this weekend, if you'd like to check it out. James and the Giant's Peach, the production is going to be the 12th through the 14th, and that's coming to you from the Children's Theater of Elgin. The Children's Theater of Elgin is doing this performance. I had them in studio, I would say, about a week ago, this past week. I had them in studio and they gave us a little sampling, just talking about the storyline. It's going to be at 45 Symphony Way. That's at the Hemmons Cultural Center is where they're going to be doing the performance. And when you have a bit of a larger cast in the characters, it's a Roald Dahl book. And talking about book or reading and learning the storyline, that's a book that most kids will have in elementary, junior high, and is a Roald Dahl book. And if your kids did not read James and the Giant Peach, I'd suggest you check it out. It's a good nighttime read, just because the adventure in the story, if you have multiple nights that you read stories to your kids. But we have got tickets available again right now if you want to pick up on. It's the Children's Theater of Elgin. Children's Theater of Elgin. We say CTE. Excuse me. So I've got a pair of tickets right now. It is a $32 pair of admissions. I've got these for just $10. So $10, you can go see the show that is going to be opening up tonight. They're going to be playing it tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. So you can get your tickets. Come on down to the Redemption Center today between 12 and 3, and then you'll be able to enjoy that production. So on Friday and Saturday. So tonight and tomorrow night. Tonight is opening night. They're going to be running the show at 7:30. And then on Sunday, as usual, they will be having a matinee performance for their final, and that will be at 2 p.m. So that is the Children's Theater of Elgin. And again, we have tickets available to that if you'd like to go check it out. That is available right now by dialing us up at 847-931-1410. Now, we are going to be putting out a neat little text club that's going to be offering up our stay. We do have 2 stays today that I can offer up. We had 3. We did 2 of them, or 1 of them last night, so we've got 2 remaining of the Posada Real in Los Cabos. Now, I have some special stays that are going to be expiring on July, at the end of July, so stay tuned for more information on that. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Can I get your key tag number?
Is that me, Leah?
That's you, sweetie.
Doesn't it? It usually makes a little noise. It didn't make a little noise.
Beep.
101-687.
101-687. And what can I do for you, Miss Mary?
I definitely need a pair of tickets for James and the Giant Peach.
So do you know somebody who's in the production?
I don't, but my granddaughter is in her first year over at Elgin High School.
Uh-huh.
And the very first thing she did was join the drama club.
Amen.
And she was the prompter for the first play they had, and she was the last one they did was the plant that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was the puppeteer for the plant when it grew to be large enough to eat people.
Nice.
Anyway, and she loves it. And so, yes, she is looking forward to going, and her mother mentioned it yesterday. Some of her friends that she knows from the drama club now are participating, and she's very anxious to go. And it's a wonderful, she went over there really not knowing, because she went to St. Thomas More School, and she got accepted to the academy at Elgin. And so she is over there and really went in not really knowing anyone. And the drama club has been really, really great for her. She's enjoying it. And
you probably gave the best promo for joining a drama club right there and right there at that moment, Mary, because there's so many elements of people who have such great talent, and I love the fact that she kind of enjoys the behind the scenes stuff and the necessity. I don't know if she was in the Finding Nemo?
Yes, she was right? Wasn't that last year?
Yeah.
No. See, she's just a freshman.
Oh, so she just started.
She just started, and the first thing she did when she started in September was to go out when they had the meeting for the drama club. She's also gotten involved with the newspaper, and the first thing she did was she was going to write an article, and she wrote an article about the Wing Mansion.
Oh.
That they put on. They don't make paper copies, apparently. What they do is they put it on, the school website and it's distributed that way.
Yeah, they save a lot of trees, that's for sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been wanting, I told Christy she needs to print it out and give it to Steve, because Christy and Addie went over to the mansion, and Steve gave them a wonderful tour, and they really enjoyed it. And she did write an article. I haven't read it yet either, but she wrote an article about the Wing Mansion for the school newspaper.
See, that's what I think. First of all, kudos to her. I love the story, and especially if you're a storyteller, it doesn't matter how you present your story, then whether it be in graphic form, in print form, in presentation form, in acting form. I like that. There's a talent behind there. So, yeah, you're a proud grandma. I can tell it, Miss Mary.
I am. And I will tell you that the two people, of course, the last play they did was a musical.
Okay.
And the two people who had the lead, the gentleman who sang was a senior and is looking for going on to college, and he was auditioning so I think he's looking for scholarships and is intending to continue with music. And the other girl is a sophomore, and they both had wonderful voices.
In presentation, do you remember what the show was?
Oh, let me think. What's the name of the silly thing?
I know they had. I know
pardon?
they did James and the Giant Peach, and if you start looking back at the history, like the production over the years, I know. Let's see, we did the Peach. I know they did Philomena. I know they.
Okay, they did the one they did in the spring or in the fall was Death by Chocolate.
There you go.
That was that one. Now the one they did this time, which was the musical, was about Seymour. Seymour suddenly.
Oh, Little Shop of Horrors.
There you go.
Yeah, there's the Plant Eater. Duh, I knew
the name of it.
Yep.
I figured if I could get enough information, you'd
There's
remember.
Suddenly Seymour.
Suddenly
Came to that.
Seymour.
Yeah.
And as I say, he really had a wonderful voice. In fact, I understand that the weekend they had the play at the high school, he was also in 2 other productions singing somewhere else.
Wow, that's a talented young man for sure.
Except the music teacher wasn't real happy with him because she said, "You're straining your voice. You got to take it a little easy. You're doing auditions. You got to take it a little
Well, and the
easy."
music teacher is going to have the music teacher's best interest there too, because if there's a performance going on at that time, right?
Right.
But you know what? That is part of their school. That is part of their tool is to, teach people the rights and wrongs. And most often they've lived it. So they know. I even know if we end up doing a show too much, too much radio, you will strain your voice. There's a level there that you have to keep under control.
Is even worse.
Absolutely.
But I want to tell you, I had some reservations about Addie going over to Elgin High School.
Uh-huh.
She's come from a small school. She's gone, I think they have like 2,500 students over there. Going in, not knowing anyone, I was really a little, I had reservations. She loves it. She's doing very well at the academic end. And everybody, when I have been over there a number of times, my daughter was very involved in the recent flea market. Actually, my daughter ended up being president of the PTO because they needed a vice president, and she took that job, and then the president had to resign. So she ended up as president. But any of you parents out there who are listening, that parent-teacher organization needs members.
Got it.
And I don't understand it because I was always involved. I was president when my kids were in elementary school.
Uh-huh.
But they really, and you parents out there, you really should be over there supporting those kids in that school, because the principal has been nothing but great as far as Christy is concerned. The flea market, the kids, that they had a whole bunch of kid volunteers, they're polite, it's really a good school, and I am very pleased with. I haven't got one bad thing to say about it.
So you're a great advocate of that. So if anybody is out there, and unfortunately, I can understand. I can understand some of it. Most often now, we are in a lot of 2-parent working households, and so I understand that part. But still, I remember when my kids were growing up, there was not. I don't think we ever had dinner together hardly, because there's always one of us was going one way with. There was 3 of them. And so you constantly had things going on. And so I remember counting on one hand the amount of times we would have dinner together each month, Right. So because it is a participation on it, but that is nice. And if you are looking at a place and you want to have some volunteer time, that would be a great one, be a part of that organization, especially if your kids are there.
Well, Christy is hoping when they had parent night for the kids that are coming in next year, for the ones who will be freshmen next year, they had a table out, and she spoke to a number of the incoming parents who she is hoping have been involved at the school they're in now and will become more involved. And much of this stuff now is done online, so you can go to a meeting online. You don't have to go running over there.
Right.
And you can volunteer to do things on the website, and it doesn't even have to be much, just to get a little bit of parent participation is what. And some of the parents are very involved. There's one gentleman over there who's on the board of the PTO, whose daughter is a senior this year, and apparently he's had 3 girls go through the school, and he has been involved the whole time, and he's looking forward to being uninvolved.
Well, and that's what happens is sometimes when there are people that are nice, that are great enough to be able to step up, unfortunately they rely on that too much and realize there's somebody there and don't realize the help that could be going behind it. So you know what, that's a good little plug, Mary.
Yeah, well, so that's what as I say, I'm hoping, and I know you have a lot of listeners, and I'm hoping if you have a child over there, you give some thought to the PTO raises the money they raised at the they had the big flea market and craft show about a month ago. And they had the parking lot was full. It's a big thing. They have over 200 vendors, and they have an awful lot of people coming.
Okay.
So the money they raise, they use for, first of all, the seniors can write and request a grant, and they give out a number of grants based on, what the seniors, for the seniors. And then the money they give goes to support the different clubs and things at the school. The drama club gets money. The sponsors, the teacher sponsors, write and say what they want to do, because all these things that take place cost money. The plays cost money. You have to pay for the copyright. You have to pay for, they even have to pay to have the janitors come in and clean up afterward. So the money goes right back into the school and into the clubs and into your children.
Yeah, so support it, folks. Those are what keeps programs like that around. Okay, Mary, I got to get to a break really quick here. But nonetheless, so I've got your children's theater and I've got your bingo card. And anything else I can do for you today, love?
Well, do I qualify for donuts, or am I?
Let me check on it for you real quickly here. So you're looking at Country Donuts, I take it?
Yeah, Country Donuts.
All right, Country Donuts. And the reason that Mary was asking about qualifying is because there's a lot of them that are 1 per 30 days. You do qualify, my friends.
Good. I would love a.
Okay, so make sure you come down today. We're open 12 to 3.
I'm going to call Christy and tell her she's got to get down there and pick them up.
Good. Yep, good deal. All right, we'll put that down for you and make it a charge and hold.
Thanks very much.
And thank you so much for the input and insight. We always appreciate that, getting that word out there. And if you can use WRMN as your platform to do so, we're happy to have you. So thanks, Mary.
You're welcome. Bye.
All right, take care, Annie. 847-931-1410 is that phone number. Again, it's 847-931-1410. We're going to take a real quick commercial break. I want to remind you are listening to WRMN AM 1410. We'll be back with more one-on-one after these messages.
Family owned for over 40 years with 3 locations around the Elgin area, Beef Villa is open and ready to serve you. Stop in or drive through and get your lunch or dinner hot and fast. Enjoy burgers, dogs, chicken, and of course beef is waiting for you at either Elgin locations or South Elgin location of Beef Villa. Stop in for the Friday fish special, Villa Burger, pulled pork, or the incredible salads available from Beef Villa. Need help feeding a large group? Catering is always easy with Beef Villa. Go to beefvilla.com for catering options. That's beefvilla.com.
Thirst-quenching craft beers await you on tap at the Spotted Fox Ale House in St. Charles with food and drink specials daily. Stop in on Tuesdays for half-off Black Angus burgers and $4 nitro drafts. Fridays feature the Spotted Fox Atlantic Cod Fish Fry. It's hand-dipped in Blue Moon batter, giving it a light, crispy coating, and served on a bed of fries. Grab your boots for country line dancing Saturdays. Watch all the games at the Spotted Fox. Spotted Fox is now hiring, so stop by and apply. Check out SpottedFoxAlehouse.com.
Here at WRMN Radio, we try to connect with the community and discuss important issues, like our current mental health crisis. Here's Lori Baker, President and CEO of AID.
I think most people, when they see young children thinking about suicide at the ages of 5 and 6 and 7, I mean, that's shocking to me that children even know that they want to harm themselves somehow. I know it's difficult. I definitely feel the pinch. We all feel the pinch at the gas pump, at the grocery store, right, in our rents, but I think most people could handle 27 cents a day to help kids and seniors and people experiencing homelessness.
Discussions like this take place on the first shift, weekday mornings from 6 to 10, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN 1410 Radio on Facebook. One of the things we're proud of at WRMN is our connection to the local community. In fact, recently we hosted a fundraiser for a longtime listener, Gene Wheeler, and first shift listener George Rollinson says it turned out perfectly.
Perfection is a moving target. You try to hit that bullseye and you zone in on it. It moves a little to the left, then it moves a little to the right. I don't know. I'd say we hit a bullseye. I don't know how that could have been any better.
Working together to make Elgin better, we are WRMN AM 1410, serving the local community since 1949.
Beef Villa's 3 locations offer more than their signature Italian beef. Try the Italian sausage, roasted chicken, and more. There's a huge variety of delicious side dishes. Beef Villa uses quality ingredients from homemade recipes and buys top quality food products from their vendors to bring you the absolute best tasting food. Beef Villa's great service and quality are waiting for you, but you won't be waiting long because it's always hot and fast. Visit beefvilla.com.
We asked seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
My best advice, if you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. These people are well trained. Don't talk to them.
They don't know me. They're just trying to scam me.
Don't be fooled. Hang up. Just hang up.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number to put in a false claim.
If I get a call from someone, I don't pick up the phone, and should I pick up the phone and they ask for information, then I hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud?
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
Scammers can get a hold of your number, order medical devices through your account, and you're not even going to know about it if you don't look at your statement.
Check your statement every month.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it.
Call your Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call the Senior Medicare Patrol at 800-699-9043.
You are listening to One-on-One with Leah, which features the radio shopping show on steroids. Call 847-931-1410 now and live large for less with Leah. That's 847-931-1410. And now back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for more One-on-One with Leah.
And welcome back, everybody. This is Leah, our one-on-one edition. Today is Friday. It is the 12th of April. And I say that because I had to remind myself it was the 12th of April when it came to finding out about the parking over in the city lot. So for those of you who are going to be coming down today between 12 and 3, if you don't have a spot right here on Douglas Avenue, just be mindful of the exclusion in the spots in the lot. You can go a little bit closer to City Hall, and there's some of them that are open for the 12th today, but they will be blocked off for tomorrow, the 13th. I also want to give a great shout out real quickly here during this edition of One-on-One. We're going to be broadcasting live from the Elgin History Museum. Now, the Elgin History Museum is right up the street from us here. For those of you who might not be familiar, the physical address, I believe, is 360 Park Street. And they've got some events and exhibits that are going on. We're going to be broadcasting live right now. And, I do believe our Out to Lunch is going to be up at the Elgin History Museum. But it's neat. It's a neat place, not only if you want to be a member of the History Museum, they've got a great store there. If you want to buy especially a lot of clock tower, clock paraphernalia and artistry, they've got a store there. They've also got educational programs. They have got exhibits available. So if you want to go check it out, it is the Elgin History Museum. Head on over there. We'll be broadcasting live. They do obviously have visits there if you'd like to plan a visit, or if you'd like to see something about the exhibits and the overview of the exhibits there. If you want to be a partner of their partner programs, you can do that as well. Now, they have got different projects and moments that they're doing over there. You can learn about that. They're also the ones that are behind the cemetery walk when we talk about that a little bit later on in the fall. So they do a fantastic job. Again, if you've never been to one of those cemetery walks, go on YouTube and do a search on it, and then get prepared for when the tickets become available this year, because it really is a phenomenal thing to see. Somebody was telling me the other day that it would be a great tool when they do one of the cemetery walks to actually have like a reporter from that time and doing a play-by-play as they're going through the cemetery, like he's doing a story on for a newspaper, which I think would have been very cool. So if there's anybody out there, you might want to consider that idea. Well, I want to also remind everybody you're listening to WRMN. We are your voice of the Valley and talk of the town. If you are a business out there and you are looking to get some promotion, especially some local backing, again, support from here at the radio station, you can use WRMN to do so. We do offer an Out to Lunch segment. Now, the Out to Lunch segment, our goal is to be out to lunch, hearing what's happening, being out on the street, finding out what's happening in the community, what's the talk out on the town. So we are doing a show from 12 until 2 that is called Out to Lunch. And that is meant to feature and highlight some of the activities that are in the area. Sometimes you might find us out. For example, we've already been out to the Elgin Public House. We've been over to St. Charles. We are out at Heinz Brothers, kicking off their Fairy Garden, their opening weekend. We've also been now out to Image 360 for a ribbon cutting. Next one is going to be our Elgin History Museum. That is, again, today. If you want to follow along or review or replay any of our programming that you maybe came in on the tail end of, or maybe you heard there was a story that you missed because you got busy during the day, you can always go check it out on our YouTube page at WRMN Radio. So at WRMN Radio, go to our YouTube page and you'll see a great deal. Another thing we did want to mention is we do have right now a text form. Now, for those of you who have not yet signed up to be a member of our text club, I know we have a lot of new listeners with the new programming. So if you've not yet signed up to be a member of our text club, I will let you know you can do so today. All you need to do is send the phrase WRMN to the number 94253. So we've got that right now. 847, send the phrase WRMN 1410 to the number 94253. Now, the reason we have a 5-digit number and not the phone number, which I tried messing you up with, is because it's called a short code. And it is one that provides an easy access for you to sign up, making it simpler not to have to remember more digits. So it's called a short code. And if you send that out to us, it'll give you a little note in response saying, did you intend to sign up for this? You can either hit Y or enter, and you will then be a part of our text messaging. Today, it is a Restock Friday, part of our Restock Friday with a couple of super sales. We've got some new products coming in today. Also, I will let you know, we do have right now a Posada Real. So we have got the Posada Real, Los Cabos, Mexico stay, and this is the one that is all inclusive, meaning it's got your drink, your lodging, and it's good until July's end, so the end of July. It is a $650 value. We're going to be offering that right now for just $100. That's for two people. So for two people, call me up if you'd like to get in on that. 847-931-1410. Again, 847-931-1410. It's going out in our e-blast, or excuse me, our text club right now. So that number, 847-931-1410. It's easier if I type it out as I'm saying it, then I don't stumble over my words. So we got a couple of super sales, including the Posada Real right now. To get in on that, just dial us up. It is going out in text message, so if you want to get it before your text friends see it, then you might want to, example on here, I'm going to put this out. You might want to make sure you're involved in it sooner than later. So there's a couple of super sales. And again, it is our Restock Friday. So if you're looking at getting in on those beef villas, today's the day to do it. If you're looking at getting in on any of your other, I just thought of it myself. If you want to, no, let me do it when we're done, because then I will remember how to do it myself. Okay. Anyway, Sonar, he's like the cue boy, the cue card guy coming in off the side. Nonetheless, if you are interested and you want to get in on some of these deals, certainly you can do so. We've got over 300 and I think 50 some people that are part of our text message. If you want to get those messages directly, you can do so there as well. Another thing is with our Restock, we've got some new certificates. Now for individuals out there, if you would like to hear what those new certificates are, if you'd like to hear what they are, you can go to our daily deals on our website at WRMN 1410. Then if you scroll down past the ambassadors and the daily deal for today, you can click on what's new. That's got tickets. We've got Little America back with us right now. Little America is a $28 gold wristband to a park that features classical amusement parks from the bygone era. They have restored and brought them back to life. Guests are allowed to carry a picnic lunch item in and drinks into the rides, or into the park, excuse me. The rides and attractions include a 1950s wooden roller coaster. They've got go-karts, miniature golf. They've got a haunted house and bumper cars, a kiddie land for tots that's just off of I-90. It's known as Madison's Fun in the Country, is what we used to describe it as when I lived in Madison. But Little America, definitely a popular spot. Those are new to the show, $28 value. We have got those for just $14. Hi, Saul. I just saw him going by. Next up, we do have the Elgin Symphony Orchestra. We've got tickets to the May 12th. Now I have it on here as the 12th. So it's the 12th at 7:30. The Hemmons Cultural Arts Center is going to be doing Beethoven's Ninth. It is one of their classic concerts that is conducted by Chad Goodman, and it's going to be featuring several talented soloists. Laura Strickling as a soprano, Mary Phillips as a mezzo-soprano, Thomas Cooley as a tenor, Hadley Adams as a baritone, and then the Elgin Master Chorale is also going to be on deck. So that is going to be a beautiful classic concert, especially for Beethoven's Ninth. If you want to be a part of that, I've got tickets. These are $65 gold seat tickets. $65 gold seat tickets that we have right now to the Elgin Symphony Orchestra. If you want to pick up on those, it is for the 12th. So the Elgin Symphony Orchestra, it is for the 12th. You can call me up and get in on those. It's $65 ticket. You get two of those today. We've got those going for just $30 a piece. So you can get a pair of $130 value. You can get a pair of these today for just $60. So it's $130 value. Get a pair today for just $60. 847-931-1410. May 12th, again, is the concert. It is Terra Una That's part of the Elgin Symphony Orchestra is also going to be doing something and bringing it to the table. The Elgin Youth Symphony Orchestra is doing their Terra Una, which is a concert that's going to be coming up on the 4th of May. So a lot of talent, a lot of production and performances are going to be happening right here in the month of May. We are blessed enough to have that talent in our own backyard, so I'm very excited to see that. Another thing I did want to mention is with our inventory, we do have certificates available to restocked items. So that means if you've been trying to get in on the JoJo's or the Beef Villas, if you've been trying to get in on the Red Ox, or if you're trying to get in on the Village Pizza and Pub, we've got those available right now. We do have a deal going with the Posada Real. That is our text club message. It's a restock Friday. There's a couple of super sales like the Posada Real. Good until the end of July. It is a $600.50 value. We have got that for just $100. Check your flights. Confirm your availability before calling in to commit to the purchase. But I've only got 3, actually, one's in, we're going to say 3 because it's not closed out yet, but we have at least 2, if not 3, available for you today. So the sooner you call, the better chance. Back to our new items, we've also got the Boomers out there, the Schaumburg Boomers, and we've also added the Rouse Center. We have got tickets to Olivia. Almost Olivia is going to be coming to the Rouse Center. We mentioned on the 4th, it's George Michael, which is the tribute to George Michael. It's called George Michael Reborn. And then Olivia is going to be doing an Almost Olivia. And anybody who is a big fan of Olivia Newton-John would appreciate this performance. The gal that's going to be doing it, I've heard of her. I knew her name as doing one of the tributes, but she is going to be coming to, she's going to be coming to the theater at the Rouse Center that's up in Crystal Lake. And you can see a great performance again with Almost Olivia. We've got those tickets available right now. Now, I do know there is a limited number of those available. So again, this is a case of the sooner you call, the better chance you'll have to get in on those deals. Another thing that we do have available is we have got those mall tickets. If you're planning on getting up to the Mall of America, you can give me a call. I can help you out with some of our individual tickets. If you'd like to learn a little bit more about the unlimited ride passes to Nickelodeon Universe, or if you'd like to learn a little bit more about the tickets that we have for Crayola Experience, you can contact me and find out how you can get those tickets your way in your household to take your family to get up and enjoy the Mall of America at its best. And I know a lot of people are going up there for spring break. There are different promos that they run throughout the year, from spring break to the summer cast to the fall when it comes to back to school shopping, and then at the holidays at Christmas time. They really break it up almost in a quarterly fashion. Right now, the Almost Olivia tickets, I just found those right now as we were leading into a segue for the Mall of America. I think maybe that's where I saw the girl perform. There is a person who is doing the lead, is phenomenal. She does the Hopelessly Devoted, Magic, Physical, If You Love Me, Let Me Know, which I think is was one of the earlier ones. Almost had a country vibe to it. Let Me Be There, Don't Stop Believing. Let me think. Xanadu, I already said. Of course, You're the One That I Want when you want to get back to the Grease days. But it is a neat performance when you have somebody out there that really looks like the individual, and then they've got the voice like that to bring it to fruition. It really takes you back in time and remembering those songs with the first artist. So if you want to check it out, it's the Elgin, certificates that we have here on Elgin's WRMN. We're going to send you up to the Rouse Center in Crystal Lake. Now, I've got a $90 pair of tickets. Today, you can pick them up for just $45. 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. We're going to take a real quick commercial break. I want to remind you, you're listening to WRMN. This is Leah. It's our one-on-one edition. They're getting ready to be set up over at the Elgin History Museum to find out a little bit more about why. Stay tuned. We'll be back after these.
Dine out with family and friends at Nick's Pizza in Elgin or Crystal Lake. Nick serves up award-winning thin crust and Chicago-style pizza. Eat in or carry out. In addition to Nick's fabulous pizza, let Nick's cater your events with pizza, pasta, Italian beef, and other delicious offerings. Their big banquet rooms can accommodate all your event needs. So, for great pizza in a Northwoods, cabin-style atmosphere, bring family and friends to Nick's. Visit nickspizzapub.com.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf.
800-234-0316. 800-234-0316. That's 800-234-0316.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. No matter the time of the day, WRMN 1410 AM is your platform to voice your views, share your stories, and connect with the Valley like never before. We're more than just radio. We're a community conversation that's always live, always local, and always looking for your input. Want to chime in on the drive time deal with Matt McNeil? Got a hot tip for first shift with Marky B? Or maybe you've got a question for a one-on-one with Leah. Now's the time to make your voice heard by calling Studio 14 at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. You can join in the dialogue from wherever you are by commenting on our YouTube live streams at WRMN Radio. Hit the subscribe button to get notified when we go live and bring your comments to the table. It's easy, it's fun, and hey, it's what neighbors do. We talk, we listen, we engage. You're not just the audience, you're part of the show. Call in, comment, and let's make radio interactive. WRMN 1410 AM, where your words are part of our wavelength.
From morning coffee to your evening commute, WRMN 1410 AM is here for you. The faithful friend that brings you local news, timely topics, and the friendliest voices in the Valley. Stay informed, entertained, and engaged with our full lineup of shows, streaming all day, every day at WRMN1410.com or on the WRMN app. Wherever you are, we're right there with you. So why switch stations? Stick with the one that has it all. WRMN 1410 AM, your daily companion, your constant conversation.
WRMN has proudly served the Fox River Valley for over 70 years. We're located at 14 Douglas Avenue in downtown Elgin. Right next to Studio 14 is our store known as the Redemption Center. You are always invited to stop by and see us to live large for less. The Redemption Center is the place to pick up your on-air orders, shop for certificates, and grab some brochures to learn about what we have to offer. Our Redemption Center phone number is 847-741-7700.
Be sure to catch the first shift weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. for important information like fire tips from Elgin Fire Chief Rob Sagan.
The thing in the winter that we're more concerned with is carbon monoxide, because that we don't get in the summer. That carbon monoxide issues occur because of heating equipment. Anything that burns natural gas, if it is faulty, can generate high levels of carbon monoxide, which in time can be fatal. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of having carbon monoxide detectors in your home. Every single year you will see somewhere in the country, and usually we'll get one or two in the Chicagoland area, where you'll see multiple fatalities in one home. You can't smell carbon monoxide, you can't taste carbon monoxide, you have no idea it's happening. And so it's critically important that you have the right detectors in your home.
It's the first shift weekday mornings at 6 a.m. with me, Marky B, right here on WRMN.
We hope you're enjoying One-on-One with Leah, which features the Radio Shopping Show, the most amazing show on the radio. Call 847-931-1410 now to live large for less with Leah. That's 847-931-1410. And now back to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin as you go one-on-one with Leah.
And welcome back, everybody. This is Leah with One-on-One with Leah. I hope you're having a great day so far. Right now, the temperature is about 59. Friday, we're looking at a high of 61. I've got blue skies. There are a few clouds kind of meandering about, but we're going to have, and I'm wishing I would have packed some different clothes to go up north, because it's expecting tomorrow, Saturday, 71 with a low of 58. Sunday, 76. We may have some rain coming up a little bit more when we make our way into Monday afternoon into Tuesday, but we we are going to be sitting at the wonderful temps right now. One little notice I did see on here in Kane, Lake, and McHenry County, there is a little update that has a flood warning that is going to continue for the rivers in Illinois. And my guess is going to be from the rain. But it says the flood warning is extended in the following rivers in Illinois: the Fox River at Algonquin Lock and Dam, the tailwater affecting McHenry, Lake, and Kane counties. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. Let's go back to the phone lines here. Hello, caller. Can I get your key tag number?
Hi, I think it's 128577.
128577. I like the uncertainty. She goes 128577. Let's see here. And nope. What's your last name?
Metro.
All right, hold on. Is this Olivia?
Yeah.
I can remember Olivia because she normally forgets her number. All right, let me see if I can find it for you, love. Okay, here we go. 128. Yeah, it was 577. I wonder why that didn't pop up. All right, I do have you in here, so you were right on target. I have to bow my head in sorrow. Sorry about that. All right, what are you looking for today, Miss Olivia?
The Posada Real.
Yep, and can you get there before the end of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yep, we've got that right now. Special, $100. It's a $650 value, 4 days, 3 nights, all inclusive. If you would like to add on, you can add on additional nights. We did that when we went because it was only like $75 a night. It was crazy.
Okay.
Anyway, so we added additional nights, and it also helped us out with our flight. But this will guarantee your 4 days, 3 nights. I've got that for $100. Anything else today, my friend?
No, that'll be it.
All right, you get a max of 6 that we hand out with any order. So I'm going to give you 6 bingo cards. Our bingo is going to be taking place on Friday, April 26th. And this month, we're paying for $150, okay?
Okay.
All right, and you want to pick this up or have it mailed on out?
We can have it mailed out.
All right.
What's the number to the office? I want to make sure they have the right credit card on file.
The number to the office, and he'll be in here at noon. The number to the office is 847-741-7700. So 847-741-7700.
Okay, call at noon?
Yep, call at noon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, enjoy, sweetie. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.
847-931-1410. Again, it's 847-931-1410. You know, that's ideally how we like our phone calls to take place, is we want individuals to be familiar and be wise to to know that their credit card might not be up to date. Be wise to know that you need to call in and update those pieces of information, or we will not be able to process your order. Quite often, what happens about a month after the initial order takes place, they don't get it, they wait and wait and wait, and then we get a phone call saying, I never got my order. Well, it takes a lot of homework to go back and figure out, okay, why didn't it make it there? Do we have the correct address? Lately, I will be honest with you, a lot of our card purchases are having issues because of the proper zip code. And the cards that have been with us for a long time, we never used to have the zip code on it. Do you remember? It was before that, we only needed the card number and the expiration date. How many people go back that far? Then all of a sudden they created this little 3-digit annoyance called a CVV. CVV or CVC, they built that 3-digit annoyance on there, right? It's kind of like today's maybe a double authentication kind of procedure that you have to do on certain requests. But after that, and we got used to then the 3-digit CVC or CVV, then it says, well, now we want to know what the billing zip code is. So where does your bill get sent to? And if there's not a correct billing address, it's not a matter of where your address is if your bill gets sent somewhere else. So it's where the bill goes to is the zip code that we need on file, because sometimes people are getting declined because of not having that proper, and we get the phrase on there that says improper zip code. So if you have any of that changed, maybe they changed even zip codes in your area, make sure you contact us or anybody else that happens to use your credit card as an auto payment. You'll want to make sure and contact them as well, or you're going to be denied several things that you're waiting to receive in the mail, right? Well, we've got one left. I just found out we had 3 to start the day. We've got 2 gone now, one remaining of that Posada Real. If you'd like to get in on that, reminder that it is good until the end of July. So you're looking at a quicker turnaround. If you just got to get out of Dodge, you want to go down and enjoy some peaceful sand. If anything got me in the mood for it was last night's drink of the day. We had Joey Zeller come into the studio and join me for the drink of the day, coming to you from the Distance Social. We've kind of got it down to a science now, so usually sticks around and hosts with me. And I have learned more about mixology or about glasses or why you use certain glasses to serve up certain drinks. All of it is meant to enhance the sipping experience. And that even comes down to the spices that they might use in a drink. Like I said, we did a drink 2 weeks ago that was called a Gordon's Cup, that the seasoning on top was a dash of salt and a dash of pepper. And it sat right on top of the ice cube. Tried to do it on my own. Doesn't work if you don't have that big ice cube in the middle. That's going to be my next thing. I'm going to have to do a search Amazon for that big cube to really make it a yummy drink. Let's go back to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Can I get your key tag number?
Hi, 116472.
Miss Francis, I had my paper covering that up. How you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. I didn't know you were on. I just turned it up, so okay.
Well, what a treat. What a treat that I get to answer your phone call then. What are you looking for, hon?
Do you have any more of the Strawberry Festival?
I do. The Bethlehem Strawberry Festival. We've got tickets available there. That is one that is brought to you by the Bethlehem Lutheran Church. For anybody who does not know, they put out a great festival every year. And I've got a $14 pair of tickets. We've got it for $8. Would you like one?
Yes, please.
All right. Got that for you. And anything else today?
How about a McDonald's?
That'll get you another bingo. We'll add that on. I saw you got one on there. So I'm going to do your second one in here right now because I saw what you did on the mailing. So I'm going to do that right away here so you'll know that it went in your bin, okay? Otherwise, sometimes if it goes solo, it gets lost somewhere in the mix.
And do you have time for a quick...
For you, I absolutely do. I'd love to hear it. Tell me, where'd you go? How'd you like it? Would you go back?
Yes, on all accounts. I went to the neighborhood in Grand Beach, Michigan.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. And... the certificate was for one night, but I figured I booked another night so I could enjoy my stay up there a little longer. And it's really a neat place. It's very modern. It's an old building that was refurbished, and it's very modern. And I can see it would be a wonderful thing, like for a family reunion or a small group of people.
Yeah.
You have your separate spaces. But there was a big common room with a fireplace and a nice pool that's open from May to October, heated pool.
Wow.
And the area around there is quite interesting. I just happened to be there for the eclipse, so I went out on the beach for New Buffalo, and I sat out on the beach with a bunch of other people. We were all watching it there,
what an experience, right?
Yeah.
I think that would be awesome. And the group that bought Neighborhood was what their management group is called. And they have acquired, I don't know, maybe about 5 or 6 different hotels that I'm aware of. And to me, I just love the idea. Like you said, they buy older buildings and then they kind of gut them out and refurbish them and make this really kind of new age establishment with the great room, like you said. And I agree. I think if you had a couple of families that wanted to get together, that would be a golden opportunity.
Yeah, it was pretty empty when I was there, but they said they had just had a group of 40 women from some kind of a retreat there the day before they all left. So, I mean, the business comes and goes, but it's a great place, I think.
Wonderful.
And a lot of nice little touches, very thoughtful things that they include, and it's all available for you. From the s'mores and ice cream in the freezer that was left over, but they let me have it.
Yeah, it's the personal touches, but see, that's what'll get you to come back, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome.
So
Francis, thank you so much.
Dundee Avenue at the corner of Slade.
All right.
Has great
Bye-bye.
fast casual Mexican food for the whole family. There's a huge selection of salads, quesadillas, a Taco Tuesday special, burritos, gorditas, and the Thursday Flautas dinner deal. La Flor Taco Grill also has American favorites and breakfast. There's a kids menu too. Planning an event? La Flor has catering with both Mexican and American foods. Call 847-214-1306 or La Flor Taco Grill on Facebook.
As grocery prices rise, take your family out to any of the Tommy's Red Hots location for great food at unbelievably low prices. There's 6 locations to serve you for both dine-in or carry-out. Tommy's has a diverse, delicious menu for you and your family, with crispy pizzas, sandwiches, salads, and their famous hot dogs, plus so much more. Don't forget their scrumptious sides like mac and cheese bites. To see their menu and locations, visit Tommy'sRedHots.com today.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. On April 14th from 3 to 4 p.m., the Naperville Women's Club are set to host the Community Talk To Be Free. Nicole Virgil, a Christian Science practitioner based in Chicago, will be the speaker. Virgil, a member of the Christian Science Board of Leadership, will examine freedom from a biblical perspective. Deliberations are underway in Springfield on Governor J.B. Pritzker's intention to axe the state's grocery tax. Despite Pritzker's optimism, critics predict a fiscal gap in local budgets. Pritzker cited the tax as unnecessary, expressing that
Save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Not available in all states.
Celebrating 70 years of serving the Fox River Valley, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM is proud to inform and entertain you every day with great local shows that keep you connected with the people in your community, like the Radio Shopping Show, where listeners are encouraged to let us know about their experiences with our business partners.
I usually go to Tripleberry during the week. It's not so busy. I had my normal lumberjack omelet. It's like a meat lover's omelet, and their fries are awesome. Just the texture of it, they're a little crisp, soft on the inside. I mean, really good.
The voice of the Valley and the home of the Radio Shopping Show. You are listening to WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wiggs battles Bryce Miller.
Here comes a swing and a line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians Radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're ninth in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road at Detroit. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and
up
first
in 60
responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
Hey parents, even though it's chilly out, it's not too early to start thinking about summer activities for your kids. Adrenaline Monkeys Adventure Summer Camp in West Dundee is the perfect place to get your kids moving this summer. This week-long adventure camp features safe, fun activities like obstacle courses, climbing, and educational demos. Full and half-day offerings are available and are ideal for ages 5 through 12. The sledding and snowman building won't last forever, so enroll the kids now for summer 2024 at AdrenalineMonkeyFun.com.
Hey, we're live at the Elgin History Museum on this Friday afternoon. Welcome to Out to Lunch here on WRMN. We are out to lunch today, kind of. We're not eating, but we're at the local museum that really represents Elgin history and does such a great job of it. It's the Elgin History Museum at 360 Park Street. Open today from 11 until 4. And I'm Marky B from the first shift, and I'm joined by Liz Marston, who has been on the show and on the station many times and has been a part of the Elgin History Museum for a long time. So we're going to start today here, and then the second hour of the show, we're going to kick it back to the studio at WRMN. During this hour, we're going to cover a lot of things about the museum and about the fundraiser gala, which is coming up a week from tomorrow. So welcome, Liz. How are you?
Good. How are you doing, Mark?
Doing great.
Good.
Thanks for having us today.
Well, thank you for being here in the museum.
Yeah, always great to be here. We're in the Watch Factory room is where we're set up here, right?
We are. This is the Watch Factory exhibit that we have that details the Elgin Watch Company from the 60s to the 1960s.
Yeah.
And talks about the 50 million watches that were produced. So this building, this is just one of our exhibits. We have 2 floors of exhibits. Old building, 1956, it was the first building for Elgin Academy. And it was built to be a school building. So we had students here. It was even in the early years as a dormitory for both students and the teachers.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and so how long has the Elgin History Museum actually been open?
Well, the building had fallen out of use with the school. And so in the 1970s, the 1960s, they even got shut down by the fire department because they didn't have a back to their booth. And so the school couldn't use the building, and they ultimately gave it to the city of Elgin, who agreed to take it on. And the city of Elgin, in partnership with the Historical Society, rehabbed this whole building for 15 years.
Wow.
And a lot of work, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to have this come back as a gallery space, different from its original use. And so that was 1987 that we opened the floor.
Okay, so
the first floor.
So the Elgin History Museum, as we know it now, has been open since 1987.
Since 1987. So if you were in school prior to 1987, you still think of this, maybe if you were in town, you still think of this as Elgin Academy.
Yeah.
People, that's a very hard market for us to reach. People they think it's the school still, so they don't really know.
Right.
So we want you to come on down.
Yeah, come on down today. If you're a WRMN listener, you're listening right now, you can come and check it out. A lot of people live here and have lived here for a long time and maybe have never even checked out the Elgin History Museum, or maybe if you live a little further west to Elgin and you want to learn about Elgin history, it's a great place, and we'd love to have you see it. Takes, a couple of hours to get through it? I mean, it depends on how interested you are, right? There's so much here.
There is. There's a lot here. We cover 1835 to today.
Yeah,
And
it's
we
a long
have
time.
wonderful volunteer docents that will greet you and guide you around, or lead you, just answer questions for you as you explore on your own. So it's really a wonderful experience when the docents kind of share their own Elgin experiences with you. Yeah, it's a really neat interactive thing.
Well, I mean, we've had a lot of Bill Briscoe, who's in the room here, and Al Walters. Everybody's been on WRMN before, but it seemed like we couldn't even set up for the radio show because Bill and Al wanted to start talking about the watch factory and give us some Elgin history lessons. So that's what you mean about everybody being so fascinated by Elgin history. They want to share their knowledge, and that's what you'll gain if you come here.
Right, and it does give you a different perspective when you understand, see it. It kind of opens your mind.
So this is closed certain days, but it's a year-round museum, right? And what are the general hours for the museum?
We're open Wednesday through Saturday, 11 to 4. And we're also here on Tuesdays, although we don't have open hours, but we can take people by appointment if necessary. And often we will meet people if they're having guests coming in from foreign countries and they're only here for Monday. We'll come on a Monday, we'll come on Sunday. We're here to serve the public.
Yeah. And so what else would you like to share about the museum? It's elginhistory.org to find out all about it. If you want to become a member,
right?
You're always looking for new members, right?
We're always looking for new members. And if you go on elginhistory.org and look right at we have all of these digitized both objects and archival images. It's fascinating. So just go on there, and we have the Courier News. We have all of these watches that are on there. You can really learn a lot just from going onto the website.
At elginhistory.org.
At elginhistory.org.
Yeah. And so throughout the hour today, we're going to be on until 1 o'clock, and we're going to actually take a little tour of this room eventually. The setup here at WRMN allows us now to walk and talk a little bit, so we look forward to actually seeing some of the exhibits in this room a little later in the hour.
I'm glad you get to come here for a change instead of us coming to the
I
studio.
know. It's a lot more fascinating, isn't it? I mean, the studio's not bad, but...
Studio's nice.
But to actually talk about Elgin history and see some of what we're talking about is a nice thing.
Right.
What's this great setup behind us?
Well, this is a kind of a reproduction trying to show the size of the clock tower at Elgin Watch. So the clock tower was 144 feet tall, and you can see it. It's on that window over there. But the clock face was actually a little bit bigger than that. That's about 12 feet in diameter.
Yeah.
It was 14 feet in diameter. And this is a real hand. So the reason we had an artist do this was to put this hand in context. For years, we had the hand just kind of on a wall, but it didn't mean anything. So we had to put it in context with the clock face.
Yeah.
And then next to the tower. So you could really, as a visitor, understand how important this also lit up. This tower went up in 1905. This was very early electrified clock that the whole neighborhood.
Yeah.
You didn't even need a clock in your home. You just look out the window. And because it was on all four sides. It wasn't just one face. There were four faces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing because obviously we have all the modern conveniences now. You can have your cell phone to see what time it is, or you might have a watch. But a long time ago, when that tower was first put up, people actually used it to tell time. I mean, now it would be more of a showcase. It would be just kind of cool to have something like that in a tower. You wouldn't really need it, but actually people used it and relied on it.
They did. And the big machine behind you is what was the device that moved the watch, that the mechanism power clock that was made by it has the name on it over there. It's like Thomas. It's Seth Thomas.
Okay.
But it's a big tower clock, and it would have big arms that went out to each of the faces, and then they would keep the clock going. And you can even set the clock right there. See that little clock there?
Uh-huh. Wow.
So we have this going, and a future thing to do would be if we could get this actually working, because then it would really come alive. But we have the pendulum for it, awesome to keep, and it goes, you'd have to be down just like the tower, you'd have to be 144 feet tall. For the pendulum, like the grandfather clock, the pendulum would just go down and
Uh-huh.
come back up.
Wow. And ever since, well, I've been with the radio station for 7.5 years, and you've been a part of this. How long have you been a part of the Elgin History Museum, and what fascinates you with Elgin history, or what brought you into this association?
Well, Mark, it's all about me.
Yeah, of course.
I'm from Elgin.
All right. Good
So-
enough.
So I have been working in the museum, but I'm from here. I went to school here. I grew up here, and so when I first saw the pictures in the collection, I'm like, oh, I've been used to dealing with history in other people's communities, and this time it was about my, and so
Yeah.
it was even more fascinating because it was all the places that I knew as a child growing up, and so that's why I started. And I started in 1990.
Really?
For
So
a long time.
25 years plus now. Plus.
Plus. I know. Well, I did it because I had been full time and I wanted to go part time because I had just had our last child.
Yeah.
So it was a part time gig, and it's grown into more of a lifestyle rather than a job.
Well, and that's what makes everybody that's involved with the Elgin History Museum special, right? It's like, it's not, you don't work here because you were looking for a job. You work here because you have a passion for Elgin history, and you're really proud of the things that you're showing off every day.
Yeah, we really are, and we get a lot of really positive feedback from all of our guests that come in, and so that kind of, makes you want to do it more.
Yeah.
You hear what a great place it is, how lucky the people are that they saw it.
11 to 4, Wednesday through Saturday.
Saturday, and we often have Sunday programs
Okay.
and evening programs.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
And a big gala coming up. You have to raise funds to keep this place open, right?
We
so
do,
We're
we
going to
do.
talk about that a little bit later in the hour. But
Yes.
one of the reasons we're here is to make sure that people know that they're invited to the big fundraising gala, which is a week from tomorrow.
It is a week from tomorrow. I see that. We've
Yeah.
been planning for a long time.
Well, the lineup
so
has
now-
several lists,
Yes.
several people on the list, right? So we,
You want to have Ann come in now?
yeah. Well, thank you for joining me, Liz.
Thank you, Mark.
Appreciate it. Liz Marston with the Elgin History Museum is going to pass the baton over. You're listening to Out to Lunch here at WRMN, and it's 12:15, 16 here on this Friday afternoon. Hi, Ann. This is Ann Locasio. Is that how you say your last name?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Not everybody right.
I didn't have to memorize it. You have your name tag on today. How are you?
I'm very good.
So you're here to talk about the cemetery walk today, right? There's lots of features involved, lots of different events that are in conjunction with the Elgin History Museum, and one is the Elgin Cemetery Walk, which takes place every year.
Correct. We have two big signature events that we do. One, which is the gala, which I'm going to let Elle Walters, our programming committee chair, talk about. But I'm going to tell you about our cemetery walk,
Okay,
which
cool.
happens every year in September.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a 2-day event now. It's our 37th year coming up.
Wow.
And it's a great way to go see the Bluff City Cemetery and learn about history in Elgin.
Yeah. So it's a 2-day event because it's become so popular.
It is.
Yeah.
We have 2 shows on Saturday, and we have timed entry now. We figured out that worked a little bit better. So we have a Saturday afternoon show, twilight show at 5:30. So you actually get to leave the cemetery around 7:30 if it's spooky.
Yeah.
And then we have 2 daytime events on tours of the
Yeah. And so 7:30 in September, it's starting to get a little bit dark, I guess, right?
It is. Nice sun. You can see a nice sunset over the bluffs.
Yeah. So what happens during the cemetery walk? The reason for it is to celebrate famous people in Elgin history. Is that right? That are in that cemetery?
Well, it's people buried in that cemetery.
Yeah.
The cemetery is actually the 3rd cemetery that Elgin had. It opened in 1889, and it's in a beautiful wooded area. It was part of the design cemeteries at that point was to look sort of bucolic, park-like, to allow people to come and spend time with their loved ones.
Yeah.
In a beautiful setting.
Wow.
And the cemetery actually has a beautiful fen at the back of it, which is only 14, I believe, left in the state of Illinois. So you can sneak over to see that at one point. They have a couple endangered species there. There's a wild orchid that lives there.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So what we do is we have 7 to 10 people that are in the cemetery, residents, so to speak, former residents, now residents of the cemetery.
Yeah.
And we have actors tell a little bit about their lives in Elgin.
Wow. And where do the actors come from? And I guess they have to really do some studying to be able to play out the role of the person that they're trying to be, right?
Yeah, we've had a combination. We have actors, amateur actors, local people every year. We write scripts for them based on the history, but then they put it together. We have them in costume, and they do about 5 to 10 minutes worth of speaking about the people that live there.
That's cool.
Yeah. And this year it's a great year because we're in conjunction with Yale Board and Library celebrating their 150th anniversary.
Right.
So we have 7 people that we are pulling from history that were very involved in the library or as literature advocates here in Elgin.
Because, that's one of the challenges, right, is to pick who to celebrate from year to year that's actually buried in the cemetery.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we always try and get a mix of different people, men, women, all the diversity that we have here in Elgin. It's a great place with lots of diversity.
Yeah.
So,
how many people are buried in the cemetery? I didn't mean
know
to put you on the
that.
spot. I was wondering if I was going to put you on the spot when I asked you that question. A lot.
A lot.
A lot. It's a huge cemetery.
They had moved quite a few people over from Channing Cemetery. They didn't quite get everybody from Channing Cemetery, but they moved a lot of them over there. And then even John and Liz Marston like to joke every year on the tour that they already have their grave plots and show off where they're going to be for the tour in another 15 years.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, of course, we're going to be more than likely broadcasting live from Bluff City Cemetery for the Memorial Day ceremony coming up on Memorial Day itself. So we look forward to that. And this is a walk that takes place in September. If you haven't gone yet, much like myself, I ought to take part in this because it sounds like it's super fascinating.
It is. Saturday, September 21st and Sunday, September 22nd.
Wow. Okay. And so you sign up sometime in the summertime. You have to sign up in advance, right?
You have to sign up in advance.
Yeah.
Online, you can go online to elginhistory.org and get tickets. Show up, and we'll give you an hour-and-a-half long tour of the cemetery.
Cool. So you're the new president of the Elgin History Museum?
For about a year and a half, yes.
Wow. So you're not really the new president.
No,
I'm just finding out about this.
Yes.
So what does that mean? What do you head up as the president?
Do things like this.
Yeah.
We have a board member. We have 20 board members, and we help plan the event, take care of the finances, raise funds, because we're always looking for ways to support the museum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's fundraising and membership. It basically is what does it, right?
Yeah. But we have a lot of programs that we have actually 4 or 5 programs going on every month that we're programming to, tell people about Elgin history.
Yeah. Well, we're going to let you go and move on to our next of our slew of guests today. But anything else you want to leave us with today?
Just come out and see everything great here, and we hope to see you at the events. They're really fun, and you'll learn a lot about history in Elgin.
Yeah. Anna Locascio, President, Elgin History Museum. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay. We're going to be taking a quick break here on Out to Lunch, and then when we come back, we're going to continue. Our next guest is going to be Rebecca Miller. We've got Al Walters coming up, Bill Briska this hour, and we may walk around the room a little bit here at the watch room too to show you all about the Elgin Watch. Steve Thoren's here. He's a big Elgin history fan who hosts Elgin Time on the second Tuesday of every month here on the radio station. I may pass the microphone over to Steve in a few minutes too. So keep it right here on WRMN. We'll be right back.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast, right here on WRMN 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Newry with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Whether you're working third shift or you're just a night owl, catch the most listened to overnight talk radio program in North America, Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
The word is out. Nissans cost less on Route 19, but that's not all. Parts, service, and body shop, they all cost less at McGrath Nissan. Used cars too. The reason why is how hard we try. Right now, get 0% APR financing on select new Nissan models at McGrath Nissan because
Nissans cost less on Route 19.
Come to Elgin.
See what we mean.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame, Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovaki and Grecian chicken. Slovaki is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
For a little lighthearted lawlessness on Sunday afternoons, listen to Handle on the Law from 4 to 7 p.m. Handle on the Law is a unique combination of useful legal advice and outrageous handle remarks. Whether you're talking about Big Brother, big business, big legal problems, or Big Macs, you'll rarely find Bill without an opinion. His rapid-fire commentary gives listeners the information they crave in the way they crave it. It's Handle on the Law, Sunday afternoons from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Batteries Plus Bulbs is more than batteries and bulbs. It's your repair shop for Apple devices, Samsung Galaxy devices, and more. Located on Randall Road, just south of 20 in Elgin, Batteries Plus Bulbs fills all your battery and light bulb needs in one stop. They have the largest selection of batteries for ATVs, cameras, phones, laptops, scooters, cars and homes, and everything else. Looking to save money with energy-efficient LED or holiday lighting? Stop in at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Elgin. Go to batteriesplus.com for special offers.
Museum, 360 Park Street in Elgin, right around the downtown area, close to downtown. If you want to come see us, we're open until 4 o'clock today, or they are, I don't know here, but open until 4 o'clock today and 11 to 4 tomorrow as well. And it's kind of quiet in this room, but it's not quiet in the entire museum today. There are a lot of kids here, so you may be like listening right now and going, wow, nobody's there. It's not true. We're just in one room of a big place, and so we happen to be kind of in a quiet room so that we could have be able to talk and you could be able to hear us okay without a lot of background. So joining me right now is Rebecca Miller, and Rebecca, what's your title again? And we're here to talk about education a little bit today, and that's what the kids are here for today, right? And that happens a lot here at the Elgin History Museum. You give tours. That's all about educating Elgin elementary, middle school, high school kids about the city of Elgin, right?
Yeah, and we tend to see a lot of elementary kids, but we are certainly welcoming to all age groups. We have something to tell everyone, to share for all groups.
Yeah. So what's going on today? These kids are from O'Neill Elementary, right?
These are first graders from Ron O'Neill Elementary. Yesterday we had the third graders from Ron O'Neill Elementary.
Wow.
And the first graders are here today to do a program that we call Old and New. Because when you're in first grade, it's kind of hard to talk about one specific time period. You haven't quite figured out that your grandma is not as old as the Egyptian pyramids.
Yeah.
Like it's fuzzy, right?
Yeah.
So for the younger kids, we just sort of compare old things and new things. So they're here today comparing 4 different types of things. They're comparing old and new clothing. They're old and new communication.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew this, but rotary dial telephone. That's cool.
I know. And I wonder how much, what's the age group of the kids that are here today?
These are probably 7-year-olds.
7 years old. I bet, even if you explain to them, try to, what life was like communications wise 100 years ago. It's impossible for them to understand this modern. I mean, it's changed 400 years in the last 100 years, hasn't it? I mean, in the last decade, things have changed so much.
And we talk about that high concept. We talk about some things stayed the same, change. You still communicate, but it was different in the old. Everybody had the same ringtone, when the phone was on the wall in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You couldn't take a private call unless you could make the phone cord reach into the room closet. We look at typewriters, talk about how typewriters similar to Chromebook in some way.
Right.
We write postcards, which is short messages like a text message. So we draw a lot of connections. We also show them life in a log cabin and 3 things that children have always done: play, learn, choice.
Yeah.
We compare all 3 of those things, old times and new.
Old times and new times. Yeah, you couldn't. Only one person in the house could make a call at one time.
I know.
You had to wait your turn.
And the idea that somebody might call you in the middle of the night to wake you up, that's groundbreaking news.
Yeah.
That you couldn't easily turn off the phone or see who was calling before you picked up and said hello.
Right.
So we talk about all.
It's kind of funny. I mean, I don't want to get too far up the beaten path, but I was thinking about how with modern day, like people that come to people's doors at their house. And now when someone comes to your front door, you're surprised.
Yeah.
And you're really not necessarily wanting to answer the door because you think, well, I would know if it was someone I know. I don't know who this person might be. Probably a salesperson or somebody like that. And so I'm not sure I want to answer the door. But people used to actually go to people's houses because that was the way they had to find out if they were available because maybe the phone was tied up or whatever. So it was not uncommon for just to answer the door because your friend was there.
We showed the log cabin to 3rd graders yesterday.
Yeah.
And the one boy asked me why there was no lock on the door. And I said, quite simply, all the people that you lived by were your friends. You didn't feel the need to lock your door.
Yeah.
And that was kind of shocking to have that answer.
Yeah. So how long have you been with the Elgin History Museum?
I should know the answer to this. I feel like it's 7 or 8 years.
Yeah?
But
Really?
I volunteered here for a while before
Okay.
I got on staff. So it's a little fuzzy. I should figure out that.
Yeah.
2016, I think. Real.
Are you from around here?
No, I'm only a 20-year resident. Belgium, nothing compared to some people.
Yeah.
But when my family moved to Elgin, my husband, my kids, it took me long to figure out that this wasn't my hometown. This was my children's home.
Right.
That was the light bulb moment. So I started volunteering here to learn more about their hometown. They would feel connected. I feel my home. And things to know about them.
Yeah. It's interesting to, I think it's important for kids who grow up here or even who move here as they're growing up to learn more about what Elgin's all about, right? It's not just about your cell phone and your car and your house and the school you go to actually have a little knowledge of the history of the place where you live is a good thing. It's important.
Yeah.
Right?
I agree. We try it every day. That's true for everyone.
So, I mean, do you have, if you want to have an educational program here, or what you schedule like outings like this all the time?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. On our webpage, we have a tab for educators or anyone who's interested to send a quick email that comes to me to say what dates you're thinking of, what kind of program you're thinking of. We have some programs listed on our website that are very popular with the school kids. But honestly, if you want to bring a couple of your friends here for a tour, grown-up tour, we can certainly do that. We take tours out to Bluff City. We have an Kimball Cobblestone House now where we talk about the west side.
Yeah.
Beaches over there. So we have a lot to share with people to access.
Yeah. And the best way to find out more is to go to the website, right?
Website, yeah.
ElginHistory.org.
Org.
Okay. ElginHistory.org. So, well, thanks, Rebecca, for stopping by. Good luck with the kids today. You might need it.
Thanks.
All right. Rebecca Miller with us. And it's 12:30-ish here at WRMN. We're going to pass the batons over as we're going to continue the show here, and I'll bring in my friend Steve Thoren, who is a big Elgin history fan, of course, knows a lot about this museum, and has these people that we're talking to today on the show quite a bit, the show called Elgin Time, Steve, and I'm going to let you move over into my spot, and I'm going to bring Al Walters over here, but welcome to the show, Steve.
Hey, thank you, Marky B, and thanks to WRMN for being here today. Al, take a seat, and we're going to have a little chat about what's coming up a week from tomorrow. I'm excited about it. I know you are too.
Well, we're excited. It's been 18 months in the making. It's our
annual gala, fundraising gala. We're going to hold it at the Holiday Inn, and it's going to feature lots of ways to have fun and raise a little money for the museum. And I hear you're going to be there.
I am going to be there. And before I go any further, I want to introduce you so everyone knows who we're talking to and watching on YouTube. Al Walters, board member, but also a past president of this wonderful organization. Tell us a little bit about Al.
Well, I'm born and raised in Elgin, and kind of a frustrated teacher. I thought I'd be a school teacher. It never worked out. So history was always my passion. So in my retirement, I've really become engaged here at the museum. With school kids running around today, it's just one of my hotspots. I love being one of the educators to help with school programs. So,
well, I think it's great. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, those of you that are fortunate enough to see us on YouTube, this is how he dresses all the time. I just thought I would let you know that. He is so into history.
All the time when there's a school program. So,
well, 18 months in the making for this gala, this coming a week from tomorrow at the Holiday Inn. What can you tell us about this gala?
Well, we're starting at 5:30.
Okay.
Ticket price is $75 a seat, for the dinner and the program. If you're a museum member, $90 if you're not. We're going to have a time to have some drinks and to have some group time. We'll sit down for dinner. Theme is the Roaring 20s this year. And to that end, our main speaker, our program, is going to be Laura the Flapper is going to come. And she'll do about a 45-minute program explaining the Roaring 20s in Chicago. But in between, we're going to have some fun events to raise money. We have a silent auction for some baskets and it's quite a collection of different things.
And those are items that have been put together and donated over 18 months?
Well, intensely the last couple of months. And it could be everything from a basket designed for the beer drinker to a basket designed for a dog who might live at your house, and on and on. Some of them have historical connections to them. They're very clever. And those are bid on silently as people mill about the space in the ballroom at the Holiday Inn. And then eventually there will be a cutoff on time, and of course the high bidder will be the lucky winner on those. Then we move toward the live auction, which is something we have never done before. And we brought in a professional auctioneer. You know who that would be?
I think I do know who that is. I'm very proud to say that that would be me, and I'm excited to do it and very honored, and I hope to do it justice. So we're going to have a lot of fun.
We've got about 8 things that'll be up for the live auction. It's heavy on trips and vacations, and tickets to a Wynton Marsalis concert in Chicago come to mind. We've got an Italian trip. We've got a Mexican trip. We've got a Florida trip on the docket.
And we've got some interesting Elgin experiences. We've got a foursome of golf, be a member of a day, and a member for a day at Bowes Creek Country Club. So 4 of you get to golf there, hit range balls, use cart, play all day long, as many rounds as you want, and now includes golf balls for the winner,
and a gift card for the 19th hole.
How about that? You know that what the 19th hole is all about. It's not really part of the course inside. And then we also have a foursome at the Highland, very similar, and that would be for 4 golf carts and golf balls, and I believe there are gift cards for the 19th hole.
You bet there is.
There is. Got to enjoy that beer. And the winner of the Highlands gets a nice little perk, being that you're supporting Elgin Golf Courses, and that is that you get another foursome at Wing Park. So there's quite the fun little Elgin experience. But that's not all. For those of you that love Elgin, and everyone that's going to be at this event loves Elgin, where have you seen? What's your favorite view of Elgin? Everyone has a favorite part of Elgin they like to look at or see, but have you ever seen it from the air?
This was just added this week, I understand.
a helicopter ride around town?
Yes, a helicopter ride, a half-hour helicopter ride over Elgin, specific parts of Elgin. You live in Elgin, you want to go over your own house? Would you like to do it at day or night? You've got your choice. So this is a wonderful prize that's been donated by Pat Crawford, who owns Elgin Medic Transport, but he has his own personal helicopter. And so he's going to give 2 people get to ride in it. And now there's some weight restrictions, but it's up there. It's up there. You might have to go alone, Al. You could probably take one of those kids in the other room.
Yeah.
But that'll be a fun thing. It's, I think it's about 350 pounds total. So, but it'll be really a fun thing for Elgin people to be able to see what that looks like, see what Elgin looks like from the air, see the Tower Building, Fulton Island, River, wherever you want to go. I was fortunate enough to fly with him once. He took my father up on my dad's 90th birthday prize, and I rode and flew over all the golf courses. So that was really fun.
And I did a small airplane tour many, many years ago of Elgin. Back when the Elgin Airport was still functioning. That's how far back it is.
I remember that airport well.
And if you're an Elginite who's always wondered what the inside of the Wing Mansion looks like, that's up for auction too.
That's a complete tour, all 4 floors, everything operational. It includes a glass of champagne for 4 or 5 people. And then it gets a finale either before or after with a ride in a Model T Ford with the top down through Wing Park and back. Then you get to follow a 8x10 framed picture of you in the car. So that'll be a fun.
And that, for people who may or may not know, the Wing Mansion is one of the most iconic homes in Elgin.
Well, I certainly feel that way. And it has so much history, incredible history attached to it. The Wing family lived there. They donated the property for Wing Park, Wing Park Boulevard, Wing Street, Wing School. The list goes on to all that they did.
I wonder if you know this little piece of trivia. When Mr. Wing donated the property for Wing Park from, cut off from his farm, he did it several years after George P. Lord donated Lord's Park. And Mr. Wing made sure his grant was 5 acres bigger than Mr. Lord.
I can tell you, not only did I know that, but he did it on his death. He called the attorney over because we have a write-up of that. And that's where he did it, in the master bedroom. He was there as his health was failing. He died of chronic heart disease. Although the newspaper misprinted his means of death, and his obituary said he died of chronic head disease.
Oh dear.
we actually have that. We have that in print.
Well, that'll happen.
But he called his attorney over to change the amount of acreage that he gave because he wanted it.
Back to the gala, Steve. Let's stress that it is next Saturday night, the 20th, at the Holiday Inn. I will say tickets are limited. We can seat about 180 people in that ballroom, and we're creeping up on that number. So if you're interested, now's the time to act. And ElginHistory.org, the website, there's all the information you need. The tab will be events. Go there. You can register online, or of course you can call the museum.
Sure. ElginHistory.org. That's the way to get tickets. Show your love for Elgin. Show your care for the Elgin History Museum. Imagine all these kids that are here today. Just imagine what that would be like if that bus pulled up and this place wasn't open.
The gala is one of our signature fundraising events for the year. And the most fun I have when this place is full of school kids. And they come with such an eagerness to learn. We've got first graders here today, and you see them look at a rotary dial telephone. They have no idea.
Well, and I want to remind everybody with Al and his outfit, this is the only way the kids know him. So this is how he dresses for them. Well, with that, we thank you, Al, for your time. Thank you for all you do for the museum, which in turn is for the city.
Well, and thanks to WRMN for being such good partners with us, too. Thank you.
Elgin is lucky to have the History Museum and WRMN. Mark, we'll turn it over to you, and we'll just wrap it up now for a little news break. Thank you, Ben.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off healthcare because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley and the home of Radio Shopping Show.
America's Best Restaurants travels the country and features restaurants that you should visit each week. Recently, the cast and crew made their way to Renata's German Restaurant in Hanover Park. Renata serves old family recipes and delicious German-influenced food. Renata's also specializes in a wide variety of traditional German baked goods, too. So, if you've yet to visit Renata's, try America's Best Restaurants choice. Drop in soon for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Visit renatasgermanrestaurant.com.
The Elgin Police Department is partnering with the Illinois Department of Transportation, the Illinois State Police, and more than 200 local law enforcement agencies to step up enforcement efforts across the state in recognition of Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Throughout April, motorists can expect increased patrols looking for texting and driving as well as other traffic violations. Between 2012 and 2021, approximately 32,000 lives were lost in crashes involving distracted drivers. Everyone has the potential for distracted driving crashes, but those between the ages of 16 and 24 are especially at risk. If you need to text, pull over to a safe location. Or if you have a passenger, consider appointing a designated texter. Whatever the solution, don't text and drive. In Illinois, using your phone in anything other than a hands-free mode is not only dangerous, but it's also illegal. The Illinois Distracted Driving Campaign is funded with federal traffic safety funds administered by IDOT.
Anderson Japanese Gardens, ranked the highest quality Japanese garden in North America and located right in the heart of Rockford. Their mission is to open minds to a different culture while offering a place of peace and tranquility where one can find healing, renewal, inspiration, and a re-energized soul. A premier destination for corporate functions, special events, weddings, and receptions. For directions, hours, and fees, visit andersongarden.org today.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclub.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
If you are 50 years and older, you are welcome to join Elgin State Bank's sponsored movie days at Elgin Marcus Theater. It will always be on the second Thursday of each month. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. At 9 a.m., you will hear a very brief message from Sherry Aschenbrenner about upcoming senior events, and movies will begin at approximately 9:30 a.m. Coffee and a donut is complimentary. You can always call the movie theater hotline number of 847-888-7976 to find out what movies are playing each month. The cost is $3 if you are a member of Elgin State Bank, meaning you have an account there, and $5 if you are a non-member. And for more senior information, catch Sherry's Senior Showcase on the third Tuesday of every month at 9:15 a.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Welcome back to Out to Lunch. Today we are in hour one of our Friday show. Let's go out and about when we can. And today we're out and about in one of the best places in all of Elgin. It's the Elgin History Museum because it's all about Elgin history. I'm Marky B. Sonar will take you through the second hour in a short time. But let's enjoy the final few minutes here at the Elgin History Museum today. Bill Brisk is here.
How are you?
Elgin historian. How are you, Bill?
Yeah, I'm in good shape. Good, nice to see you guys out and about.
Yeah, it's good to be out.
Studio. The fresh air on the drive home.
Right? And it's very fresh today. It's very windy outside. I don't know if you've been outside in a while. Right. Well, we're in the Elgin Watch Room. Is that what you call this room? Yeah.
The world's largest exhibit on Elgin watches.
Yeah.
And this little watchmaker's bench, one of the things in here.
Okay.
And this was donated by the family of Ben King. And this was a bench that would be typically used by a repair person or a person in a. Oh, this way? Oh, you're picking me up now? Did you miss my first part? Oh, okay. So this bench, this is a watchmaker's bench, and it was donated by the family of Ben King. He used it at home for a little lighting job of fixing watches. He also worked at the watch company. And the thing about these benches is that, first, the one that's on display here, it's got a large collection of tools, and we have scattered through here some of the little screws, little parts that were involved in watchmaking, and a really small scale. And the thing that I would like to point out to people is that the watchmaker sat in a chair with the legs cut off. Why was that? It wasn't because he had short legs. It was because it brought his eye level right to here, so he wasn't bent over, wasn't hunched over as he was working on the watch, but his eye level was right here, and he'd work off with this nice white surface, which would allow him to see things better. And it had this little catch basin here that he would sit and be up against his chest, and should some little part fall off there, hopefully it'll land in here. Otherwise, it'd be a long afternoon of crawling around the floor looking for it. So this is kind of a cool thing, and it's one of my favorite little attractions here at the museum. So if people come down, take a look at that. And another one of the other great displays here has to do with the railroad watches. We have a lot of watches on display. The railroad watches were on par with the finest scientific instruments of their day when it comes to accuracy. And the reason they're called railroad watches is that in the era before electronic signaling, trains worked off of schedules that required them to hit certain points at a certain time, so the intersecting tracks would not be occupied by two different trains at the same time. And so we have a little display of the evolution of these watches as they became more and more precise, and the standards became more codified over time, which started with these kind of typical watches of the 1870s and working our way around these watches that came from the 1890s and later. And they had these big white dials with big bold numbers on them, so they're easy to read under all kinds of lighting. And they also had, you see on some of them here, they might have that little upper dial on there. Now they had a main dial, and down below they had the second dial, but that upper dial number up there will show you how many hours left on the mainspring watch. And why was that, of course? Well, because fully wound mainspring is a little bit faster than almost unwound spring. So the person carrying this watch wanted to keep that thing wound to a certain point. So many hours. Anyway, so this is one of our neatest little. Well, what catches your eye, Mark?
Well, Bill, I was told when I first got here today that really time wasn't all that important or easy to keep track of. Al was telling me about how when the sun was directly above your head, it was noon until where you were. Yeah. So no matter where you were, when the sun was directly above your head, it was noon at that time. So, and then I see as another part of this exhibit that you were showing, the rail cars above, and the fact that when trains came around, That's kind of when time became more important because trains had to stay on the schedule, right?
Absolutely. So if it's new and in Elgin, 90 miles away, it's going to be what, like 1 o'clock. So, if the train's moving from, say, South Bend to here, how do you know when you're supposed to get on and off? How do you know what's going on? So what happened is that the government eventually standardized time zone, and noon was no longer necessarily when the sun was directly overhead. Noon was the entire width of the time zone agreed upon time. Central time zone, when like side Indiana all the way out here, where Nebraska, going out. So that train starting over there, when time was, right? Of course, airplane nowadays have as well. Sports broadcast, radio guys, they need to know what time it is. Right. So that's a little adventure at that time. Here we go.
We have just a few minutes left, but we're going to talk. Yeah, let's talk to Beth. We're in the Elgin Watch room right now. We're kind of walking around and winding down the time. It's out to lunch, hour 1. Let's drift on over and talk to Beth for a minute. We'll just stand here and talk and check out some of the watches. About 5 minutes left in the first hour of the show. And Beth, I had the agenda in the other room, but I can't remember what you're supposed to talk about today. But thanks for welcome to the show, and let's talk about your expertise in the Elgin History Museum.
Hi, I am the curator. That's probably my expertise, taking care of the collection, things that people donate to.
Okay, and so, yeah, that's important. And so how often do you have people coming here on a regular basis saying, here, I got this, my grandfather gave me this, I found this in the attic? That's got to be an interesting job.
Yes, it is. We have people come in almost daily, dropping something off that they have found. And recently, we had a donation of a Elgin soapbox derby testing pack I had never seen before. Never know what someone brings through the door. It's always exciting what treasures they brought.
Got to be an interesting room around here somewhere that's got a lot of stuff in it. How do you decide when something actually can qualify, if it's the right word, to be actually exhibited in the museum? I mean, how often has this place changed?
We change different parts of exhibits pretty much every year. There are multiple smaller exhibits that will change. We'll take a case out of something new. For example, here in the watch factory right now. The overall exhibit will stay the same, but in a couple of months, we're changing out 2 of these exhibits to discuss self-line watch something made in the
People bring watches in here all the time, right?
They do. Not always donate. Sometimes they just want to know a little bit more about them. But you can figure that out also online by opening the back page and looking.
So you encourage anybody that thinks they have something that might be a piece of Elgin history worth bringing in to bring it on in, right?
Bring it on in, and that is the criteria. It needs to be about Elgin. It's something about Chicago, Charles. That's a pretty easy no for us. But if it's connected to Elgin, we pretty much will accept it.
Well, thanks for stopping by and telling me a little bit about that today.
Thanks for coming in and listening.
Beth, the curator here at the Elgin History Museum. Well, we're down to the nitty-gritty here. I don't have the clock in front of me, but I'm guessing we're down to about 1 minute. I'm not sure we're going to have enough time to talk to Liz again today. So I guess we're going to wrap up then from the Elgin History Museum today, but we'll have Liz on again soon. She gave me a little history about WRMN that I'm going to take with us back to the station, so we'll be able to share that. And thanks a lot, Liz, for having us today. We have just a few seconds left on the show, but any final thoughts?
Well, I do want to congratulate WRMN on 75 years. That's a pretty big thing. Yeah, big anniversary. And we're planning to have an article in our letter about it. And it's important for Elgin. 75 years of radio.
And hopefully 75 more to be evolved. So back to the studio for the top of the hour break. Sonar's got hour 2. Thanks for having us at the Elgin History Museum today, lady.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for being here.
Composed in the bel canto style that is a characteristic of Rossini's operatic compositions. The concert will be presented on the stage of the Blizzard Theater at Elgin Community College, 1700 Spartan Drive, Elgin, Illinois. Tickets are available through ECC Arts Center box office or at ECC Arts Center. Adult tickets are $31, seniors and students tickets are $26. On April 18th, join the S&C Electric Company Machinist Career Fair. Please note this job fair is for machinist professionals. In 2024, S&C is opening a state-of-the-art facility in Palatine, Illinois. They have multiple opportunities available for the following positions: CNC machinist, entry-level, and advanced. Some training is okay. The career fair will feature Q&A with the hiring team, chats with recruiters, and giveaways. This event is free. Walk-ins are welcome. Please complete a job application at sandc.com/careers. There's free parking. Please bring a resume. Starting Thursday, April 11th, come out and support our students at Central High School in Burlington, Illinois, for their performance of Shrek, the musical, running this weekend at Central High School Auditorium with performances on Thursday, April 11th at 7 p.m., Friday, April 12th at 7 p.m., Saturday, April 13th at 2 p.m., and Saturday, April 14th at 2 p.m. Tickets are only $10 per person. Support our local kids while you enjoy the performance with yours. For WRMN News 1410, I am Ben Boquist.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. No matter the time of the day, WRMN 1410 AM is your platform to voice your views, share your stories, and connect with the Valley like never before. We're more than just radio. We're a community conversation that's always live, always local, and always looking for your input. Want to chime in on the drive time deal with Matt McNeil? Got a hot tip for first shift with Marky B? Or maybe you've got a question for one-on-one with Leah. Now's the time to make your voice heard by calling Studio 14 at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. You can join in the dialogue from wherever you are by commenting on our YouTube live streams at WRMN Radio. Hit the subscribe button to get notified when we go live and bring your comments to the table. It's easy, it's fun, and hey, it's what neighbors do. We talk, we listen, we engage. You're not just the audience, you're part of the show. Call in, comment, and let's make radio interactive. WRMN 1410 AM, where your words are part of our wavelength.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Here it comes. A swing of the line drive, base hit, right center, game winner, Bo Naylor.
The call on Guardians radio in 10 innings, 7-6. Cleveland with the win over the White Sox on Wednesday. Cleveland on top of the American League Central by a game over Kansas City. The White Sox dropped to 2-10 overall, 1-6 away from home. They're last in the Central. The Sox are off today and will host the Reds on Friday. Andrew Abbott faces Chris Flexen. The Padres ripped the Cubs 10-2 on Wednesday in San Diego. The Cubs dropped to 7-5, 2-4 away from home. They sit third in the National League Central. The road trip continues on Friday when they head to Seattle. Jordan Wicks battles Bryce Miller. The Bulls have lost 2 in a row. They're ninth in the East, still looking to lock in their playoff position. Tonight, they're on the road to Detroit. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with...
Oh no, I just hit that post and my car's got a dent.
Uh-oh, better get Mako.
Oh yeah? Where are they?
Mako is America's body shop. They're the world's largest provider of paint and collision services. They're located at 212 Western Avenue in Carpentersville, across from Spring Hill Mall. I've used them. Check out my car.
Wow, looking good.
Everything was so easy and affordable. Hummer and staff were super friendly and really knew their stuff.
I'm going to call them now.
Mention WRMN 1410 at the Carpentersville Mako and receive 10% off today.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Welcome to Out to Lunch with WRMN. My name is Dennis Sonar Green. I will be with you for this hour. We just left the Elgin History Museum. Marky B, who runs the morning show right there and also participates in this Out to Lunch experimentation that we do around here. He's wrapping up over there. Great place to be. Great place to see. You can see those things on the YouTube side of it. I hope you were listening on the AM radio, but if you got to see what was going on, or you missed what was going on, or you were so intrigued to see what Marky B was out there doing, go ahead and go to our YouTube page. That's WRMN Radio. You can tell your smart speakers to get there as well, and go ahead and listen on the app or any other place that's out there. That's right, you can take WRMN out to lunch with you, not only in all of the multiple places that you can listen to WRMN, but also the gift certificates from the radio shopping show. Go to WRMN1410.com, both to listen and to shop, and you can see it there. Let me bring up my screen real quick, and of course we've got that gala. That is where the Elgin History Museum is going to have here Saturday the 20th. So it is coming up quickly. It is like a flapper party. It's really neat. They're taking it to the 1920s with it, but it is April 20th.
this year at 5:30 to 10 p.m. at the Holiday Inn at 495 Airport Road in Elgin. It's going to be a roaring good time. Saturday, April 20. $75 for members of the Elgin History Museum, $90 for guests. Enjoy dinner, drinks, entertainment, all while supporting the museum. There's a cocktail reception, cash bar, Waldorf Astoria inspired buffet menu, and a silent auction. All kinds of amazing things that are happening over there. And then, of course, follow up that next Friday on the 26th. That will be the Senior Health and Wellness Fair at the Elgin Community College. The museum will have a table set up at the first Senior Health and Wellness Fair taking place Friday, April 26th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Elgin Community College. That is 1700 Spartan Drive in Building E. The fair combines the efforts of 4 partners: Elgin Community College, Kane Senior Council, and the Association for Individual Development and an age-friendly initiative of Elgin. So lots and lots of great things that are going on there that the museum is participating in and being a part of here at WRMN. We want to make sure that you know what is happening and where the happenings are so that you can be more involved with the community. Get part of it. You can't hate the different sides. You can't start siloing your information. Exposure removes bigotry. I know when I was in the Navy, that's why I got my great Navy hat on right now. If you're watching on the YouTube side of it, when I was in the Navy, it was, well, I guess let's go back. When I grew up in Ohio, there wasn't a lot of diversity. I grew up in a town of maybe 15,000 people at the most. We lived closer to the town that got rid of their stoplight because it was holding up traffic. So I didn't get a lot of diversification or anything like that. So when I went into the Navy, I was just flooded with different cultures, different dialects, different jargon and phrases and cultures as they are. And I think that removes some of the bigotry. I won't know what, let's look at it this way. As a kid, as a boy, you don't know what happens at girls' sleepovers, right? You have no idea. You always wonder, like, oh, what happens? What's going on? Until you talk to one of them. That's it. We can all speculate what happens to somebody else's life or somebody else's culture or somebody else's experiences, but we won't truly know unless we ask them. So go out there, meet your neighbors, meet those experiences, and have a great time at the gala. Again, if you are a member, it's only $75. But again, if you want to be a guest, it's $90. Cash bar, Waldorf Astoria inspired buffet menu, and a silent and live auction. All kinds of great things that are happening over there. Speaking of happening, have you checked out the daily deals? It's restock day, by the way. Buy some things that are out there. Kevin Collins live. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Kevin Collins. Random chat hopping in there. But I appreciate you watching on that live stream that's over there. Friday, April 12th, that's right. Our bingo jackpot is up to $150. I don't know if you know about the bingo, but let me tell you about it. Earn one bingo card for every $10 purchase. So if you go on the radio shopping side, you find something that you like in the inventory, you call us up, we will give you that bingo card right when you get the $10 side of it. I've seen them do it. I've seen Leah do it. I've seen Matt do it. I've done it myself. We're all getting into it. We're all doing the bingo cards. We're all getting it there. And the jackpot is up to $150. So when we play and have our game day at the end of the month, make sure you hold on tight to those bingo cards because it's already at $150. Why is it $150, Sonar? Well, it carries over if somebody doesn't win that 75. That's right. Every month for the 75th anniversary of WRMN 1410, 75 years, my goodness, it goes up. So if somebody doesn't win that $150 right there, it's going to go up another 75. So get your bingo card, get it in there, try to get that over there. Earn one free by emailing jackpot to Leah Unser at WRMN1410.com. That's LEAHUNSER at WRMN1410.com. And you can have a free bingo card. You just have to email jackpot so that you could win that jackpot that you're getting in there. Don't forget that it is a restock day. It's also it's National Donate Life Day, sharing the importance of registering as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Wear blue and green to engage in sharing the Donate Life message. You know, they ask you when you redo your license, right? Do you want to donate? Do you want to be a part of it? Why not? Why not have a part of your body live with somebody a little bit longer than you did? It's helping somebody out. It's giving more life to somebody. Let's get as much life as we can possibly get out there. Don't forget, with the restock, we got our top picks. Of course, that's Beef Villa already restocked. Larsa's Kitchen restocked. Tommy's Red Hots. I know you guys love that. Ray's Family Restaurant. Mike Moore Miles is back in there. Triple Berry Cafe in Crystal Lake. Culver's has redone. And, of course, Churros and Chocolates, Country Donuts, and one of my favorite places here in Elgin, the Blue Box Cafe. All kinds of great Doctor Who themed things that are in there. Today we're going to talk about some news. I'm going to let you in on some of this crazy news that's out there right before we go into break and come back with some more. So we're going to talk about some stranded sailors. We've also got a different type of fuel that can be used soon for air travel. Lord knows that air travel needs some help right now. We want to thank Kevin Collins again. Chit Chat with Nick Knack also following. It's great to hear everybody and see everybody in. Oh, who am I talking to? It's the people in chat. YouTube.com/@WRMN Radio, or of course download the app and there's a nice link right there. We'll be right back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN 1410, the voice of the valley, the talk of the town, and of course the home of radio shopping.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
Is it noon already? Take your lunch hour up a notch with Out to Lunch from 12 to 2 p.m. right here on WRMN 1410 a.m. Unwind with the perfect blend of soothing sounds and lighthearted conversations that'll make every bite taste better. Whether you're in office or out on the town, let us serve up the best in radio company. Stream on the go with our app on Google and Apple. Because lunchtime is your time. Out to Lunch every day from 12 to 2 on WRMN 1410 AM, the talk of the town.
From morning coffee to your evening commute, WRMN 1410 AM is here for you. The faithful friend that brings you local news, timely topics, and the friendliest voices in the Valley. Stay informed, entertained, and engaged with our full lineup of shows, streaming all day, every day at WRMN1410.com or on the WRMN app. Wherever you are, we're right there with you. So why switch stations? Stick with the one that has it all. WRMN 1410 AM, your daily companion, your constant conversation.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus is intent in their commitment to open doors and support those who strive for excellence. Too many people have been made to feel that higher education isn't a place for them, that it is someone else's dream. But Columbia College of Missouri has changed all that. With individualized attention and ongoing support, Columbia College knows a future built by you is a future built for you. Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus, your new starts now. Visit ccis.edu.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley and the home of Radio Shopping Show.
Welcome back to WRMN 1410. You're listening to Out to Lunch. We've been out to lunch today already. Stop trying to get me out of the studio. Oh no, we like being in the studio. We like being out of the studio. Marky B and Ben were both out at the Elgin History Museum. But they had a big, giant clock behind them. Elgin is known for time and its timepieces, even the big ones. So they have a life-size replica over there, so you can know just how big the Elgin clock tower was. If you missed it, I'm sorry. You're probably not following us, but don't worry about it. Fear not. You can go to the YouTube page and watch that video right there. People who are watching the YouTube right now, let's do one of them. One of my students, I just want to highlight a little bit. Chit Chat with Nick Knack. Nick Knack does a fantastic podcast about music and fashion and different things in the area. She just put up her first podcast, so she's a little baby broadcaster, but she cut a spot for us that I think I'm going to play for everybody right now, just so that we can highlight a little bit of that student here. This is Nick Knack's recording for our new 1590 promo. I'm sorry, 1410 promo. I keep mixing up my numbers.
Welcome to WRMN 1410 AM, your gateway to incredible deals and exclusive savings right here in the Fox Valley. Dive into the excitement of our radio shopping show, where every call brings you closer to unbeatable discounts on dining, travel, and everyday essentials. Imagine slashing your expenses in half, all while discovering the best our community has to offer. Don't miss out. Tune in, dial up, and save big. Because at WRMN, we're not just about great radio. We're all about great deals that make a difference in your life. WRMN 1410 AM, home of radio shopping.
There it is. What a great recording right there. She did a lot of work on that. I think she had to go back and forth probably about 5 different times because we wouldn't let just anything hit the airwaves over here at WRMN for you. So a shout out to Chit Chat with Nick Knack for recording that for us. Thank you, madam, for bringing that in there. But you know what? Let's speak a little bit about sounds and different things that are out there. So we talk a little bit, at least in my class, when I am doing and talking about digital editing and things like that, there are frequencies that humans cannot hear. So if you didn't know, human hearing is from the bottom of about 20 hertz all the way up to about 20,000 hertz. So as you start to get older, that does start to shrink a little bit. As you're in your younger years, you hear those higher frequencies. The parts of your ear, the cochlea, everything else that's in there helps you hear those higher frequencies. Well, as you get older, you start to lose those higher frequencies. You start to lose those in there. But at the Brazil side of it, where there are lots of frogs out in those rainforests, if you didn't know, frogs are actually screaming at you. And of course, with this amazing story, we've got our head news director, Ben Demonium Boquest. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Leading frog news analyst.
Leading
yes.
frog news. Thank you for heading back over here right from the museum.
Yeah, man.
But frogs in the Brazilian Atlantic rainforest emit sounds on the ultrasound spectrum to defend against predators. The leaf litter frog raises its body, opens its mouth, and jerks its head while emitting a distress call. The study documented the first case of defense ultrasound being used by amphibians.
That's cool. You know, frogs are kind of like the whales of amphibians, making those crazy the water sounds.
That's a good way to put it.
Thinking of that, yeah. I mean, very interesting. I would wonder what portion of that a human could pick up and hear.
Well, some of it you can. Anything that's below the 20,000 hertz. So if you ever wonder why, so now we're going to get a little bit into it about the perception, the psychoacoustics of things, right? So the reason that an MP4 is a smaller file is because it's actually a algorithm for human hearing. So we talk all the time about is digital better than vinyl, etc. Vinyl is better than MP3. Let's at least do that. We can at least put that together.
Standard.
Yes. Standard MP3s as they come. Now, by all means, MP3 is getting a little bit cleaner, a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it's still an algorithm. So human hearing for us, we cannot differentiate the difference between if I was playing two tones and I was playing 1,000 hertz and then I was playing 990 hertz right next to it, you would think that it's the exact same tone. You just our brains pull it in that way.
Maybe not a trained,
of course, not a trained acoustician like you, sir. No, but definitely to just coming out of a speaker or playing in the corner while you're just the low fidelity stuff that comes over. So if you play a record to a dog or play an MP3 to a dog, they will sound completely different because the MP3 algorithm is built for human hearing. So that's where some of these frogs, they're actually outside the range of human hearing. So sound is constantly happening, but we just can't pick it up because you ever walk into a room and you have a weird feeling about something? You're like, I don't know what this is. It's because more than likely there's some sort of inaudible tone that's happening and you just can't perceive it with your ears, but you're feeling the vibrations in your body, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, sound is one of those very psychosomatic type of processes. Yeah, it's linked to the human experience, really.
So they're using this for self-defense. Like usually we think about frogs that yell. They're like, okay, let's find a mate, right?
Yeah.
It's the springtime. It's the wet season. Yeah, just like the mate stuff. So I guess this is ultrasonic to hit things that can hear that ultrasonic side. So I don't know if you know this or not, but anything above like 15,000 hertz is really painful if you keep it moving.
Yeah, no, it is a legitimate defense tactic for military operations. I've seen that where they have those giant. Have you seen that, those giant sound arrays?
Yeah, they make you throw up. They get you really, really sick.
Yeah, and they're super directional, and they could point it at in any direction. And if you want to get into the conspiracy end of things with the Havana syndrome and stuff that's been in the news in the last couple of years, that's the kind of stuff that and it always comes from nature in the end. Like that's something that frogs do
because it's there.
Innately.
Like that's the cool part. When everybody keeps telling me, "Oh, well, AM radio or radio in general is going away," but you can't. You cannot get rid of the physics of sound. You can't get rid of the physics of AM radio. You can manipulate it, you can change it, you can do whatever, but it's physically here. Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to have an empty space in the world, or the empty space in the electromagnetic field? Like, what?
Right, yeah. It's like, since we don't use steamboats to send stuff down the river anymore, it's like, no more streams or rivers.
Yeah.
We don't need them.
Exactly. Well, and steam engines still work. Like, that's the other part of it. You can improve it, you can get better, but the physics of a steam engine, of pushing a thing and making the pressure go, and just the turbines and the fuel.
This conversation, mixed with being over at the Elgin History Museum, has got me really wanting more train stuff. We need more train usage across the country.
I went to the trolley museum for Easter, and that was fun. That was a really fun time, and they open up after Memorial Day, so you can actually go over there to the museum and just take a ride. And they'll take you from the museum over to the park and then back and forth. It's
on a trolley?
On a trolley,
cool.
Yeah. Like the old school
streetcars.
Like the CTA stuff, the old school CTA cars.
With the overhead electrical lines that would run all around
exactly.
town.
That is it. It's the full-on trolley experience with it. It's really neat.
And that's a radio shopping item.
It is. It is a radio shopping item, or it was for the bunny side of it. But I do believe once they open up, we'll have a few just for that. But it was a great time. And what was cool about they do the in the wintertime, they do the express, the Polar Express, right? So they'll do that. What's really cool about what they do too is if you go to one of their special events, like the Bunny Burrow or the Express, the Polar Express, you can actually take those tickets and show up another day that's not a special event and use the tickets for that day. So I was glad that I got my bunny brunch or Bunny Burrow tickets, because now I can take those Bunny Burrow tickets and go and use it again. So I definitely plan on going over there. I don't know if you know this, Ben, but radio shopping is actually kind of cool. I don't know if you know. I'm not just a proponent. I'm also a client, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing. You need some stuff like that. But to continue with our sounds and also animals, there is a crow that is out there that is essentially throwing some cops off. Let me see if I can pull up my story here. And that story is cops left baffled by a crow which mimics police sirens.
Oh, wow.
A bird mimicked a police siren outside the Thames Valley Police Station in Oxfordshire. This is obviously a little too British. That is the most British sentence I've had all week. The bird's imitation puzzled officers and local residents, gaining over 5,000 views online. The police confirmed the authenticity of the video on social media. So essentially, this bird was just outside the police station, and just kept screaming sirens. And everybody was like, what's happening? Is there an emergency? What's going on here? And they couldn't figure it out for a while.
They got those make funnable, more ridiculous sounding sirens over there in Europe too. So that's
that's true. The type of things.
Yeah, they're not the standard one over here.
Or what do they do? They do the woo woo. I can't remember. Yeah, sounds more like an ambulance. What it is, but yeah, they were pretty upset about it because they weren't sure who kept firing off their sirens. They were like, is somebody just playing a trick on everybody and just turning it on and turning it off? But crows are just unique birds in general. Them and ravens just love the shiny items and everything else for it. But crows and ravens are really good at mimicry.
Quoth the raven, anything it hears.
That's it. Anything it hears. As we come back, of course, I've got those other stories for you. Planes are finding a more affordable fuel, I guess, because, they keep losing parts. So why not have a different fuel as it comes in? And, of course, stranded sailors rescued. How were they rescued? It's pretty comical. It's almost exactly how you would think somebody would be rescued on an island. Out to Lunch will continue for another segment right after these. You're listening to WRMN 1410 AM. By the way, that's the voice of the valley, the talk of the town, and of course, the home of radio shopping.
As the Elgin Police Department continues to participate in the Distracted Driving campaign, they wanted to share some tips from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website regarding safe driving. If you are expecting a text or need to send one, pull over and park your car in a safe location. Once you are safely off the road and parked, it's safe to text. Designate your passenger as your designated texter. Allow them to access your phone to respond to calls or messages. Do not engage in social media scrolling or messaging while driving. Are you struggling not to text and drive? Activate your phone's Do Not Disturb feature or put your cell phone in the trunk, the glove box, or the back seat of your vehicle until you arrive at your destination. Remember, the Elgin Police are conducting directed patrols to enforce distracted driving violations. Just drive and stay safe. A message from our friends at the Elgin Police Department and your friends here at WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Come on out to the Country Donuts, that is, at Route 20 and Nestler Road. They're always open. Donuts are made daily using only the finest ingredients to ensure freshness. Their huge variety of donuts offers something to please everyone. Country Donuts doesn't stop at offering you the best donuts. Enjoy a delicious breakfast sandwich or stop in for lunch and try a bowl of their famous chili. Need a larger or special donut order for your office? Call 847-488-1900.
The Distance Social, your spot for great craft cocktails with meaningful conversation. Whether you're out entertaining a group or out for a memorable nightcap, the Distance Social is your spot for starting or ending the perfect evening. Located at 314 North River Street in beautiful East Dundee, Illinois. Go the distance and find your social at the Distance Social.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
Looking to get your fingers on some delicious grub? Look no further than Sticky Fingers in Carpentersville. Family owned and operated, Sticky Fingers specializes in chicken, fish, and shrimp, which you can choose to have dusted with flavor or doused in the sauce of your choice. Sticky Fingers strives to provide flavorful food with fresh, locally sourced ingredients. Sticky Fingers personally invites you to stop by and try one of their scrumptious dishes today.
For exceptional home-cooked meals, visit the longest family-owned restaurant in Elgin. Paul's Family Restaurant at Lawrence and McLean takes pride in their fresh daily specials like steaks, fish, pasta, soups, and more. Paul's fresh buttermilk pancakes and breakfast skillets are phenomenal. As you walk in, you can't help but notice owner Elaine's wonderful eye for detail. The toughest decision you'll have to make is what size leftover box to take home. Call 847-695-8687.
Welcome back to Out to Lunch. That's right, WRMN 1410 is the home of Out to Lunch and the home of the radio shopping show. Why do I pull those two things together? Well, that's because you can take WRMN Out to Lunch with you with a radio shopping gift certificate. Don't forget, this is the restock. Restock happens at the end of the month, and we've got some great deals that are out there. Restock, some of the top picks that are out there. Ones I didn't mention, that would be the Mockingbird Garden and Bar, Elgin Public House, Massiano's Pizza, Golden Corral, and of course JoJo's in Schaumburg. Lots and lots of great things that are out there now. With me to run down the news at the end of the week, that would be the news correspondent extraordinaire, Ben Demonium Boquest. Thank you, sir, for being here.
An absolute pleasure as always.
Yes, sir. We've got a little bit more news to come up with, and one of the news is that I've been teasing this entire hour has been a headline: stranded sailors rescued from remote Pacific island. How do you think they were rescued, Ben? This is comical. Like, if you've seen any Far Side anything or anything like that, it's just, there's a reason that some stereotypes exist, and this is one of those things of how would you want to be helped if you were on a stranded island.
Yeah, just making a message. Right?
Yep.
On the beach there.
Four letters, HELP, were spelled out. More coverage coming from Straight Arrow News. Love Straight Arrow News. If ever I get a chance to read it, I love it because it's a high factuality and it is almost dead on center.
It's apt to the name.
With everything. Straight Arrow, just the side of it. As it goes. Coast Guard Navy rescues stranded sailors who spelled out help on a remote island. Thank you, Kara Rucker, for putting that together. In a fortunate turn of events, the U.S. Coast Guard and Navy, right, you got to make sure the Navy is also there, rescued stranded sailors from a remote Pacific island, missing for over a week and utilizing the island's resources to signal for help. If you look at the picture, they used palm fronds and just spelled it all out there, making sure that it stayed down. The sailors, all men in their 40s and said to be related, crafted a help sign on the beach with palm leaves. The Coast Guard called that a crucial factor in their discovery. On Easter Sunday, their sailboat was damaged, leaving them trapped on an island in the Federated States of Micronesia. On April 6th, Joint Rescue Subcenter, JRSC Guam, received a distress call from a relative reporting her 3 uncles had not returned. Responders successfully located the 3 mariners on Pike Lot Atoll in the evening of Tuesday, April 9th. The Coast Guard then dropped a radio to the men, who reported they were healthy and had survived on coconuts. Well, I mean, coconuts for 3 days, right?
How upset would you be if you weren't, didn't have water and were hungry, and they dropped you a radio?
I'd be pretty mad. I'd be pretty mad.
Couldn't you put some?
So the reason they dropped the radio is because they want to know how fast they really need to move. Now, by all means, you go and rescue somebody as quick as you can. But if you can save about $150,000 in expenses, to rescue them, maybe 6 hours. Later, it might be a little bit better. Now, by all means, they can fly a helicopter out there, pick you up, and then go if it's an absolutely life. I mean, they even get to the point where they will drop people down to help you. There's always some sort of medic that's in those, either on those ships or on those planes, and they're able to just get them. So they drop the radio first. Hopefully they can at least report what's going on at that point.
A means of communication.
Absolutely. But you're right. I would be really mad if 3 days I'm doing not a single, at least drop a radio with a water bottle attached to it or something. You can't rubber band a water bottle attached to the radio you drop. But that's it. It's the rule of 3s go on for things like this. So they were stranded for 3 days. That's 3 minutes without oxygen. 3 hours without shelter, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. That's the rule of 3 for survival. So they were there for 3 days, all the way from the 6th to the 9th, and luckily there were some coconuts on that atoll. Because not technically an island, it's an atoll.
Gilligan's.
There it is.
Man.
3 days.
That's one of those situations where you can't help but think of yourself in that position. Wow, stranded on an island, no means of communication. What are you going to do? As far as collecting rainwater and eating coconuts.
That's that old game.
Have you ever tried to break a coconut?
Oh, it's brutal.
It's not easy.
It's brutal. You're going to sweat out a bottle of water just trying to do it.
Right.
As you do it from there. It's also that old icebreaker. As well. So, Ben, you're stranded on an island. What 3 albums are you taking with you, man?
And it's no, you just put me in a traumatic mind space. So I'm not thinking about
exactly
the vinyls.
I would be happy just to have a pocket knife or something, or a pen I could stick in somewhere.
Just to know that I led a fulfilling life would be enough for me to okay, on an island now.
This is where I live now. Okay, that's fine. Can you drop a sandwich? Radio, not so much. How many sandwiches you got up there?
So it does sound actually kind of nice too, if you think about it. Just being left alone, and if it's a nice island that has coconuts or a food source, why not? Maybe.
Well, it's a good thing that they put that help in there. That's the biggest thing. I mean, it's all about making it look like you are in danger. So, what I've also been told too is that goes back to the rule of 3s. Nothing happens in nature and in a equidistant 3, right? If I go out there and build 3 fires on the beach, anybody who sees those 3 fires know that I'm in trouble. Even then, SOS, bop, 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 right?
Okay,
that's still 3s. So that's just the international, hey, I'm in trouble, so I set 3 smoke fires, or I ripped up a T-shirt into 3 different pieces. Otherwise, it's just a T-shirt hanging in a tree. Do you know how much crap is in the Pacific Ocean? That just can wash up and do whatever. But 3 white slivers of a T-shirt that are on 3 posts in a row, that's the type of thing to look at.
Put this together,
Yeah, and it's a good thing too that they went for that. for it. But then they also ask you the other than the music, they also go, well, if you were stranded on an island, Ben, what 3 things would you take with you? Well, a crate full of food,
Yeah.
a boat, and a map.
There you go.
That's it. It's done. What else are we doing over here?
Trick question.
Yeah, like what are you bringing? Like, oh, Snickers. Like, come on, man. Like, what?
Blu-ray player.
Oh, can't live without my dog. Like, no, get a boat. Go home. But can't you just bring a boat with? Like, okay, you can bring one thing on a deserted island. Okay, a genie.
Yeah.
Like, come on now. So now I still get my 3 things. Anyway, nice. To continue going on with it, airplanes, man, having some issues with things. Like, well, we've seen all the different things with Boeing that are going through right now, and I'll tell you, they are going to get their pants sued just for all of the different things that are happening for everything. So let's just talk a little bit about. Let's go to Sky News. I think would be a little bit more high factuality centered from there. Now we could do the Guardian. The Guardian does lean a little blue, but I don't think there are any red publications for this one, which is a little weird. They technically is a blind spot. Oh, blind spot. No red reporting going on for it, but human waste could soon be used to fuel air travel. Already in a England Water will provide biosolids. That is an actual company. ANGLIAN Water will provide biosolids to Firefly for sustainable aviation fuel faculty pilots. So they're trying to make sure that everything can be, let's see here, dang cookies. Like I keep accepting cookies, Ben, but they never show up.
Yeah.
I requested chocolate chip, and they never show up, buddy.
That was the joke of the programmers there to name that cookies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, it's good. Yeah, it's great.
Did you also notice in the Matrix, the Oracle does not talk to Neo without first asking for if he wanted a cookie?
Oh, hey. Matrix.
Just saying. Anyway, Sky News right there. Human waste could soon be used as fuel in air travel following the announcement of a world first factory. Biofuel company Firefly said it would develop a plant in Harwich, Essex to convert sewage into sustainable fuel. Sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, as it goes. It said it expects to begin supplying the lower carbon fuel from around 2028 and has reached an agreement with Wizz Air to provide up to 525,000 tons of SAF. Again, that's an acronym for Sustainable Aviation Fuel, over 15 years. So they already have a contract coming up. Utility campaign England Water has committed to providing biosolids. SAF is made from sustainable sources, meaning its production involves using around 70% less carbon than conventional jet fuel. Hey, you hear about that, Taylor Swift? Maybe we can help you out a little bit. It can be used in a maximum blend of 50% with kerosene without the need of any modifications to the jet engines. However, SAF is currently several times more expensive to produce than conventional jet fuel. There's the catch. There it is. It's always going to get you when you hit them in the wallet, Ben.
Yep. Yeah, the wheels of industry will not go for that at this point in time, but it's good to know that that's around and been working on it. We did a story about this a while ago on News for You, and yeah, it's one of those things that's ever developing, and you know, it's something that just needs to be tested and put into use first, and you know, they'll figure it out, and yeah, Trains, man. Trains, planes, and automobiles. Let's focus a little more on trains and high-speed rails. That's what I would think would be even better and even save even more gas. It's kind of building that infrastructure out.
Get some better stuff that's out there. Hey, Kevin Collins, you are typing into the chat your searches. The chat is here. The search engine is just a little bit higher up. It's got a magnifying glass into it. If you are looking for it, it is the Sky News. I see that you did put that into the chat there. That's news.sky.com if you're doing it. How do I know how to grade my stuff, Ben? That's right. I use ground.news. Ground News will tell you all of the different articles that have come out to the different things that are out there. In fact, this human waste story for air travel came in 7 different articles. And it didn't necessarily go across all of the spectrum, but I was able to find all of the articles that are in there. Ground.news is a great place to just kind of grade your media intake. We talked about that with Darian Sims about your media diet, your news diet as it comes. And if you kind of know the biases before you get into the article, it kind of protects you from some of that, right, buddy?
Yes, absolutely. Media literacy, it's something worth educating yourself on. And really all it takes is being cognizant of the leanings of the publications that you go and either listen to, watch, or read. It's one of those things that's just super easy to go to the same news source all the time and then fall into the tunnel vision of just kind of going with whatever that narrative is and believing it. And which is why I watch stuff that I dislike a lot. And read stuff that I probably don't agree with, but just to get that idea. And maybe, there are some good ideas and other ways to think about things from that perspective.
I think I know more broadcasters that I don't agree with than I,
sure.
I know broadcasters.
Oh, yeah. Well, the tough thing is that everybody's a broadcaster.
That's true. That's true. Everybody's out there. If you want to be a broadcaster, that's right. We can help you right here. River Media Network with WRMN. We actually produce podcasts. Ben, tell us about some of the podcasts you produce.
Yeah. Oh, man. We do so many good, awesome podcasts. Achieving Success with Olivia
great one.
Atkin. Check that one out. She just has business personalities, celebrities, normal people to real big stars on the program, talking about what they believe success is and achieving that, and how they reached to where they're feeling well professionally and personally. It's a great show to watch. We've got Marcus Ogden's show, Get Authentic, where he does nearly the same thing, mostly just focusing on positivity and keeping a positive mind frame and how to grow mentally and really expound your potential in whatever field that you're going into.
And you just got another one, Whiskey and Wealth.
Yes,
with Wealth and Whiskey. Sorry, Wealth and Whiskey with Brian.
First you get the wealth, then you get the whiskey.
Then you get the whiskey.
Yes.
Is that that's how you get the good whiskey?
Yes, yeah. Brian Head, it's another cool podcast where he talks a lot about market stuff, specifically investments. And how to ensure that you're making the right investments, how to play the market, and just be responsible with your fiscal situation there, as well as how to kick back and enjoy a good whiskey, what your favorite beverage libation is. And he's going to get some real cool content, and another cool podcast we do. And we've done so many over the years that it's hard to even think.
It's true. And those are some of our popular ones.
How about our pod, Apolitical?
Our Apolitical Talk Show. I was just checking our SEO on that, and we're starting to come down because we haven't put an episode out in a while.
Been focused.
But Apolitical Talk Show is definitely a great place to go as well. We hope to be pulling that up a little bit more often, just to see where everything goes for it. But again, media literacy and just news literacy kind of helps. I was just talking to my dad last night about it, about just the different shows that that I listen to every week and the different ones that are out there. And the biggest issue is that you have to be diversified. So we talked a little bit about, he's like, well, you know what? Fox Business is the way that I lean into every time, which is fine. Have your go-to and ready to go. But I said, Dad, did you not know that this wasn't talked about and that wasn't talked about over there? You got a big blind spot when you turn around and say, this is the news source that I like and this is the one that you got. The only news source and only place that you ever need is WRMN 1410. That's not true. Go listen to some other stuff over there too. But WRMN can be your home because it's the home of the radio shopping and home of everything else, the voice of the valley, the talk of the town. This has been Out to Lunch. If you missed anything, including the Elgin History Museum, go ahead and watch it on our YouTube page. We'll be right back. And deals coming up at 3 o'clock.
Always.
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 2 o'clock.
For WRMN 1410 News, I am Ben Boquist, highlighting a story from the BBC.com. Trong My Lan, a Vietnamese billionaire, has been sentenced to death for a $44 billion fraud. It was the most spectacular trial ever held in Vietnam, befitting one of the greatest bank frauds the world has ever seen. In Ho Chi Minh City, a 67-year-old Vietnamese property developer was sentenced to death on Thursday for looting one of the country's largest banks over a period of 11 years. It's a rare verdict. She is one of the very few women in Vietnam to be sentenced to death for a white-collar crime. The decision is a reflection of the dizzying scale of the fraud. Trong My Lan was convicted of taking $44 billion in loans from the Saigon Commercial Bank. Some believe the death penalty is the court's way of trying to encourage her to return some of the missing billions. The secretive communist authorities were uncharacteristically forthright about this case, going into detail for the media. They said 2,700 people were summoned to testify, while 10 state prosecutors and around 200 lawyers were involved. Now highlighting a story from TheGuardian.com, the Panama Papers trial begins of 27 Mossack Fonseca employees. A criminal trial of 27 employees working for the law firm at the heart of the Panama Papers on money laundering charges has commenced in Panamanian court. 8 years ago, leaked financial records from the law firm Mossack Fonseca sparked international outrage at the use of offshore companies by wealthy individuals to commit tax fraud and hide assets. In 2016, files from the Mossack Fonseca were leaked to reports at the German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung and shared with